Okay. Okay. You all hear me? I'm playing around with a lot of pieces, so let me know. Um, but hello everybody. This is the President Foxman movie stream, and I am just pulling up my channel because we have a lot to go through today. To lay out the idea for this one, uh, the idea is that we'll go through all the videos that I've posted in the last year. Obviously, some of them are way too long to sit through the entire thing. So I just wanted to kind of do something that's quick for each, but it might be a while. That's why I have this. Oh, where am I? Here. We have a stream timer up here that we'll have going, um, just so we can keep track of it. Feel free to hop in and out, jump wherever you need to go. All of it works. But that's my plan, and I'll probably be here. I'm planning for 8 hours, so that is what it's going to be. And I think I have myself set up so I can see everything, and I can see chat, which is nice. Well, we can't wait too long, so let's see if I have this up. That looks good. Okay, so this is going to be our setup. for today. The idea is going to be, let's get that stream timer up again. Yeah. We'll take out the welcome text. How about that? So yeah, feel free to hop in and out. Don't feel like you have to say the whole thing. I'm planning on being here for a while just because they're, 60 videos at 10 minutes each on average. Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit. So hi everybody. And we'll go that way. So I have desktop audio going. We can start out with our first video. I have little kind of bits planned and stuff.
Wanted to give a quick update.
This is my first video I made in this project. Exciting news, big changes coming to the channel. I had posted a few videos before that, but it was a little bit, and so yeah, this is my first one. And I just wanted to kind of lay out a plan for the channel. I had much longer hair then. This is the longest my hair has ever gotten. And now I have it on record in this video.
I know I haven't posted in a while, and so I just wanted to, let everyone know what's going on. My plan for this YouTube channel is
sound is
for the next year, I'm going to be posting a new video every week. I played a little bit around with writing on a Substack. That's been a really good experience, and it's just been a little inconsistent. I'll make a post whenever I really feel like it, but when things get busy, I don't do anything. And so what it ends up being is my creative output is on a whim. I spend most of my days in my free time kind of just consuming content, watching movies, playing video games, watching YouTube videos, not creating anything. So my idea is just to, start on a creative process. My ideas for the YouTube channel are, I kind of just want to try a variety of different content. I've been a big fan of gaming content, but I don't feel like it goes as deep as I want it to. I like reviews of various things, but they seem to always fall on reviewing whether or not you should go see something in a theater or buy a game or when to buy it. That doesn't interest me too much, and so trying to expand the borders on some of these kind of genres and styles of videos. So I just kind of want to rapidly iterate on video creation and video ideas. I want it to just, be something fresh and new, and try for at least a few of these early weeks just to do a variety of different things. So a lot of stuff will be in the works. It won't be consistent. If you like something, please just say you like it, and that can be encouraging to see more of it. For now, this is really just for fun, and so I want to keep it fun. You'll see me change up my style probably pretty frequently. I'll probably be working on several projects at once just to see if I can get some of these bigger ones out. You'll probably see some of my friends show up in one way or another. I want to do plenty of conversations with them. You might see more podcast stuff, but I don't really want to put myself into any bubble. So I want to welcome you along for the ride. There's going to be plenty of stuff coming out this next year, at least 52 videos. And
we definitely meant that.
It's going to be a fun ride.
That's the nice part.
And please help keep me accountable to this. My deadline is Saturday at midnight. I'm going to try to release it on Saturday, no matter what it is, even if I record it earlier. And then if I have multiple videos, I might try to shoot for Wednesday.
This deadline didn't go as well. I did make more videos than I said I would, which is nice. But in the end, I was not super disciplined on timing of things. But yeah, for the most part, I think I stand by in retrospect a lot of what was being talked about here. I was working really hard on just kind of sticking to something, and so I tried, being super disciplined, and I wasn't super disciplined, but at least I did the stuff. Maybe it'd be helpful if I transition here. I can just look at the camera. Yeah, I tried, and I think it went pretty well. I think I laid it out pretty well that I wanted to do gaming content. I wanted to do discussions with people, and I'm really proud of how this last year went. And I'm glad that this is something that I was able to work on and to put some effort towards. And so I think it's pretty obvious some of the inspirations here definitely were like Paul Vanderklay. I was a heavy watcher of his channel at this point in my life, and Um, I was kind of, like I said before, I was kind of done with consuming. I wanted to make stuff, and I'm on that continuum, getting closer, but not quite there yet. So we're still working on it, but yeah, we can go back here. Okay. Sometimes you can look at the comments. Your boy Fig says, oh, I don't know if you can even see that, but he says, YouTube algorithm brought me here, praying it brings me back. You know, I haven't seen him in the comment section, but you know what? Maybe he does. Maybe he does come back. That was my first comment this year, so that was a cool bit. Okay, finished that one. Next up, we're not gonna watch the entire thing. Oh yeah, what's up, ups? We're gonna watch Borderlands Saved Me is my first real video. Just kind of surprising. This is like a kind of a bigger project too, so that's cool. How do we want to do this? We'll jump through several parts.
For now, I just wanted to do a video on
Go through the beginning and
Borderlands 2 and the effect that it's had on me, but then also just some of my thoughts on it. So I thought it might be fun just to sit down and play through it, and just give you some of my reactions. Borderlands 2 is one of these games that I'll play through about once a year. I played about, I don't know, untold number of times through some of the New Game Plus and getting my characters to max level, but haven't.
This one I think is a, oh hey, what's up, Drake? I think a lot of this video is really good. The content's really good. It's very slow. You know, the pacing is slow, the talking is slow. One of the big kind of things I've been working on is getting more concise with stuff. Getting to a point where I'm able to articulate well and get better at that. I still feel a little slow at times, but I think I'm getting somewhat better at talking at a reasonable pace that people can still understand, but then also not spacing out my words so slowly. I'll get into a little bit more about like the philosophy of why I did this video. But we can jump towards a little bit further. I think we can get into some of the stories. I think is the strongest point of this video. Maybe towards the 33-minute mark. We'll see.
You know, take on these problems and to deal with a dark story and to connect with the artist who made the piece. Now, maybe we can talk about some of the problems with Borderlands 2.
This is more the critique. Maybe we should go to something that's a little bit more personal back here, maybe?
It was back in the day. I remember Jonathan, I felt bad. The first time I ever went to his house was to buy his PlayStation 4. My friend Will was going to buy it from him, but didn't end up going through, and so I ended up buying his PlayStation 4 instead. And I said, yeah, we'll definitely hang out and play games, but I didn't have a great computer at the time, and I really wanted to play Fallout 4, and so I did that. I just played Fallout 4. I really didn't do anything else with my time. I remember when I first played Fallout 4, I remember one lie I told, and I was still kind of disappointed in myself. I told my friend Jonathan about how good Fallout 4 was. He had a PC, so he didn't really need the PS4, but he asked if it let you kill all the characters, you know, like if it let you just kind of.
Yeah, there's a lot of confession kind of stuff in this video, and I liked that, taking the time to just be honest. I don't know why videos have been. I need to flip this more often. I don't know why videos have been such a good format for this, of almost being able to just be upfront and personal about all this stuff. And yeah, I don't know. This video kind of starts off my trend of being able to get into some of these more difficult topics that I've been thinking about or dealing with. And yeah, it has been a great experience. And this video, I think, starts it off. It's very personal. It gets into a lot of these kind of difficulties I've had in my life of maintaining friendships and connection. And so I don't know. I'm really actually proud of this video. Actually, I think most of these videos I will be proud of. There'll be a few of them, and I think we'll get into some of the videos I've unlisted. Actually, I think we'll get into stuff I wasn't as proud of, but I think this is one that I'd stick behind. I think this one turned out well, and maybe I should try something like this again. Who knows? I tend to do something more structured, and so we'll see. Let's pull up. There were no comments on this video. This is kind of early on where this video got a good number of views, I remember, originally. And didn't get too much interaction. I think I talked to Neil about this video. He watched it and he liked it. I remember him talking to him a little bit about that. But so going from this kind of commentary video, I go into some of the crab commentary, and this became a little bit of my own meta. I kept making videos like this because I thought they did a good job of kind of filling in the gap of what I was trying to do with the Borderlands video. But yeah, there were a few comments in this video. This one got
What's up, everyone?
Interaction with people.
I hope you're having an amazing day. I've been thinking a lot about conversations I've had recently, and I thought it might be good to reflect on what it means to listen. I find myself kind of failing to do that regularly, and I'm sure that, yeah, you probably would relate as well. It can be hard to pay attention to what somebody else is saying, and not to kind of talk ahead of them, kind of know what you're going to say before they speak, not to think of a fun story before they say anything. Sometimes even when I'm watching a YouTube video, I'll pause it and I'll be talking at them. Listening is hard, but I think listening is very...
I think it's a good point that I bring up here, and it's something I've gotten better at not doing. Or maybe I can look at it this way. Yeah, I think this is something I've gotten better at not doing as much. I remember I would do this quite often, where I'd watch a video where I'd disagree with the point that the person's making, and the way I would go about it is by like arguing with the screen. Like I would pause the video, explain why they're like wrong, and then move on and just get like really mad and get into that cycle. And finding a way to be interactive, to be able to have contact with other people, to have these conversations, to listen, right, is really helpful. And videos aren't the best way of doing that, of engaging with ideas that you disagree with. If you're not already geared towards that, it's really difficult. And yeah, and that's been something I've learned a lot, and this video is part of the reason why I've been processing this. Very important. It's tied in my mind heavily to humility. I think humility gets a bad rap. It's seen as kind of dogging on yourself, putting yourself down. But I think it's more accurate to say that it is an accurate reflection of, how you really are. A bodybuilder isn't humble by saying that they're not that strong. They'd be humble if they recognize that they're not the strongest, right? That they have room for improvement. They can recognize how much stronger they are than the average person, but they can't let themselves be satisfied, right, with their state if they're trying to be the best. Being humble is a prerequisite for growth. If I don't know that I have room for improvement, how am I going to improve? I think that's pretty easy, and I think most people can relate and understand that. But it's hard. It's not easy to be humble. It requires a lot of strength and vulnerability, and that doesn't come easy.
why listen at all? I thought of a little story to tell. We have a old farmer and a young scientist. They both are trying to do their best to improve agriculture. The young scientist has no experience in the field, literally, in agriculture. They've read all the books about the chemical compositions. They know how all the theories work, even how quantum entanglement deals with chlorophyll in the plants. How it all kind of comes together to create food. The old farmer doesn't really care about all of this, doesn't care about the formulas. He was taught by his father how to plant potatoes or whatever he's growing. And in the end, he's able to do it year after year. There might be some fluctuations, and maybe lately there's been a little bit of trouble, but he was taught this is how to do it, and he does it this way. Now, with our internal biases, I think we can all kind of side with one or the other. I would assume more traditional people would side with the old farmer, and more open-minded people would probably lean more towards the scientist. But they both have something to offer. The scientist is going to understand more readily how to, create new fertilizers and to create ways to prevent bugs, to improve the situation that's already there. Also to know things that might be coming along the line. The farmer has more intuitive knowledge. Being in the field, you see things, and even if you don't recognize them for what they are, your instincts will kick in. Nothing will beat practical experience, right? There's an old word for that, and that's wisdom, right? This kind of, I might not know a lot, but I have a lot of experience in this.
I think this sets up this early understanding of, I mean, first of all, this obviously shows my roots of anti-materialism to a certain extent. Like understanding that modernity is an important step and it adds something, but modernity as this all-encompassing understanding of everything is problematic at best. And so I think this pretty clearly shows a bit of that going on, but also trying to do my best to balance it all. And so I'm thankful for that. What else goes into this? I think the story is really helpful to be able to put it into a context. I think it gets too vague often, and so having the time to be able to say, okay, this dynamic between an old farmer and this new scientist. I wish I was able to describe what value the old farmer has, because in a certain sense, if you're able to understand that, you're already going to see his value. And so I wish I had found a way to be more descriptive or more specific with the example, but enjoyed this one.
And that means something as well. So it's important to remember that these two people, if we want to have the best system possible, they need to be in conversation with one another. Almost need to be fighting with one another, kind of fighting for ground. Well, this is how my father taught me versus this is what my professor taught me. They need to find out what's going on. Like, why are they disagreeing? Is it the...
Okay, I just realized that I didn't know what a dialectic was until very recently. And so I think this is just a dialectic. I'm explaining what dialectics is without knowing what it is, which is super interesting. Yeah, I would not have expected to find this far back. Yeah, I'm curious to where I got this. To be honest, I'm not quite sure. So that's interesting.
Theory that's wrong, or is it this kind of tradition that's wrong? This, of course, carries out to all sorts of conversations, but this tends to be the one kind of major combat that we see constantly. Children with their parents, right? If you are a parent, you tend to be siding with the old farmer versus if you're a child and you don't understand why your parent is doing the things that they're doing. It can be difficult. And so the key to this is listening, making sure that you aren't obsessed with getting heard, but you sit and listen and absorb everything you can from this conversation. Because in the end, right, it is important for the other person to hear you, but you can't control that. You can't control if they're going to listen to you or not. But you know what you can control? You can control your own reaction. You can say, you know what, no matter what, I'm going to listen. I'm going to sit here and really take it in and measure what I'm hearing. This looks something like if you're hearing a coworker give you feedback on how you did, it can be easy to get really defensive and fight back and say, well, no, this is what was wrong, this is what was wrong, this is what was wrong, or this is why. Stop trying to defend it. There is a time for that, but there's a time for listening as well. And just sitting back and saying, you know what, you're right, this is what you observed. and just take note, like, hey, this is what other people see when I'm doing this thing. Is there something that I can change to make that happen? Or is that something that's out of my control? Because if it's out of your control, then, what are you going to do? But if something that if it is something that's in your control, then, do something about it. I think it's pretty simple in itself. So whether you disagree vehemently with a political figure, a racist family member, your bully in school, right? In the end, though they might be wrong, right? They have something to say, and even though they might not listen to you, you should take the time to listen to them and understand why they.
There's like a lot of here. Let's switch it back here. I think there's a lot going on here with first of all, I see Paul Vanderklay's influence already. That every person has an opinion, like not an opinion, a perspective that is going to add something to the conversation. Like there's something unique that each person can provide. So that's a piece I see here. I see the dialectic piece. I see the stoicism piece already here. The like don't worry about anything you can't worry about, like you can't do anything about. That's one piece. There's a lot going on here. It's super interesting to see. Again, this is like what, the third video I made this year, and some things that I thought were more growth, maybe we're already there in the first place. Yeah, these are just some of the reflections I have. I don't have too many reflections so far on what were the circumstances of this situation, beyond the intellectual ones. Later on, I'll have some probably better ideas about like how I was feeling when making a video. This one is a little obscure to me, but yeah, we'll finish this one up. It's only about 2 more minutes, so.
They think the things they think, right? How are you going to be able to prove them wrong if you don't know what they think? I think that's another way of putting it. But the goal is, right, if we want a good society, a good community, we have to listen to one another. Even the people we don't think are worth listening to have something to say. And I firmly believe that there is a grain of truth in every opinion, which is that's that person's opinion. And I think that's important to remember, that in the end, no matter what, whether it's right or wrong, that's their opinion. And they are a human being. You can try to convince them otherwise, and sometimes it's morally right to do so, I'd say, especially in the case of, your racist family member. But how are you going to change somebody's mind if they don't feel listened to? I think that's one of the greatest feelings in the world, is when somebody disagrees with you, but can express that they heard what you had to say. That's all I really wanted to go over. Thank you for listening. It's a shorter one this week, but I'll see you next Saturday.
Yeah, this is when I thought 9 minutes was shorter. There's a huge kind of transition that goes on where I realized that my intuition tends to go long form content versus short form. But yeah, and I'm trying to be better about being brief. But yeah, comments for this one. Let's go back. Some other people I haven't heard from in a little bit. I'm seeing great stuff. Especially think that it's good to listen to people you don't agree with, although it can be really hard sometimes because there's always a reason that the other person holds that perspective. Yeah, I think it's right up where I'm coming from. You can understand them better. Don't know if that made sense. Yep. 100%. Other person, nice video, haven't watched it yet. One of those classic YouTube classic YouTube comments, always gets you. And yeah, what do we have next? We have, where do video game reviews come from? This is where I think I did, yeah, I did try to go for something shorter, which is
considering the flack they get online.
I realized that it's not up here. Let's do that. Okay, let's get it up to one. You know what? It's a little shorter. I'm not going to try to get it too
Considering
fast.
the flack they get online, it can be hard to understand why companies like IGN or GameSpot even existed in the first place. In the end, it's really a history lesson that's needed to be able to understand why they're around. The video game landscape before modern games journalism looked very different. Games were created en masse for relatively cheap. There was not much quality control. This was before the kind of Nintendo seal of quality. Consumer confidence was extremely low. Things were just kind of pushed out onto the market for relatively easy profit. Around then, games were sold for pretty similar price, around $40 or so each. And that ended up being, adjusted for inflation, about $100 of today's money. So these games that were sold with very little understanding of what the actual gameplay might have looked like, people could profit very easily off of just really crappy games. That isn't to say that all the games around this time were crappy. We had,
if you look further back into my channel, you'll find my vendetta against Far Cry 5 as a video game. That was probably one of the worst videos I've made, is a hour-long review of Far Cry 5 with nothing but gameplay going on in the background. And I don't even think the gameplay matches what I'm talking about. And it's very rambly, but I had strong opinions, so I went with it. And that's why Far Cry 5 pops up as crappy game.
Are hits and classics, but there was no incentive to grow in the genre because you could make just as much money just pushing something out. This is before what many would call the golden era of gaming, before Nintendo really came out onto the scene in the United States. And most infamously during this time was the creation of Pac-Man for the Atari and E.T. for the Atari. These games were created in such high quantities, expecting that people would buy them, that there was a surplus. Nobody wanted them, and there was quite an overstock. The games, generally okay for the time period. E.T. was mocked probably the most out of these, but they ended up being dumped in a landfill. You can probably find some documentary on YouTube about it, but it just kind of goes to show the environment. Consumer trust was so low in video games that nobody cared. We had a market that went from, $3 billion down to a market of only $100 million. It's a 97% crash. This was unprecedented. So what was anybody going to do about it? The solution on the business end was to create companies like Nintendo that basically claimed, we make quality games, so you can trust us. They have a Nintendo seal of approval. Even the third-party developers would have to go through some sort of vetting process in order for any of their games to even be published on their platform. But consumers aren't so easily convinced, and that's where the modern video game review emerged. Pretty early on after the release of the NES in America, about 3 years later in 1987, we saw the release of Nintendo Power, a magazine that was published by Nintendo, but had reviews of major games releasing on other platforms. It put a little kind of standard in what was a good game. There were others before that, but I think that's it shows the timeline of all these developments. So there we have a kind of clear line of where these video game reviews come from. We have games that didn't meet a minimum quality standard, and so we needed some sort of consumer reaction to it. In a way, it was almost a unionization of, gamers saying, hey, we're not going to buy your game unless somebody can attest to the quality. You see kind of movements like this still around. People who say don't pre-order games kind of comes from the same strain. This whole idea of, no, we should wait for reviewers because reviewers...
I think that gives the idea of what this video is about. It's very much about, I think there's a huge kind of pushback to all these major video game organizations, the reviewing organizations. And, it's not super clear why they are here, and it's important to know the background of this. And so that was my attempt here. So kind of do an educational type video talking about this. The video game crash, I think, is one of those things that probably doesn't get talked about enough, and it usually only gets brought up by most older people who remember it, as opposed to those youngins who play Fortnite. And so having a good articulation of the history of the medium will be helpful in understanding where to go from here. And that's kind of the next piece that I made. The next video will be like in 2 minutes, I'm going to show it. Is on that. We can finish this up. I'm trying to remember.
Are these kind of trusted middlemen to be able to take a game, tell us if it's good or not, and then consumers can buy it or not. We can still see this in the structure of video game reviews today, talking about stuff like what's the quality of the graphics, how good the sound is, these kind of basic measures of, really basic quality. You'll see a lot of baseline, how is the gameplay, how is this, how is that, and not a very intense critique in general. I don't really...
Oh, now I remember. Okay, yeah, okay. I remember why this video is made now. A lot of it was a setup to lay down the groundwork of why this is, and then come at it as why aren't video game critiques like movie critics or critiques, Why don't we have a Roger Ebert level critic for video games? And just like the skill of the medium. Yeah, like Slack, like what you're saying, like how they're constructed, what is the method in which you're doing it. Like there's real art critique going on, and often it boils down to now a social message or visual fidelity or audio fidelity. And the only time you'll see that in a movie review is when the movie is really bad. And we don't have an equivalent. We'll go back here.
Blame all these companies and all these creators kind of sticking to the same formula, because there's a reason it's here. When people are threatened by stuff like microtransactions still, we need a place to be able to fall back on reviewers to say, hey, are these games going to try to take advantage of consumers? I guess there isn't a growth in video game reviews like there has been in other genres. It's kind of stuck on this kind of middling consumer era. But that's a talk for another video. I think I'm going to stop for here, but thank you all for watching and kind of hearing.
Cool. Yep. Comments. Somebody saying they liked it. Someone said they liked it. And this is a bit more specific one. Someone who likes to play retro games, even though the NES is probably my favorite console, I still have to say that half of the NES catalog is garbage, even 90% not that interesting, but still 100 great games makes up for that. Yeah, and it's basically going around similar routes here, it looks like. Yeah, now standards change. So I was glad to see somebody who had because I don't have this experience, right, of going through the video game crash or having a lot of experience playing NES and stuff. And so having that perspective is pretty nice to see. Okay. Now this is the follow-up. How do we fix it? Right? How do we fix these reviews?
It's on us. We don't treat video games like art.
I tried to do a cold open here, like the classic cold open style.
It's on us. We don't treat video games like art. So why is anybody gonna go through the effort of making art in video games? What do reviews look like now, and how could they improve? We know why they are the way they are from a long kind of history, how consumers have been kind of taken advantage of by these companies. So why haven't video game reviews improved? In other forms of art, we see reviews don't follow the same pattern. We look at movies. Not very many movie reviews I've seen have ended in, you should buy a ticket to this movie, or you shouldn't buy a ticket to this movie. But video game reviews do. You'll see a lot of them end in something like, you should buy this game, you should wait for a sale, this game is a buy from me, you should play this game on Game Pass only, and if you're even interested. It's all about the consumer angle, which we can see a history of why it is the way it is. But let's look at other reviews. I think of all kind of mediums, books have kind of gone one of the longest ways with reviews.
And I think this sets up what I was saying before. Also, yeah, George, thank you. I hope this layout isn't too weird or confusing. I think it's kind of cool. Maybe I'll try to find a way to do this long term. We'll see. But definitely for this stream, it's nice to have something that's a little bit new and a little bit different. And you can always add to it. So I'm happy with this. But yeah, I lay out. I think I do a good job laying out pretty quickly in this video. What my argument was, and yeah, don't have too much more.
Most reviews of books that I've read have been on the side of, you know, a critique of the book itself, the elements of the plot, if the themes are pertinent for today, if the characters are well-rounded and go through great character arcs. In a roundabout way, it is asking if the book is worth reading, but it asks a bigger question: what is this book saying? What kind of role does it serve in our culture? But from my perspective, we're still treating video games like they're commodities, right? What we're buying is a few hours of entertainment versus, you know, an artistic experience. So why have we settled for this? We have kind of refused to treat video games like art out of the way we talk about them. We talk about the literal mechanics on how to deal with player psychology, how to get money out of people. None of these are kind of elements of real art. And there are very few games I can think of now that kind of live up to it. And I think partially it's on us. We don't treat video games like art. So why is anybody...
Drake, good call. First spotting of Chesterton in a video by myself. We are going to see that much more often. So yeah, that's a good point. I'd still stand by this point that here, I have to remember that we can switch back and forth. This would be nice. I think on the far end, like every medium has a certain level of artistic the artistic ends, right? The hyper indie scene or whatever. But as money comes into it, there becomes a very commercialized portion of the scene. And despite this, movies have still retained a certain level of film criticism, even for Avenger films, Marvel films, you know, whatever you want to point to. But video games, very rarely I see get that kind of treatment. Again, it's a lot about psychology, a lot about consumer dynamics, a lot about visual fidelity. And my goal is to find a way to fix it. I don't know if I think my answer is like treat it like art, which isn't a good answer. But maybe it's like fake it till you make it kind of thing. LARP that video games are art. And if you LARP hard enough, maybe they become art. That was my position, I think. We'll find out because it's right here. But
are you gonna like go through the effort of making art in video games? I think games like Death Stranding, Baldur's Gate 3, obviously they have other influences, people who are willing to give them money to make this game, and they're not gonna make money. Like these games are, in a sense, in the end, going to make a lot of money. But you can tell that the people who are making them aren't doing it as a job, but as a passion, right? They care about what they're making. That this isn't just another, you know, Assassin's Creed game that's getting pushed out. This isn't another Call of Duty. This is somebody's dream game, right? As a kid, they wanted to make or play a game like this. And so they're making it. But they're also incorporating things like great storytelling and mechanics in the games that like actually make the player ask questions about what is the role of the player in the game they're playing. Ludonarrative is kind of a buzzword now, but I think this is part of it too, right? What is the story that's being told by players playing the game? Too often I see games that don't take advantage of the medium. They are just movies that have interactive portions, or they're games that just are games.
I went really hard on Far Cry 5. I think it's a little much, but you know, you kind of need the opponent early on. You need to kind of, you know, play it out. And there aren't enough people who are huge fans of Far Cry 5. And I think part of it is just the mediocrity of it. Like it doesn't do anything particularly well, but it also lacks but it doesn't do anything poorly. It just lacks any soul or spirit. That's kind of my argument. Even though it has plenty of potential and it sets stuff up interestingly, it doesn't follow through with anything and fails on every count like that. So that's why I use it as that way, even though most people would not point to it as a particularly bad game. It's just kind of the way I go about it.
Games, but they don't have a story that goes along with it. What I'm looking for is, you know, an artwork that takes advantage of the medium itself. Just as you write a book, right? Why isn't this a movie? Well, it's because it works better in a book form, right? H.P. Lovecraft is a great example of somebody who wrote in a way that took advantage of the medium itself. He was able to write horror in a way because it took advantage of the fact that our imaginations are a lot more powerful than our eyes. I'm horrified of Cthulhu in the book. As soon as you draw him on a page, I'm like, he's just a weird, illithid looking fellow. Where we go from here, I'm not sure. Hopefully in the months to come, I put together something that is a semblance of what our reviews can look like from now on. But for right now, I'm just kind of in the stance of like, let's make it clear that we should be a little unhappy with the way things are, that we should be a little unsatisfied, that game reviews have been in a place where it's, you know, the only reaction people get out of it is that you didn't give my game a good score, or just because you didn't like this one thing doesn't like means you don't understand it. But actually, like taking video game criticism like any other art criticism and actually making something out of it. I'm inspired by all these people who write video reviews about movies, and they're way better than anything made about video games now.
First, I don't think I ever bring up Thomas Flight again. But first mention of Thomas Flight. I didn't realize I was a fan back then already, but yeah, I seem to be falling into that Thomas Flight group more and more.
Now, there are very few people who even get close to it. But there are a few creators that I think kind of fill that role pretty well. But I'm going to be mean, and I don't know if I'm going to name anybody. I might have somebody up here, but
Ooh,
that's
yeah,
not it. I'm excited to talk
good.
about this more in the future. But thank you for listening, and hope you have a good.
Actually, yeah, I think that's a good call. If anyone has not seen Warlocracy before, I highly recommend it. The channel is, where did I motion to it?
More in the future. But thank you for listening.
Warlocracy. Oh, oop, right there. Warlocracy. You should check out his channel. He makes very good videos, and I think he gets closer to what I'm trying to point to. Kind of looking at the how it works, how video games work culturally, how they work as art. Yeah, is it's an interesting channel to look into if you have not yet. This part we go through comments. We get another one from Billy Wave. I never thought about it in comparison to book, movie reviews, professional video game reviews, mostly boil down to numerical ratings. Yeah. The first question should be, how well does the game do in what it wants to accomplish, what it's aiming for, instead of how well does it do in what we want it to be, basically. I think that captures similarly what I'm trying to point to, which is uh, playing with art on its own terms and not trying to force it into a box. I think that's definitely a piece of it. Um, yeah, playing with expectations is part of all art and all storytelling, and so that's something I want to see more of, and I want to encourage in the way we make art. Okay, cool. Conversation with Bo. Um, Again, we're not gonna watch the whole thing, but
these two extreme.
we have a cold open
I
here
think this.
where I thought this was influential of some sort in some way, shape, or form. Um, oh my. Okay, so my camera is backwards in this, so this really threw me off. And maybe it threw you all off too, but yeah, I don't know why my camera is mirrored in this old room I was in. But
This is kind of true everywhere, but if you're one of those people that's like handy, but then also knows how things work, people are like, oh, you could be an artist, or you could be an engineer, and it's like these two extremes of
Mhm.
like, oh yeah, you can go and like paint and do pottery and like all of these things, or you can, you know, spend your entire life trying to figure out math and do this kind of stuff. And both of those, like, I loved both of those things. It wasn't that I hated both of those things and wanted something in the middle. It's that I couldn't see myself living without both of these things. And the panic attack was, along with some other factors that were kind of happening at that time, the panic attack was a result of me thinking, believing the lie that I was going to have to choose like one of these paths or the other.
Hello, everyone. I'm Noah.
Yeah, that's the beginning. We'll probably jump in a little bit further. Looks like we have some good chapter dividers here, which is nice. I think this is one I did personally to get these chapters in. But yeah, I think this started I mean, it started in the last couple of videos, started a huge conversation on art, and I wanted to kind of get into making randos myself, like Paul did, and Chad on the Friday Morning Nameless did. And so I was wondering how to do this, and I didn't know where to start. And so I decided, you know what, I'm gonna start out with my friends that I know personally and went to school with, and I don't know if at this point I was meeting with these guys, um, like Drake and Bo, weekly at this point, like we do now, except life stuff is coming up. But Bo, I was meeting with every week for almost a whole year, kind of catching up on life stuff, but then also having estuary type conversations or just deep conversations, for people who aren't familiar with that. And um, this set off a thing where I was like, oh, let's talk about, first of all, like identity. And Bo was like a perfect person to start this off with. And I'm really proud of this. We'll go into this a little bit more, but again, diving into art, what is the role of art? Why is art important? And um, you know, what do we do about the commoditization of art? I think is a major piece of this too.
I run this channel, President Foxman.
We're just gonna skip the intro. We're gonna start on the who are you question, because I think that's
3 questions. You can't answer the same way twice.
I definitely stole this from a conversation that Grim Grizz had with Richard Rowland, where he asks, "Who are you?" 3 times in a row. I spoiled it up ahead because it was better. I sent all these questions ahead beforehand because I didn't want to catch anybody off guard. So, I don't know if that turns out better or worse. Who knows? But it is what it is.
The first one is, who are you?
Ooh. It's something I've been exploring, kind of asking myself quite a bit lately. I'm in the season of like.
Yeah, Chad, this is live right now, so feel free to chat and hang out. I'm right here. I'm just hanging out. I switch the camera every once in a while, but yep, that's what we're doing.
Figuring out what's next, job wise and career wise, and there's a resource that I've been listening to quite a bit on this matter, and it's this guy named Jamie Winship, and he talks about identity and how we find that as someone of faith, like how do we figure that out, and when I ask the Lord about who I am, the first title that he calls me is
Bo is very into the Christianese, so warning for all of you. I don't have the translation of all this stuff, but it's still important.
Is man of valor. I don't completely understand what that means, but I think it has something to do with I've always been a kid who's been interested in like the army and military. It's like, oh, could I be a Navy SEAL or something like that? But I know I wasn't called to be in the military, and so I'm going to be curious as to how the Lord kind of brings that into my life, calls me into that title. But yeah, so first one would be man of valor. The second one would be teacher. I love teaching people things, and I love seeing people grow, and being able to facilitate that. So I've held positions as skateboard coaches. I've held positions as a kayak guide, as a wakeboard instructor, as a like when I was in going through school, I was one of the people who was really good at shop stuff, like making wood, like being in the wood shop and using tools and things of that nature. And so I was someone who was always helping my teammates grow in shop skills and things of that nature. And I love it. I absolutely love it. So man of valor, teacher.
I'm gonna spoil this because I think Bo was a little slow. I'm gonna jump through the conversation again. But he talks about his role, his identity in 3 sections. Again, his relationship to others as this teacher, of being okay, good. I'm looking at you all. Of being this person who interacts with others and is able to articulate things to others in a way that works. He talks about man of valor as being this kind of role in the universe as this person, and then I guess that's the same thing. His next thing is maker, and he makes stuff, and he makes this distinction between creating and all that kind of stuff. Let us see if we can find. Let's go to art, because I think art is important for this conversation. And if we spend a little bit more time on this one, I'm comfortable. Just because, again, these ones
Yeah.
Long
are
story.
longer,
I
and
No.
the other ones are shorter.
the home that I grew up in. Yeah.
Definitely. Like one interesting part, I just made a connection of like somebody else I'm planning on talking to, well, is Drake, and
Yes. Yeah.
Hi, Drake.
his family is very in the arts as well, and so if you've ever walked into his house, I don't think you've gotten the chance necessarily yet, but there's just art everywhere, and it's very surreal, and it's quite odd. Yeah, exactly.
This is all my dad's work. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll probably bring it up when I talk to him too. But like, how has your relationship with art affected you growing up? Because your dad is an artist, and so you've been around a lot of that kind of both making art and then appreciating art. How has that affected you growing up?
I don't know, but it has to have affected me significantly. My mom has this picture that they took on one of those old film cameras. Do you remember that company Snapfish?
I don't think I'm familiar. No.
Okay. It was one of those companies where you can get one of their cameras or whatever, and then you send in the camera, and they develop it and give you back these like 4x6 kind of formatted prints.
Got it.
And my mom has like booklets of those, and one picture is me. I don't know how old I am. I pretty fresh out the womb, man. And my dad's holding me like this up to one of his paintings, and like just right up to it, and I'm just sitting there like kind of soaking it in. So it's one of those things where I would go to other people's houses, and I would be like, oh, you guys just don't have like like paintings and sculptures all over the place. Like that's weird. When I was the one with the weird existence, like so. Yeah, I think metaphor to it. It's kind of like when you
We're skipping ahead a
like
little
imagine an engineer that has a bunch of sensors to test it, to do tests on something. So they'll have optical sensors and sound sensors and cameras and temperature sensors and all these things, right? So
bit. McMo, just feel free to hop on the
I was
train.
that system of all the sensors getting exposed to all of this stuff. But it wasn't until college that I was actually able to kind of process that information, to actually put that information to use, like to have the algorithms necessary to actually make practical sense of the data that I'd acquired. So it was one of those kind of long-term investments, right? Like it took me, let's see, I was probably 1 or 2, so it took me till age 20. So it was like a 20-year investment.
Yeah.
That they put in me, my parents did, to kind of steep me in this.
I think one important piece for this is if I know a lot of the people who are around here who will watch this type of video tend to be more to be on the older side, tend to be people who are around a mentor age, I guess, or having children. And so I think this is a really important thing. I think Bo is an amazing guy, and so being able to say to people, to say to the young people, get them around art and immerse them in it, and have them making stuff really early. Mikmo, I can give you the rundown real fast. Just going through all the videos that I posted in the last year, and we're doing some commentary and looking at it. Try not to spend too much time on any singular video, because I want to do this within 8 hours or so, but we'll see. But yeah, we're just going through. So that's my advice. Spend some time just talking to, especially young people. If you're around children, and you have a kid, get them in front of art. Like start that conversation early. That's my advice. I think that's something good that comes out of this, but we're doing it.
This kind of artistic environment, and it only kind of, I don't want to say paid off, but it only kind of was revealed. Like the return on investment was only revealed after I gained a literacy to it.
Definitely. Yeah.
And now my dad and I talk about art all the time. He makes 3 paintings a day, every day, and he's been doing that for like 30 years. And so we'll go down to the garage and there'll be like 9 new paintings. And I'll be able to go down and be like, these ones are okay. That one, I really like that one. And we get to talk about it and kind of have a conversation about it. And so, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think that gets a good part. Let's find he goes into a story. You all can go back and watch that if you'd like. I think this is a really good one. What is this section? Living between worlds. Living between worlds.
I think that kind of brings us up to where we kind of like where you're at right now, right? Like you went through the program and you're
Yep.
in the field now.
Yep. So trained as an industrial designer. What's funny is even whenever I hang out with engineers, they think of me as a designer, and whenever I hang out with designers, they think of me as an engineer. So I occupy this very interesting, like part of that's kind of a bummer, right? Because no job description really is made for someone like me. Mm-hmm. No role is really made for someone like me. At least I've had a really hard time finding roles like that. But I absolutely love that I can be someone who can talk to either group really comfortably. Like I can have an awesome conversation with engineers, and then I can have an awesome conversation with designers, and that's pretty rare. It's a rare thing.
I think this has been like a space that both Bo and I have been had a lot of conversations around. I think we both find ourselves in between two different identities, might be a weird way of putting it, but I think that's basically right. Not feeling like we fit into any specific role perfectly, and the skill that we have both tried to cultivate is find a way to communicate between these two, whatever we find ourselves stuck between. So, if I find myself stuck between video games and Christianese discourse or philosophical discourse, what can I do to bring those two worlds together and to facilitate a conversation between the two? At least that's my hope, but that's just something that's been on my mind a lot throughout this whole project, and then also apparently before I even started this project.
They're usually it's not uncommon for engineers and designers to really kind of dislike each other. Not in short, because designers are usually yes people, and engineers are usually no people.
Yeah.
At a very high, like kind of, that's a very abstracted level, but like there is that truth often manifests in incompatibility. Mm-hmm. And so I really pride myself on being someone who can look at things from both angles.
Yeah.
And switch on the engineering side when it makes sense to switch on the engineering side, and switch on the designer side when it makes sense to, get creative and think crazy stuff. So
definitely, yeah, that's awesome.
You know what? We have a little
like
more time here.
Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I mean, the first thought that comes to mind is not a question, but just like this whole like idea of like left brain, right brain, or like imagination and reason kind of being conflicting, but also you need both of them to function. And so I think it's awesome to find that you find an identity kind of trying to find the balance between both and being that connecting. I think it's great. Man,
it's painful sometimes, I will say. Like it's like that. The yes and no that kind of occurs externally between engineers and designers occurs internally here pretty often, because it's like, what's that meme with the is it like Gary's mod, where it's like there's that sound effect where it's like two things are like no clipping into each other's like it feels like that in my brain sometimes.
This is kind of the Gen Z part of us, Gen Z millennial divide that is presenting itself, where we're kind of also in between two generations. So we have those Gary's mod memories that are not related to Skibbity Toilet. It's a piece of it there. I might let this go on, and I will be right back. I'm going to refill my water so I can stay hydrated reasonably throughout this entire thing. But I'll throw this on and hop to it. Just so you all know, I tilted my water bottle a little bit too much, and my there's some water that spilled on my shorts. So when you see me coming back with some water on my shorts, I did not pee myself. I want to make that very clear. I did not pee myself.
It's not all sunshine and roses.
Oh,
but,
no.
Yeah.
It's not easy to be between two kind of things. It's a hard place to be.
Exactly.
You know, I think I'm just gonna start asking some of these questions. I feel like it feels like a weird transition, but you know, we'll just go with it. What would you say is most important to you?
Yeah. You sent me this list earlier, and I'm like mildly emotionally prepared for these, but I'm not actually prepared for these at all.
And feel free to process, or like if you don't want to answer one or whatever, like it's up to you.
Yeah. But I think it's really important to come to terms with these questions. I think that what I would like to be the most important thing in my life is my relationship with God.
That was gonna be my next question, but
yeah. if there was an alien species like observing my every move right now, what they would conclude is the most important thing in my life right now is my computer, because my entire life right now is job applications and YouTube.
Yeah,
I'll go on a run and like work out in the mornings, but it's like otherwise I'm sat here doing stuff. The way that I'm living my life right now, I'd say that I would say the most important thing for me right now is listening. And that's mainly to like myself and the Lord, because I have a tendency to be really impatient, but I'm learning now in this season, in being able to hang out with my mom and dad, and brother in this time. I'm getting conversations that otherwise wouldn't be happening. Like most people move out of the house.
Role models, where do you find your identity? I think meaning. Let's go to meaning, and we'll close this part out. This video. Meaning is, I think one of the things I've been getting at the most throughout this project is understanding what meaning is, where you find meaning, all these kind of things. And so, yeah, I think this might be the place to end this one. And we'll
actually no. I think we've been talking about identity. This is something different now. I think this is actually something that's distinct. But like, what gives you meaning? I don't want to talk down my own questions. What am I doing?
No, I mean I'm tempted to answer it the same way, and I think I have to in part because it does come back down to the Lord. But it's you're correct in that meaning and identity are two different things. But for me, they both come from the same place. I think they can come from like a couple layers removed. I'll go a couple layers removed because I think that'll kind of allow me to elaborate a little bit. But I feel like the Lord gives us missions in life. Like I have this job, and this job right now is giving me meaning. But in the end, it's from the Lord. Like the Lord giveth the growth. So the fact that I have this means that this is what the Lord wants me to be working on right now. And so that's what I apply myself to. If I'm a volunteer at this camp driving boats, I'm going to do that. If I'm a dishwasher for this catering company, I'm going to do that. It's like, so that gives me meaning. And again, like I said, I'm someone who's built to, I'm putting this together as I'm going. So I would say at its genesis, it's the Lord. And then for me, it's work. Like what I do with my body and my mind. And then there's all sorts of different kinds of work that I was describing. So I would say originally it's the Lord. The Lord usually manifests my meaning in the form of work. And those usually manifest in a way that speak to my identity. So
yeah.
And maybe if I was to try to like put this into a frame that would make the most sense to me, it would be something like Bo was talking about the interplay between your work, what you do, where you put your attention and where things you're making, and the change that you're making in the world, and how that aligns with your identity. And when the two come into alignment, that is where meaning it comes from. Either as a subjective feeling or as a thing in the universe. That's where meaning occurs. That seems to be where I understand Bo was coming from, and I think that's a pretty strong answer actually. But again, we can't spend too long on this, so we're going to move on. We've actually probably spent too long on this. This video has 0 comments. Interesting to note. And that means we move along. So Dr. Bo, dealing with disappointment. Okay.
Hey everyone, it's Noah. I just wanted to talk a little bit today about disappointment. Disappointment, hits us all.
The context for this is I was disappointed about something and I don't know what. It is important to note that there's 2 pieces that came out of making these type of videos, these commentary gameplay videos. One is Call of Duty commentary. You can see in all the descriptions. I at least for the early ones, I made it very clear where my inspirations came from. From the Weekly Slap specifically, where this guy is just talking to his microphone while playing a video game, talking about advice and where he's at and what he's thinking about. And I thought it was a great excuse to be able to make audio that just is kind of free to express all that. And there isn't too much like that in any other sense. And so this was the chance to work on it like this. However, what it ended up being sometimes was I didn't have a video ready. And so it was easy to throw something together and put it up and do it that way. That's why for a while I tried to do something where I posted 2 videos a week or, a little bit more to make up for it, as trying to keep to that discipline. I still like these videos. I don't think they were filler. I think I did express some cool things on them. But just so you know, that's part of what I went into when making these.
We are looking forward to the video games or movies or just events with a family, any number of things, and we'll build up this image in our heads of how amazing something's going to be. And then when the time comes, depending on how strong your imagination is, often it can't stand up to it. And this has particularly been, difficult for me. I feel like I have a very strong imagination, and so I can think of really good things. And so when the time comes, things play out in ways that are not the way I see them going, and I find myself just kind of devastated. I've had this kind of thing I've been wanting to do with movies where I'm told about a classic movie and I know about it through the culture, and in my mind I've developed a plot for the movie and how the cool ways certain kind of things can play against each other. The sense of adventure in Indiana Jones in my head is really strong, and then I'd sit down to watch the movie, and in the case of Indiana Jones, I like Indiana Jones, but it's never as exciting when it plays out as it is in my head. And so I always think about like, but what was that idea I had of what this movie could have been like? And by that time, the movie itself has kind of taken the place of my interior, imaginary Indiana Jones, and I've lost it forever. And so I've always wanted to write it down before it comes. In another way, people have been kind of a disappointment in my life. I'm sure it has for others, but particular kind of influential voices in my life have disappointed me. People like, I know this dates me and out to my sense of humor, but Call Me Carson was a pretty influential kind of figure in the development of my sense of humor. Kind of the people I would follow online, and up until the day everything came out about him, I was sharing his videos with my friends, and we were laughing and having a great time. And I remember just hearing about how he had taken advantage of female fans of his, and I just felt devastated. And not the fact that I idolized the guy, but the fact that I had shared his videos with women, and what if one of them had become a fan of his and he had taken advantage of them? I couldn't imagine having potentially put people I knew in harm's way by just sharing a video of this guy I thought was funny. And I know this is a little dramatic, but there was a real feeling of betrayal, and in a similar pattern, but much more extreme. There's a man by the name of Ravi Zacharias who had an incredible impact on my life. I was really struggling as a teenager, and I really felt like there was no meaning in the universe, and he really just kind of put everything in a way that helped me to understand that there's more to life than just kind of the material world, and really got me thinking about philosophy and getting me interested in these big ideas and big questions. I'm eternally grateful for that impact on me. Well, later on, after he passed away of cancer, it turned out that he had done some horrible things to employees of his, and had used his position of influence as a way to try to get sexual favors from his employees. And again, I was devastated. As much as I think there's value in the stuff he said, I can't listen to it anymore. Every time I try, I just kind of get sad and I have to walk away, just knowing that this guy who seems to exemplify the things that some of the things I find to be really important and really helped me grow, they weren't enough, because, you know, he was quite monstrous in his dealing with women, and to me that's unavoidable. Like, what do we do with that? And I'm not saying other people can't enjoy his work and people can't find use out of it, but I'm just trying to express my personal experience. I couldn't, and so I dealt with disappointment here too. And so then the question comes, right? How do I avoid this in the future? How do I
think before we get to the conclusion of this, I think it's important to kind of talk about this. I think this is another thing where, like I was saying before, this is a medium that I think has been really amazing at being able to communicate some of these difficult feelings and and have a public space to process them. And maybe, you know, if one person finds that they're helpful, that's amazing. So I've really enjoyed that about this. I wanted to reference to the chat because I'm not using StreamYard, because StreamYard wouldn't work for this for some reason. I can't show all the comments in the same way I would, but Drake said the wood-fired pizza joke is still peak, and that is true. For those of you who are unfamiliar, the joke is you point to a sign that says wood-fired pizza and you say, how's pizza gonna get a job now? Yeah.
avoid being crushed every time I find somebody doesn't live up to my standard? I came to this realization recently, and I know we're pretty far in, so chances are most people haven't gotten this far, but I think this is the most important part. I think that disappointment is a gift. It is honestly a gift. Disappointment every time has told me that the level of importance I put this thing on is too high, right? I think it's unavoidable to be disappointed to a certain extent, but this understanding of people aren't perfect, so why did I kind of expect it, or why did I put them so high? I can't expect to kind of escape from all the problems in my life by playing a video game or watching a movie. That nothing is perfect on Earth, and my disappointment points me to something greater. It tells me that there is something out there that can fulfill these deep desires that have been disappointed, and it pushes me to, you know, these bigger questions and drives me to be better, to be a better person, to be more gracious, and, you know, I think it's unavoidable to.
Okay, I think we get the idea. I think this is this captures a lot of what I'm trying to get at. I think lately with this Marxist project and a few other things, I've noticed that there is a habit for people to provide critiques without any pointer to what to go to. And no, when you don't have an ideal, critiques are still valid because they're critiques, but you need a standard that you're critiquing against, and implied by that standard is some ideal. I think Chesterton gets into this well when he talks about schoolboys who critique someone for being fat have a certain understanding that their ideal implicitly is the marble David, right? Or the statue of David. He says that somewhat flippantly or as a joke, but the point still stands. And I think that's the point here, is that in every critique, as disappointing as it can be, when you're providing it because you wish it was better, there's a full understanding that by your critique, the standard that you are using to critique against them at least should provide some hope that the standard will be met someday. That you're at least using something to push forward in some way. Now, I don't know if my articulation was perfect here, but I think it gets us most of the way to understand this. Let's look at some comments. Cold Bumpy. Oh, okay. Cold Bumpy has been around for a little bit. He is he's been sending some comments in some of these earlier ones. He says, "Great video, man. You deserve more views." Definitely don't need those, especially on these videos. This video was a very raw and long explanation of my feelings about something really vague. So I think it's helpful to some people, and I'm glad it is, but I don't know if that should be what everybody gets. We have another long conversation with Drake, so we can pull that up.
You can't just sit around.
We have our cold open here, so let's prepare for that. Drake, our bombastic friend in chat.
You can't just sit around in your room and meditate on yourself until you shrivel into a little gremlin and everyone forgets about you. You can't just do that, you know? You have to have something else. You have to have somebody else to bounce off of. You have to... I kind of think about I think about like legacy a lot. Like, what am I gonna leave behind? And sometimes it grates on me that I haven't really done an awful lot yet. At least not an awful lot that people remember. And at one point, it was kind of like, man, I'm not a best-selling author yet. What am I even doing? But I think at this point, I've kind of gotten to the point where it would be great if a byproduct of my work was being a best-selling author. Wouldn't that be nice? But it's not necessary, because even if I've made a difference in the lives of a dozen people, fine. Fair enough.
Hello, everyone. I'm Noah. I run this channel.
I sent out a request for Drake to hop in a Discord call so we could do that when the time comes. Drake, you don't have to do that right now. But we're gonna go through this video a little bit more. I think getting to what Drake is talking about here, let's go back to this camera. It is really important to understand your effect on other people, your role in the world, and it's not necessarily something that is covered all the time. It's a thing that you know, it does require some reflection in your impact. And I don't know where this idea comes from, though. This idea that if one person, if their life is made better, then it was worth it. But it seems very, seems to be a good measure. And I think it's just true, right? If you like, if it takes 15 minutes of my day, of moderate effort, to work on something that will make somebody's rest of their day better, like I'm willing to make that sacrifice. And so understanding this process of sacrifice and doing that. You can go into the who are you section real fast, and then we'll jump around a little bit.
Who are you,
Okay.
Drake?
I don't know. Basic identification. My name is Drake. I am roughly 6 feet 1/4 inches tall. I am a lad. I live in Washington. I have a degree in linguistics, but I hardly use it. I am 24, which is not old, but not as young as I used to be. And I have begun to accept that. And I keep saying, oh man, I'm old. And then the guy who's 30 in like the voice call is like, I'm 30. And I'm like, well, let me be old for a treat. Come on, let me do it. All right. I'm not sure. This is the most difficult. Like, this I can't answer it the same way 3 times. This is...
Sorry, Drake. You're gonna be doxxed forever. I want to jump to what's most important. Or meaning. Let's go. I think the meaning section is valuable here.
What provides meaning in your life?
I feel like I'm retreading old ground.
And this one sometimes will retread old ground because there's a lot of interlacing, but
I think that I have gone over. I think I've gone over my commitment to my relationship, right?
Mm-hmm.
To that, and I've gone over that in decent detail. I genuinely think that my creative processes are what give me a great deal of meaning. Like the things that I create, like the pieces of art, the writing, the even just the collaborative storytelling,
mm-hmm.
is what gives me kind of reason to. I was gonna say give me reason to keep going. That sounds really dark, but you understand.
No,
the
yeah.
context of that, you know, it's what keeps me going. No, I am deeply fulfilled by that, and I think that if I were not doing that, then I would feel that what I was doing was kind of meaningless. You know, gives me meaning. Jeez. More broadly, just my relationships with people. What do people think? Not just what people think of me, but would people turn to me to do something for them? Would people turn to me to help them out?
I think what, again, I don't want to put words in Drake's mouth, and we'll talk to him for a second here, but this idea of connection is also very important, both in making people's lives better, but then also the people around you. That these connections are super important. I think Bo, again, mechanic, designer, thinking about this from a Christianese point of view, sees his connection to God being extremely important. Is a very kind of Protestant kind of perspective. Drake's is a little bit more on the other hand, right? It's the side of like my connection to others is kind of what's important. And so I think it's a really valuable perspective to have in this kind of interplay between, or this conversation, I guess, between these perspectives. So I was really happy to have that conversation. I think it's important to jump into the art a little bit. We'll just kind of jump around here.
How has art affected you in your journey of life so far? I know your mom was an artist.
Yes.
Kind of drawing connections to Bo's story, where his father was an artist, and just what has that experience been like? It's obviously you've journeyed into art as well.
Yeah.
But like, what's art done for you? Maybe would be a good question.
Well, I kind of got to think about that one. It's a big one. If we're taking art more broadly, like the physical art, but also the writing, collaborative storytelling, just all in a bundle, I think that it has made, well, basic level, it's made me see things differently. You know, I think there's a lot of value in not just fully rationalizing the world, like breaking it down into a series of processes that just go on and on indefinitely, not like going towards like the cosmic ball of space dust traveling around a hot ball of gas kind of narrative, like the stripped any meaning from it. I think that it is I don't know, it doesn't let me see the beauty in like a sunset, for example. I think anybody could do that theoretically, which kind of strikes it. Maybe there's something deeper to that, but it does let me just gut feeling my way through the world a little bit, because like artistic sensibility is kind of almost like refined gut feelings, like you could have.
And I think there's a major portion of this about just the transcendental nature of art. I think is important. Drake is in a call, so let's hop on and say hi. Hopefully. Hey Drake, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. You are on stream. So I know you're hanging around in chat.
Yeah.
Just a few questions. What do you remember about this conversation, and what did you take away when as much as you can remember?
So the memory part of it, so much has happened in the last year that I think I have forgotten most of it, in all likelihood. I think having the conversation was valuable just because I haven't really put any of these ideas that I was talking about into words before. Had to you sort of forced me to think about these things and like how I might present them, and even what they are. Like I looked at your sort of like 3 who are yous, and I kind of pondered them, but I was kind of like taken a little bit off guard to a certain extent, and it sort of caused me to, well, I again sort of think about these things a little bit deeper. But in all honesty, I agree, I think, with most of the things that I said in this video. I think I could probably be a little bit calmer and less. I was definitely nervous doing this call just because I don't do very well on camera, but I could probably articulate like some things a little bit better. My life has changed basically almost completely in its direction since the video came out. I'm going back to school. I am no longer like I talk a really big game about not sitting in your room and shriveling into a little gremlin. But for a while, that was the most comfortable path. And so, I guess the other thing that this video did was it essentially was a push to make me put my money where my mouth was. Because I could talk a big game about like, oh yeah, do something for yourself. And then in doing it, it's one of the most difficult things. I'm essentially sacrificing some of like the some of the art that I could do, some paths that I could take for one particular path that I know will do me well and sort of push me towards a more developed meaning that I'm not just kind of not necessarily making up, but is more amorphous. So for perspective, I am going into the speech pathology field. And so being an artist it gives you a lot of purpose, but that purpose is often somewhat amorphous. And and I've definitely found that like I could be on one project one moment and then I could be like, "Oh, I don't really like this project very much. I'm going to do something completely different." But and that leads to a lot of like churn. But with being essentially a speech therapist, I would not characterize art as not having any sort of output or something that you can hold in your hand. It really depends on the art. With speech pathology, you are actively with your own knowledge, you're not just leaving it to fate. You are essentially trying to contribute in a meaningful way, not just as a creative, somebody who has skills that they want to put forward, but almost as something of a mentor figure.
Yeah.
And so I've been trying to grapple with the fact that I will need to somehow fit into this mentor slot, because as somebody who didn't really know what they were doing, I also didn't really have a very great incentive to be the person that could guide others. Like I did my best. I certainly tried when the need arose, but
I think we're getting off too. I think what's one important thing here is that a lot has changed, right? You were mentioning that
yes,
your
indeed.
direction, what you're finding, but I think there's a bit of advice here, like you were saying before, that seems like in retrospect it was good advice that you're saying that you might not have necessarily taken, but it was still really helpful. Is that correct? Would you say that is a good way of putting it?
Could you? I'm sorry. Could you rephrase that?
You were saying something about being in your room, like not
Yes.
letting yourself shrivel up. In retrospect,
Yes.
that was actually a really good piece of
Yes.
advice for yourself.
And I didn't know that I was. I guess I kind of knew I was giving it to myself, but I really didn't know how far that went until I was kind of forced to confront the reality that I was really kind of falling into the trap of being a little shriveled gremlin and then trying to pretend that I wasn't,
Yeah. Well, and I was just gonna say that that's been my experience too. Like I think all this has been that same thing. And so if now I have to change the camera. I have to look at the audience now. Now, in the context of you, viewer, you should make stuff and give advice to people, and then realize that it's all advice for yourself, and that that you already know what you need to do. Usually, you just need to be able to articulate it, and it takes some time and trial. Would you say that's something that you would agree with, Drake?
Yeah, I would agree with it. Yeah. Just sort of understanding that even if you kind of think that you have it figured out and you can give advice, that you are also growing, and you kind of need to change to a certain extent. Kind of feeds into the whole mentorship thing. I've heard people say it, where as much as you are shaping other people, you are also being shaped by this encounter. by kind of you learn things about yourself, and I guess that's even true if you're mentoring yourself, which is quite silly when you think about it. But you know,
yourself in a video is younger than you are right now, but sometimes they have way more wisdom than you. I have that experience all the time.
Yeah.
But we'll probably move on from this. We'll probably end this conversation for now, Drake. But did you have any anything you wanted to add right here about this video?
This video?
Or just like parting words?
Parting words. Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, do not become a gremlin. Live for something. Do something. I know you're all being very good about it, but I just want to put that out there. Being a gremlin is not fun. In other things, I would love to do this video again, this conversation again, maybe like a year from now when I'm more settled in. I'm still young. I said that I felt very old. I'm not as old as I think I am. So I'll be doing a lot of growing. I would love to see the difference, maybe a year from now.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And maybe I should not be like doing autobiographical stuff when I'm 25.
No, you should definitely.
That seems a little bit like that seems a little much.
No, no. It's good. It's good to be able to give a recounting of where your life is at any point, because then it gives you some direction to go from there. That's
right.
At least my advice. It's the same thing as journaling or any of these things. You just got to find a way, the medium that works best for you. And sometimes that's conversations, and sometimes that's writing it down. But yeah.
And I have one more piece of advice for everybody before I depart. Read Orthodoxy by G.K. Chesterton. Do it. Don't just watch our videos. Actually do it. It's a banger. It's a great book.
Or watch
I need to do some of my reading. Or listen to the audiobook at President Foxman's webzone.
Yep. Well, thank you, Drake, for hopping onto a call last second.
Yeah, of course.
And yeah, have a good one. And maybe if you're on later, when another conversation pops up, we can hop onto another call. So
sounds great.
Thank you, Drake. Bye.
Of course. Take care.
Okay, everybody say thank you to Drake for hopping on, being a good sport and talking to us. We have a comment, friend of Drake's saying, "I know that guy," and yes, that person does know Drake. So yeah, I do not recommend gremlining. I recommend living, but sometimes gremlining is what you need to survive. This right here is the next video. This is probably my shortest video I've made, called "The World Feels Really Negative Right Now," and in another one of these kind of confession type videos, we'll go through this.
Hey everyone, Noah here. I just want to talk a little bit today about criticism.
Ooh, this is fast. I'm going to go here.
Criticism is easy. You can see it everywhere, from our politics to the way we talk about video games and movies. We're always kind of poking holes into things, and we're always trying to point out the problems or the secret thing that you can use to destroy your enemies. In a conversation, we have these lists of kind of arguments we keep in our heads sometimes, depending on what circles you run around in, about 10 arguments against, anything from minimum wage or something. I don't know. Being the reason why you believe that is because you were just told that by the government, and you should believe the other thing or whatever. I feel like our society is kind of built on these kind of, I just want to destroy everyone. I want them to be crushed in their beliefs. And we don't talk enough about building up beliefs or having a solid foundation in something. And similar to what I've talked about listening in the past, critique serves a specific function, and that is not to destroy your opponents. That's not ideal. Ideally, your critique will lead everyone closer to coming to something that's even more true, right? If your critique is good, it either forces somebody to drop their belief, saying, you're right, I said something wrong, and I'm going to move on, or to strengthen it and make it more robust, right? You said that this point of mine was wrong. You're correct. That point was wrong. That was a weak argument. I should argue something else. Or, I forgot about this piece of evidence. This piece of evidence is actually crucially important. And I think we need to have more conversations to kind of synthesize the two.
I think a major piece of this is this development of an understanding of reform versus revolution might be the way you would compare it. Traditionally, revolution is you rip up something from the roots and you start it over again. Whereas a reform takes an existing structure and hopes to change it in order to produce the outcome, to address the critique. And, we talked about this several ways. This is building off of listening to a little bit. But yeah.
We focus way too much on the critical aspect, and we don't focus enough on the creative aspect. And so this is my charge to you, and my challenge is make something. Make a real point. Write down a paper or a paragraph or a sentence about what you actually believe. Like, don't frame it in opposition to something. Make it very affirmative. Say exactly, like, these are the things that are fundamentally important to me. And, talk about it with people. Say, like, do you see something wrong or problematic with this? And open yourself up. Be vulnerable to criticism. Because that's the only way any of us grow. Now, of course, there are bad...
This is majorly out of a reaction. That's just a weird way of phrasing it. This is a lot out of a reaction towards critique without any grounds of belief in the first place. It's the outside critique. I do it a lot, to be honest. To be fair, in a lot of my videos, and this is something I've tried to execute on in my personal life, but not necessarily digitally for a couple reasons. But I still think it's good advice. It's the trying to have a real dialogue, kind of like the dialectic idea, where you take a position or a perspective, and you see if you can, in this dialectic with something else, produce something new. But when you don't hold a perspective, or you claim to not hold a perspective, it doesn't quite work right. The critique almost falls flat because it doesn't feel like there is a good alternative. That's the whole reason why Chesterton had to write Orthodoxy, is because in Heretics, he's critiquing without providing a clearer alternative, where he thought the alternative was obvious. His opponents did not think that was the case, and so he had to write another book. And let's avoid writing another book. Let's try to do it right the first time.
Bad critics out there. There are people who will nitpick on stupid things, and our society's kind of built on people who nitpick about stupid things. And it takes a while, but you learn like which of those are nitpicks and which of those are real. That's something that takes maturity and a lot of time to grow in. But I'm confident that you're up for the challenge. We all make mistakes, and that's part of this process. When you create and you're open about this stuff, you're gonna make mistakes. That's kind of the whole point. You're not gonna do this perfectly. Be willing to make mistakes, be willing to face the criticism, and you're gonna grow far more than you realize. Thanks for listening, and I hope you have an amazing week. I'll see
Yeah, I think that covers everything pretty well. I think we went over it. Comments, there are no comments on this video, so we can go on to the next one. Let's close up these tabs. World feels really negative right now. Wasteland 3, first impressions. Okay.
Hey everyone, Noah
So
here.
this is an interesting one. Because I decided, I hadn't been doing anything that was really about video games. Like everything had been about meaning, about philosophy, all this kind of stuff. And I wanted to kind of push towards, okay, maybe I need to put this into execution. It didn't quite work out. I never actually made a review of Wasteland 3. But I made a first impressions video, so we can watch that and see how this goes.
I've been making my way through Wasteland 3, and while I haven't finished my time with the game, I wanted to summarize my thoughts on it so far. For this video, I won't share any details of the story that are not immediately obvious from trailers and promotional materials, and in the future, I want to make a full review that covers the entire narrative. Wasteland 3 is developed by In Exile Entertainment, which draws its lineage back to the development of the original Fallout games. While Wasteland is a series in its own right, many have called Wasteland 2 the Fallout 2 sequel we never got. Though I made it quite a ways through Wasteland 2 after several attempts, it never quite caught my full attention. However, when Wasteland 3 came out, everything about it seemed to pique my interest. Wasteland 3 follows the difficult situation that the Arizona Rangers were left in after the events of Wasteland 2. In order to meet the needs of the people that rely on the Rangers for survival, the Rangers head to Colorado to seek the assistance of a mysterious figure simply called the Patriarch. The Patriarch has several children who are each seeking to cause chaos in their own way. The Arizona Rangers are now tasked with the navigation of these tense political dynamics. Both from trailers and player reactions, I saw the combination of the often complex narrative and gameplay design of CRPGs, combined with a more accessible and streamlined gameplay. This is a very tough balance to strike, and one can feel like they're either playing a baby's first CRPG, or it can feel like any other game in the genre, except probably worse. Between being distracted by tons of other games and being scared that this balance would be difficult to meet, I ended up waiting almost exactly 3 years to give this game a chance. So, how am I feeling about my time with this game so far?
Yeah, Slack, I feel the same way because I have not finished it as well, and that's part of the reason I never made this video, is because even though I had every push towards actually finishing this game because, I made a video saying I would finish it, I just never did, and I got distracted and did other stuff.
It's hard not to compare this game to Baldur's Gate 3 in my mind. Both are party-based CRPGs that make choice and consequence a core pillar of both narrative and gameplay design. Yet, I found out that Wasteland 3 has done an amazing job standing up to the challenge, despite the comparison to my current Game of the Year contender. Wasteland has found a niche that many games have tried and many have failed to hold. Wasteland 3 is extremely accessible. Out of every CRPG I have ever played, Wasteland 3 is a game I would feel very comfortable recommending to someone unfamiliar with the genre. While other games pride themselves on bringing a tabletop RPG to the computer, Wasteland 3 seems proud of how they're able to pare down the complexity of mechanics without feeling that every character is exactly the same. In the full review, I plan on showing why I see some of these simplified systems might take away from the experience. But overall, that's mostly nitpick. I've really enjoyed seeing what the designers have decided to cut from Wasteland 2 and what they've kept. For example, to flesh out the number of skills in Wasteland 2, there were skills for both lockpicking and safe cracking. I appreciate variety just like the next guy, but the decision would typically come down to, am I more likely to come across safes or locks? In the first game, there's also a mechanic where if you chose the breaking stuff skill, you could bypass some locked objects entirely. This felt like too much headache for a simple choice, and moving to a clear single skill option left room for different types of exploration. Because of this, maps need to be tightly designed and support a variety of playstyles, and so far they all seem to do so. There have been many.
Okay, I'm gonna stop it here. This video is good, and it just doesn't match a lot of the content that I would probably content. I hate that word. The videos I will later make. So as much as I want to do something like this, I would need to find something deeper, and I think that's why I struggled with this video, is because as much as I enjoyed talking about video games, I feel like I need to ground it in something else, and that's kind of why these later decisions and changes happen. That's why I'd go that direction. I think. Oh, let's go. Wasteland 3 comments. I love you, voice. It was very, very kind. I think I said thank you. Thank you. I love you, voice. And it's a shame that Wasteland 3 didn't get the appreciation it deserves. Its predecessors Wasteland 2, Tides of Numenera, and Bard's Tale 4 were littered with too many embarrassing hiccups, glaring shortcomings, and painfully stupid design. Yeah, and they didn't pay enough attention because In Exile had kind of burned the bridge, to say. And you know what? I generally agree with that. I think it should have gotten more recognition. Luckily, maybe they'll be able to do something out of being a part of Microsoft now, but who knows? Microsoft has not necessarily been the best at managing these things. But yeah, I'm going to pull up something real fast. Okay. Because I am feeling
Mom, are you ready to be his friend?
very hot in this room, I'm going to leave and open up some windows and stuff. But I am going to put on some music and some branding to fill it in. And I hope you all enjoy this. This is a video from earlier on my channel when I was trying to make music one time, and you know, you can tell me how it did. This might be good music, this might be bad music, but you can find out.
Mom, are you ready to be his friend?
Yes.
Try not to be that high up to be friends. I want everything to be low, okay?
Okay.
Just try your best. I don't want you and my dad to be replaced and mean again. I want you and my dad to be placed and settled and be friends. I'm not trying to be mean. I just want everyone to be friends.
Okay. We are back. We are back. Okay. So we finished Wasteland 3 and we're on to the uncertain future of music. Now this is an interesting one. This is the kind of video that would probably get its own thing, but I decided, you know what, this is going to be another one of those gameplay commentaries. So this is kind of a hybrid, which is very interesting.
Hey everyone, Noah here. Have you ever thought about how weird it is that we can just listen to all the most popular music of the past generations? Just think that before recording music became popular, we could only listen to live performances. And even consider Beethoven. We have music notation, but before standardization, every culture had their own methods of writing down how music should sound. This made me also think about how there was a lawsuit semi-recently with one artist accusing another artist of stealing some melodic structure. Ed Sheeran was one of these kind of people who were accused, and so he would go around all the late night shows and all these kind of places and would have this bit put together, and he would play through a bunch of different songs, seamlessly going between them because the melodic structure was almost exactly the same. There was no accusation of theft then, and so there shouldn't be now. It's quite a good argument and a good way of expressing it. Out of reaction to that, there were a series of computer scientists who said, how can we help? And so what they did was they put together a program that put together every single combination of notes that could be made into a melodic structure, threw it onto a hard drive, sent it into the Library of Congress, and said, this is open copyright. Everyone can use these melodic structures, and it kind of has mapped the entirety of melodies that are potentially possible. This has often been played as this kind of like feel-good moment in freedom of art, and to me, it's almost scary. And that might seem strange, but I can't get around the feeling that there's something weird about mapping out a portion of art entirely. I mean, we can never consider it.
Interestingly, I think I put chapter markers on this. I actually get into this later in another video, and we'll continue this because I think there's some other topics I get into. But this is a little bit of my pushback towards the presence of modernity in music, and this concept of feeling like you're able to map out art mathematically, every possible combination of words in a sentence. That somehow, if you're able to map that out, that it has a legal precedence, that you have taken ownership of that. And of course, in this case, it's used for good, right? It's used to make it public so that anyone can do it. And so if you happen to come across that sentence or melodic structure, you know, you're free to keep using it. Now, the issue that I'm kind of running into here is you're reducing art now to a mere collection of words in a sentence. It's not about anything deeper than that. And this is what I try to communicate, and I tried to do it in several videos, but I always seem to fail a little bit, and so it's a lot of working on that in these videos. Thanks, Slack, for hanging out, and I hope to see you later after D&D if I'm still going. So we'll keep going
For this, right? We have digital art. You could think of, set an arbitrary canvas, you know, a 32 by 32 square. There are a limited number of pixel combinations that can be in that square. You know, the first pixel can be black or white or red, then the second pixel. So what if we just filled out every single combination? We free art. There can be no one who can copy, but there's also no one who can create. No one can make something new in that size of a canvas. And so when we kind of digitize and categorize art like this, we don't allow for exploration. I think about being able to search my backyard, right? Go on a trail and explore and experience something for the first time. I don't lose anything by knowing that that whole region is mapped, right? There's a, if I go into a park, there's a park service that knows that park super well, or maybe they have some backwoods that they don't know of, but they know the general terrain and they have maps for it. But there's something unique about that exploration. And it doesn't require somebody not to have known about it, but it does require for me not to know the people who search.
Again, this is kind of laid out in a really weird way, but the basic idea is just that in the same way that you can map out land, you could potentially map out art, and by claiming sections of land, you've prevented exploration by other people into that space fully. You've kind of blocked it off. You've said, nope, you can't come here, and you don't. And by not allowing people through there, there's a certain level of like innovation that's stopped. In the same way that, you know, after generations, a rediscovery of a certain melodic pattern would be very helpful. Now, again, am I criticizing the same thing anymore? Not really. In the end, I'm criticizing modernity and trying to find a way to free the concept of art out from under this understanding of like trying to categorize it into very specific categories, because in the end, I think that kills art. But that's just a thing that I tried to do that. Nico saying, there's nothing new under the sun. Artists don't create, only God can create. And that would be something similar, right? I'd say artists are exploring a space that already exists. And by us mapping out the space, we're claiming that people have created this when, you know, it already existed. So why are we claiming that? Like, I think I would put it into the same, like, I think we are in agreement. I think it's just a slightly different. And so why are we trying to put these artificial barriers? Maybe the way I'm going to.
again, I went really deep into this, and this is a hill that I probably shouldn't die on, but I was for a while. This is a bit of my channel's history.
Originally. Because then I'm just copying off of them, right? If I'm writing a song, structures by myself.
Okay, we're gonna go new genres.
I can engage in the same way that people long ago did with music. But when we have recorded all this music and we have jazz, and jazz is a genre that's developed, and we have new genres developing. We have hip hop, and we have, I mean, jazz is a relatively new genre, but when we go back, the only genre we have is folk music, because folk music is the music that people play. That's generically what it means. And it's bizarre to kind of emerge out of that. I worry a little bit that,
and this is what I try to get at too, right? Like, genres are a new conception, right? This idea that there's an understanding that music has genres is not traditionally the case. And so are we losing something in this conception of music having genre? Like I said before, folk music was the default. Like, it was this is the music that people play, whereas now we have all of these different types of music, and they're not like regionally located, they're just styles. And it's an infinite division in something that doesn't necessarily need to be divided. It's an easy categorization method for people who want that. But in the end, I think it actually hurts the progression of music sometimes. It can also be a bit like helpful of being able to explore similar concepts. Categorization in itself is not always bad, but it can cause problems. And it's interesting that it doesn't seem like there's a lot of pushback on this idea.
we've reached a point where we can't forget anything anymore. Everything has to be compared to something else. If somebody has a really good voice, they'll compare it to Frank Sinatra. And no one can come into their own, even if they are exactly like Frank Sinatra. Our generation can't have a Frank Sinatra because Frank Sinatra is our Frank Sinatra. And so there's something lost.
And I think this is another bit, sorry, I know I'm spending too long on this video, but that this point here too is that we have access to all the music, right, that has ever been recorded, basically. Like it's all preserved to a point where there isn't a new thing. Like there was a point where things could be forgotten and then brought back. Now it's never forgotten. It's always on the internet. It's always there. And so no one can fill the role of Frank Sinatra ever again in the same way that he might have been, before recording was a thing. Because we have Frank Sinatra. He is the digital creation that is in Spotify or YouTube. And we can re-invoke his music consistently. So
I'm just kind of playing around with these ideas. But it's scary. One thing that comes to mind too is this idea of, like, we have super rapid development of genres too, right? Folk music has been kind of historically constant. We have the music that one generation passes on to the other, and they might make some changes, but for the most part, it's almost exactly the same. The stories might get embellished, but like, it's all there. Now we have music that's constantly changing. So much so that we have a whole genre of music in hip-hop that samples other music. That there's...
And so I think we'll stop this one, I think, pretty soon. Hi Mark, hi Chad. And this is the postmodern, like, this is my critique of the postmodern attitude towards music, which is that, it's all subdividing genres, and it's all continuously, rapidly separating and individualizing to a point where none of them meet anymore. And now we're getting into this is all laying the groundwork for meta-modern stuff for me, right? Like, this is before I learned about meta-modernity. This is just the both the passively getting these ideas from PBK, from all these people. It's probably some Thomas Flight is in there too. And this is also my own work of seeing these things and trying to find a way to address them. And this is just kind of how it's all working together. Interesting. Nico is saying, I disagree. Look at all the great classics. For example, many of the new classics were created after an artist was inspired by them. The problem is that artists have no time to hone their craft because everything is too fluid, no ground where to stand. I think there's a piece of that. I think things are too fast and don't slow down enough, and we need to address this. I think there's just so much. There's so much going on, and nothing feels like it's very impactful anymore. It feels like it's all like you could have somebody like paint the most beautiful painting that has ever existed, but if it doesn't get attention because something else got attention, then it doesn't matter. And so I think that's a major piece of it as well. It's sad, but it's true. But yeah, we can't stay on this because we're gonna find it again. This is another video that we do. Oh, let's look at the comments real fast. This inspired me to make a follow-up comment. Again, I don't know if any of you can see this very well, so let's go this way. You can see it this way. By the way, I am outed for liking my own videos. It's okay. Everyone can do it. It doesn't change anything. I just like my own videos because it's funny. So two things. One is that you're just stating the inevitable outcome of just extending compute power into mapping out every single permutation of art within a set framework and saying that's freeing art. I don't think I'm saying that's freeing art, but thing is, just because we haven't done it before doesn't mean we haven't done it. What I mean is to say that we have pretty much already mapped out everything that is possible to an exceedingly large degree, but we haven't organized it like a searchable data cluster. Doing it now changes nothing, since the organic process which art comes about isn't going to change as a result. And I think that's true, but there's a perspective on art in the art that we reward from our culture is the art that gets made, right? There are true artists that are outside of the system, but right now that's not the way it is. And if we as a society discourage art, it's problematic. We can keep going into this, but I try to make a reaction like a video later. Not a reaction video, but a follow-up to help with that process. Sometimes the quantity feels like it is overwhelming and doesn't add anything. Okay, well now we are going to go into the lame side of my discography, if you could say. Now, there's a few videos like this, and they're not the best, so I'm going to forewarn everybody. This guy right here. I'm wearing the same shirt too. I'm wearing that shirt. How do I want to put this? So this video, I had watched a video by the Non-Alchemist, and who's a YouTuber, and I was preparing for this project I was about to do on nihilism because it's particularly of interest to me, and his video really frustrated me. It was an older video, and his attitude towards nihilism was not very helpful, and I decided to make a 30-minute reaction video where I paused every so often while watching his video and explained why he was wrong. And I'm not very happy with this video because it abandons everything I've talked about listening to others and being respectful. But it really did frustrate me. So we're going to watch some of it, and you're going to cringe along with me, and it's going to be not very fun. Hi everyone. Kind of a weird little video. I haven't done too much stuff like this since.
We'll go over his parts because I think they're important.
So what?
Suck it up, Buttercup. Facts don't care about your feelings, and the like. It could be argued that there are good reasons to reject standard notions of objective morality. And you might want to say with Mackie, we can find...
So this is a...
So he... wow, okay, so I'm going to react to the reaction. So the non-alchemist is getting at that objective morality is arguments against objective morality because objective morality is often associated with theism. And then he proceeds to strawman theists as being the only people who believe in objective morality, and then also doesn't think that deists have anything to do with it. So there's a whole bunch of problems with this. I'm going to try to find the part about nihilism. But right here he quotes J.L. Mackie, who is the intellectual nihilist. Like, he is the nihilist guy. Yeah. Again, in retrospect, this video was not very well made, and it was kind of rage bait. And I have a few of these videos that I am not proud of. This is one of the only ones that's still up. I took down a few of the others, and we probably will watch those. So, we're gonna look forward to this.
Huge jump. Okay, I think he makes two different points at once, and this is so he first says, so what, right? Who cares if, I have a god to describe my morality? Like, it doesn't matter. And you can take the so what route. I think it's a fair one, except why do you make any moral decisions? If you don't have any basis for your morality, then why'd you get mad about anything, right? So what? It's all just, arguments passing back and forth. They don't mean anything. So what? I hate falling into the meme.
And I think, again, all my stuff where I'm saying I'm not happy with this video, I don't think I was wrong. I want to make that clear. I was definitely right, and this is another point that I think is very useful, and it shows up later in some of the work I do with nihilism. But this whole concept of so what, right? This attitude about nihilism towards objective morality and saying like, it doesn't really matter. Like, so what if there's objective morality? I'm still going to do whatever I want to anyway. And the thing is, like, morality matters because it's not because there's some sort of thing that's going to punish you in the sky. That's not what happened. Like, morality is how you make your decisions. Like, what you do is based off of what you think is right and what your priorities are. And so when those are misaligned, it changes the way you act in the world. And so why does it matter if you make any decision at all, if you think that there are no objective morals or anything, or any morals for that matter? Because J.L. Mackie doesn't think there is such thing as morality. And so, like, why is J.L. Mackie act the way he does? And I get into that in another video, but that's a bit of it.
Meme, but the meme is Nazism. So what? Who cares? It's genocide, right? Like, genocide happens all the time. It's just one culture fighting another. It's just the way it goes. I mean, historically, that's been the way it is. So what? But that's not true. That's that you're gonna find very few people who kind of go on that route. And I think now there's a difference between so what, which is I don't have any place to couch it. I have no place moral objective standard, right? Now you have room for relativism there, which at least is something, right? You could say, well, my society doesn't approve of that, so at least there is something. There is a standard, and you can build up something. Like some sort of evolutionary argument for morality, saying over time our cultures, to be functional, require us not to kill each other. That's an argument. Then he jumps to J.L. Mackie. Okay, this is the part that blows my mind. He jumps from that, which is somewhat rational, not quite though, but it is a position. It is a position to ask the question: why do we need a place to root our understanding of morality? I think it's a dumb question. Of course you need that. How are you going to be able to be coherent at all? This is philosophy, right? Like, we're all about reasons for things. But then he jumps to J.L. Mackie being, the nihilist guy. So it's not so what. That's very different. So what is saying, I don't need a reason. I can just do the right thing. I'm like, okay, that's livable. Nihilism says there is no right thing. And he takes this quote from Mackie, which I think kind of ripping it from the context of nihilism and saying we can find satisfactory biological, sociological, and psychological explanations for moral thinking which can account for the phenomena of the moral sense in conscious and natural terms. Now let me simplify this to a certain extent, and he's going to say we can question the idea of objective morality at all. And he says this is basically saying anything we think is morality, this moral thinking, this moral debating, is really just breaks down to biological interactions and the way we interact with our neighbors and the way our brains process things. That's at the core of all of our moral discussion.
And as you can tell, this is now another nail in the coffin for my despising materialism as a concept. This is just it's built into me. It really is. My frustration with trying to explain things by natural means, that it doesn't really make sense to do that. And one of these are moral things. Like we can just point to other stuff, and that's why we think those things are right. And J.L. Mackie, and that's why it was so bizarre to me that this person was doing this, was arguing that objective morality. He was trying to do something about relativism is an alternative. Pulls up J.L. Mackie. J.L. Mackie is expressly against relativism. He doesn't think that's a valid source. I'm getting off on a tangent here. We'll go through a little bit more of this, but
that's not so what. That is nihilism. That's full on nihilism, which is fine. You can be a nihilist, but admit it, right? It's and this is kind of the core. So let's go back. We'll give him a little time to talk.
In what those experiences teach you.
For Christian theists who want to take the Bible at face value, this is highly problematic, as I pointed out elsewhere. If Craig can use his moral experience to get to the existence of objective morality in the first place, then surely any moral realist, theist or not, can use their moral experience to reject as immoral the counterintuitive moral monstrosities that are depicted in the Bible.
And I get into this. I'm interrupting myself, but this was kind of my frustration with watching this video, was that it was clearly an attack on something the video was not about. It was about really about moral objective truth, but it was clear that the non-alchemist was much more interested in talking about fundamentalist Christianity, which, you know, is outside the scope of the problem. Like, why are you focused on this? Why aren't you focused on objective morality? Because there are people who aren't in this category who you're talking to. And, you know.
Okay, so he says, you can use intuitive philosophy or intuitive moral sense to get to objective moral reality. And he's saying, well, I can use my intuitive moral understanding to see that things that you believe are disgusting and vile. And he'll bring up slavery and genocide.
Slavery and genocide. Eric Wielenberg highlights another problem of making morality fundamental.
And we'll get to this part too, but he's like, it's fair then that I get to use my sense if you get to use your sense. And Craig's not making an argument for couching morality in a theistic framework. He's just arguing that we have an intuitive sense of being able to understand objective morality or something like objective morality. And so he's arguing between the lines.
And so I think I'm going to stop it pretty soon. I think I'd love to find a way to do this, to be able to react to these kind of concepts, but it feels very fringe, right? I'm reacting to some random video. It's not popular. It's some random guy, but it's just like, I had all these feelings. I want to express them. And how do I do that? And it's just another critique, and I don't really care about critique. I mean, I do, but it needs something more. It needs to be something more. And that's why I later go on and I'm making more of these generative videos on nihilism, and not a critique of nihilism, which just kind of feeds into the monster that is nihilism. So that is a bit of that. Comments for the most part. There's debate about whether certain animals have moral sense. Morality clearly has biological foundation. In any case, human babies under 1-year-olds seem to already have a rudimentary moral sense. And it just feels like it's kind of pushing boundaries a little bit in an interesting way, but it's just like, yes, things that we would call morality are present in the world to different extents. And then we get into I get into not an full-on argument, but little arguments in the comment section, and I am a little ashamed of that. So we're going to move on. Okay, moral engines. Now, this is where I recover and make a video that's actually
Hello, everyone.
somewhat good.
This is Noah, the guy who runs this channel, President Foxman. And I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you everyone who has subscribed in the last couple months that I've been kind of making content again. It's been amazing. I never expected just to see, I think I'm at 38 subscribers now, and it's kind of crazy to think about. So thank you all for everyone who's interacted with or commented on any of these videos. So it really, really means a lot. Today, I wanted to kind of introduce a new series I want to make of videos, and by the end, I'll kind of have laid out what my plan is. But pretty soon, within a day after this being posted, hopefully you should see another video in your inbox, and that would be the first video in the series. These videos, I think, are going to be pretty extensive.
I call this a series. This is this is the biggest gap between episodes I've ever heard of in a series, where and least consistent. My latest video on Marxism is the latest entry. That was episode 4, I guess. And so I think we're at an average about like every 3 months we get a new one in the series. So I have not been as good about continuing on this, but this is kind of the layout of like what the idea or the concept is for this series.
It's going to take a while to come out, so I'm going to do my best, but I just would love for you to check them out when they do. But first, let me set up the idea. The first thing that we want to talk about is this thing. I want to say I made it up, but there's a good chance that I've just kind of absorbed it through osmosis, so I won't take full credit for it. But this idea of moral engines. The only other instance I could see of somebody using the same name was for a simulation that checked how AI would react on a road, and you could see like, oh, would the car run over the old lady or the baby, and that's how you would kind of test these moralities. But my idea kind of is tangential to this. The idea I have of a moral engine is something like a video game engine, or any sort of automata like that. I have a computer science background, so that's where my mind goes, at least. Emulation would be another way of putting this. And the concept would be that you could take this moral engine, and you can go into it with a specific worldview in mind and play stuff out. You'd be encountering several moral situations, and we would see the outcomes, and then we would be able to look from our position and say, what do we make of this? If we're thinking about a very clear instance of a moral engine, I think the simplest one would be the trolley problem. The trolley problem is a very simple moral problem that has very clear inputs and outputs, but how you arrive at your decisions greatly depends on what your moral framework is. For example, in either of these scenarios, the car driving down the road or the trolley problem, a utilitarian, for example, would say what would lead to the greatest possible outcomes and what would lead to the least amount of suffering. So they look at the trolley problem, they see the trolley approaching, and there's 5 people on the main track but 1 person on the other track. Would they pull the switch to make sure that the trolley runs over the 1 person instead of the 5 people? And the utilitarian would say, of course, we move them over to the 1 person because that's less people dying. And less people dying is better, de facto. No comprehension otherwise. Or they would see the baby and the old lady, and they would say, well, the old lady, she's probably going to suffer a lot more in her life, especially if she's elderly, and the baby could be Einstein. And this is kind of a moral framework. And then we can kind of determine from that, look at that and say, hey, do these answers seem right, or do these outcomes seem to match our moral intuitions? I think these are fair questions. However, I'm looking for something a little bit more complex than just kind of these simple questions. So we move on to kind of what are some other moral engines we see around us. Getting more complex, I think D&D itself can be a moral engine. You can create a character who is, that could be anything. Could be an anarchist rogue who wants to take down all the governments in the campaign. The problems are pretty obvious here, but the DM is very subjective, and there's no replication. Whereas the trolley problem has a very repeatable input and output, the DM could say, I don't want the government to be overthrown in my game. But another DM might say, that's totally cool. The DM also might be totally in favor of anarchy, and another one might be totally against it, and they might punish it. So there's always going to be biases in this, and so how do we account for that at least? I've kind of arrived at video games seem to be the best to kind of fill this role. Video games allow you to make choices and have consequences, at least.
I think that lays out basically the idea of this video is as an intro to a larger series about entering a video game, specifically an RPG. I get into the best video games for this purpose, but I think that's that's a little much for what the scope of this stream is. And so what we'll do is we'll enter a game as X and then find out how does the game
play under this philosophy? How does it play out in reality without having to live that way in daily life? And I honestly think this would make a great philosophy paper. Honestly, finding a way to make this something that can be done regularly, a regular exploration. And yeah, I really was enthusiastic about this idea. I think it turned out great in the times I've worked on this. There's a few problems. We'll get into that maybe a little bit later. But really cool. And I think we'll probably move on to the next bit, because I think it's gonna be fun to talk about the nihilism in Fallout, because I think that's kind of where it is. Comments on this video. People asking about what my philosophy background is, and someone saying that they are edging right now. I get that comment a lot. I think that's that. Okay. Moral engines. Now we have, can you play Fallout New Vegas without morality?
To run
and I think this is the best execution of that earlier video that I did. I think this is what it means to be what it means to generate something that is simultaneously a critique while providing something of actual creative value to this entire thing. So as much as I like this video, I don't think we're gonna watch the whole thing, even if we go 1.5 speed. So we'll just start and we'll mess around.
Hello everyone, today I'm going to run an experiment that I'm almost certain no one has ever done before. I'm going to try playing Fallout New Vegas as a nihilist. This is the first video in a series I plan to do where I plan on playing through video games with a specific worldview in mind. Check the link video to hear more. However, for this run, there will be a series of rules, but we'll introduce those as we go. Just a quick warning, this will be weird. By the end, I will have some thoughts that will bring this all together. First things first, we need to name our character, and I settled on the philosopher J.L. Mackie. Mackie was one of the great academic voices in favor of philosophical nihilism in the 20th century. Just to be clear, this character is totally distinct from the real man. J.L. Mackie, I'm sure, was a great person, but our character may be making decisions that are quite questionable at best. For this run, stats won't really matter, as this can work with pretty much any build.
It was a fun
I'll just
transition.
use these. As we answer some questions for Doc Mitchell, I want to go over our first rule. Rule number 1 is that we must make all decisions with a nihilist meta-ethical framework in mind. Now, not everyone may know what nihilism is, so I'll give a basic rundown here, and I'll jump into a few proofs for nihilism as we go. Nihilism is a philosophical position that states all moral statements are false. A simple way of understanding this would be to say that there are no right and wrongs. Therefore, any framework that claims moral qualities seems to be in direct opposition to nihilism. As we finish creating our character, we're going to take advantage of the good doctor's hospitality to get some supplies, and dress the part of an Oxford professor while we're at it. You may be wondering why I haven't mentioned Nietzsche yet in a video on nihilism, but that's because he was actually deathly afraid of the inevitable wave of nihilism that would wash over Europe in the 20th century. Nietzsche tried desperately to develop a system of ethics.
I liked how I had written that sentence and had a hard time getting it out without laughing. It seems a little inappropriate in retrospect, but I liked the charm that it added to the video, so it is what it is.
That would not result in the complete degradation of society. But that's a story for another video. Let's move on from there. After realizing I forgot to give ourselves enough lockpicking or hacking to get into this safe in the schoolhouse, I decided that it just wouldn't matter, and I'd head into town to get some supplies for our journey. Here we come across our first decision in question of morality. Our character really wants this gun, the one that's kind of sitting in the case over here, and doesn't really want to pay for it. He could steal it, but what does nihilism have to say about that? One of the foundational pillars for Mackie's articulation of nihilism is error theory. Error theory states that humanity is an error if we believe that there are such things as moral imperatives. He has several arguments for this, but we'll go over them as we go. But the first thing is this, the argument from relativity. Some cultures say that one action is wrong, and another may say that it's perfectly acceptable. Mackie argues that the best explanation for this is that there are no objective moral values. So, if we consider Chet here, he probably thinks that stealing and killing him is wrong, but I'm sure that someone in Caesar's Legion would disagree. That seems like good evidence that we can't come to a conclusion on this issue. Now, you may be tempted to say that it is morally permissible to steal or kill according to nihilism, but you can't say that. Nihilism says that all moral claims are false, including ones that state an action is morally permissible. This is a problem we will continue to run into. I think it's clear now that we've made a decision on what to do, and we'll...
And I'm just gonna skip ahead because we have a limited amount of time. But I go through each argument. So we go through error theory and the argument from relativity. That
not all perspectives can be correct on morality, and therefore there isn't a correct perspective. So that's one of the major ones that Joe Mackey puts forward. Then he has another argument from atheism. Lots of people will say this isn't valid online. I didn't run into anybody in the comments of the video who said this was problematic. I think this is a really fair argument, and I would only include this if I thought it was a
Premise
good one
1,
for
the existence of God is a necessary condition for the existence of objective moral values. Premise 2, God does not exist. Therefore, objective morals and values do not exist. The goal of this argument is to again support the idea that humanity is an error in thinking there are no objective moral values. As an avid atheist, Mackey has no trouble in supporting both of these premises, and therefore is reinforced in his belief that there are no objective moral values. As we continue to wander around, we find ourselves pick fights. And as we fight for a bit, I want to compare nihilism to emotivism. Emotivism you might have heard in your philosophy classes.
We'll skip ahead from emotivism, because emotivism is not necessary for understanding the major point. It was kind of just
how odd moral values seem. For example, we can easily verify many things about the universe with concrete evidence. However, moral values cannot be proven like many things through a naturalistic framework. Moral values are also prescriptive, so they give us reason to act a specific way. There are no other things like this in the universe, and if these values did exist, they seem very unlikely. Therefore, Mackey concludes that they must not exist. Well, next up, we run a few jobs with the Powdergangers to see what kind of philosophy they bring to the Wasteland. And while we go through this, I want to answer the question that I'm sure someone is asking. Well, why don't we roll a die to determine the outcome of any moral choice that we're going to be making? There are a few responses I have to this. First is, how would I be able to fit all the possible choices on the die or a number generator? In an interaction with a character, I could hit them, shoot them, blow them up, be rude to them, be kind then rude to them, harm them but leave them alive. It is impossibly complex, and there's no method of simplification that would be satisfactory to me. Secondly, choosing a value randomly wouldn't be nihilism anymore. It would be more of a new philosophy based off of chance. Same goes for choices that benefit my character the most. That would be just egoism disguised as nihilism. When I do these things...
So meta-nihilism, Ghost Town Gunfight, and then I'm going to go the final thoughts, because I think the final thoughts are important.
Though J.L. Mackey may be an incredible intellect, he faces the same problem that all of science and philosophy faces. Why? What is this all for? In this case, we ask, why are you doing philosophy? I don't think these questions are considered enough. One may answer this question by saying, we do philosophy to find truth. However, what is truth to a nihilist? Why do they care? One of the fundamental pillars of academia is honest conversation where nothing is falsified. If a scientist makes up data, it's a scandal. Now, I'm not accusing Mackey of being a bad academic, but I am also saying that he has no moral reason to act honestly in an academic setting, and he has no reason to particularly prefer continuing his career and not being fired from Oxford. Biology, anthropology, power dynamics, these are all a weak attempt to backdoor moral philosophy to the nihilist. The nihilist has just as much reason to reject these reasons as any others. As we have seen, there's no justification needed. Acting in accord with what someone wants is no longer nihilism, but egoism in disguise. I reached the end of this project quite frustrated, probably just as you are. It doesn't matter. According to nihilism, it doesn't matter. Whether I kill Sunny Smiles or not, whether I kill Cheyenne or not, whether I help the Powdergangers or I don't, it doesn't matter. Whether I die in the process, it doesn't matter. The fundamental aspect of nihilism is that all moral claims are false. The good fortune I run into here is that if anyone accuses me of being dishonest, I can be sure that said critic is not a nihilist. Because if they were, why would they expect any differently? And why should they care? I understand some of the feelings of hurt that can lead someone towards nihilism. Those are real. But nihilism is a road to death that is worse than all the alternatives because it quite literally embraces nothing full-heartedly.
And I think that's the major source of my criticism, is that it's not substantive. Nihilism, in the idea of intellectual nihilism, is an oxymoron. It just doesn't exist. Because it itself embraces nothing. It is a total critique and a desire to burn down all understanding of institutions and structures of any type. At the same time, though, the idea of an academic is that it embraces the structures in order to communicate this. So it doesn't matter, right? And so this is my frustration, is that when you play it out, it doesn't play out in any way because there is no priority put to anything. And so that's my basic argument. I get into it. People talk about that, but we get into that. Nico, you're asking, how old am I? My birthday is coming up. I am turning 24 very soon. So that is my age. So I get into this. This by far is my most popular video I've made. and has a lot more comments. We can go over some of the bigger ones. Top one is one I pinned by Recon Jacob. He was the inspiration for this video. He made the trying to play Fallout New Vegas while following the 10 Commandments, or Skyrim following the 10 Commandments. And I was very thankful that he had, noticed my video and left a comment. So thank you, Jacob, if you're still around somewhere. Means a lot. Up here, Socrates was against writing things down, I think because he knew the most effective means of transmitting understanding was via means of Fallout-based challenge videos, and that is correct. The way to really communicate philosophy should be through Fallout-based challenge videos. I love how Bethesda playthroughs have advanced to the point where instead of your average challenge runs, people are restricting themselves to philosophical and metaphysical challenges, and that is also true. I'm kind of sure Nietzsche actually criticized nihilism, and all of this came from my thumbnail that had Nietzsche in it, and it was a misunderstanding, and it was really common in the comments, and that was a moment I remember a lot of people saying Nietzsche wasn't actually a nihilist, and I would have to say, yes, you should watch the video. You should watch within the first 5 minutes, because I get into that. I thought it was funny. I really wasn't annoyed. It was more just, it was a way I could troll people. So, that does it for Fallout New Vegas with nihilism. Next up is when I decided, you know what, this nihilism video was really fun to make. So I decided to get started on making a video on transhumanism.
No, here. I just kind of wanted to ramble today a little bit about something that's been on my mind as I'm kind of getting ready for this next Fallout video. I'm planning on doing it on transhumanism, and so I've been kind of immersing myself into all the literature and media that all surrounds transhumanism. I've come across this interesting, unexplainable conflict and alliance too that's shown up several times, and it's this combination of Buddhism and transhumanism. I just wanted to kind of talk this over. It's a little odd. Both of them have, from kind of a bird's eye view, have similar movements in them, right? They both are seeking to eliminate suffering. They both see that there's a fundamental struggle between desires and the world, and they just have two different ways of going about solving this problem. The Buddhist wants to eliminate desires. This is just from my understanding from somebody who is not a Buddhist, but kind of knowing about other religions. That's what I know, is that you are trying to eliminate your desires because that is kind of the fundamental drive of a lot of this suffering, right? If you desire less, first of all, you can't be disappointed, and you're also prepared for whatever comes to you. Whereas a transhumanist, I will admit, transhumanism is a very large label, but seems to want to eliminate suffering through improvements in technology. You want to increase the lifespan.
And so I don't know how long we'll spend on this video, but the basic concept was trying to understand why there is this weird union between, I think it's American Buddhism, to be honest, American Buddhism and transhumanism, and it's pretty present across genres and beliefs. There's in the movie Her, there's the presence of Alan Watts, who is kind of digitized, and so there's this weird understanding that you could be enlightened or detached from the world fully if you entered the computer. And this seems to be a fundamental misunderstanding of what Buddhism is. And I'll get into it. I think it's helpful to know, but like this disconnect fundamentally between the roots of Buddhism and American Buddhism seems to be that when you take away
the traditional roots, the understanding that these supernatural stories are important, even if they might not be literally true, because there's not a need for that in Buddhism, right? There's not a need for it to be grounded in anything, because it's a truth that sits outside of the reality of the specific events. Like, that's not as important. But the stories are important. The supernatural elements are important. And when you combine transhumanism and Buddhism together, you get kind of the worst of both in a certain sense. You lose any attachment to Buddhism, because it's like a fake religion now that's now attached to your transhumanism. It's now spiritual transhumanism, and it's all about trying to enter the computer. So it's a little bizarre, and I explore it here. I won't get too far into this. Another gameplay video. I tried doing a power wash simulator. I feel like it was kind of boring. It's fun to play. It's kind of like a thing that you watch while listening to stuff in the background, but I'm still kind of experimenting and playing around with this. And I remember a couple people gave some comments, really helpful stuff. A lot of a couple Buddhists kind of talking about some of the difficulties and stuff that they noticed. But that was a interesting video to make. Okay. I make one last video on nihilism here. Good 10 minutes.
I've noticed that my thesis on nihilism may not have been communicated as well as I wished it.
So, in my here, let's change it to this camera. So in my video about Fallout and nihilism, I lay out my thesis, and my thesis is in the last 8 minutes of the video. Most people aren't going to watch it, to be honest, and that's completely fair. And I wanted to find a way to be able to communicate it a little bit better. And so, yeah, Mark, exactly right about it's this. It's the transhumanist Buddhist thing is no longer about attachment anymore. It's about like just not wanting to be in your body anymore. And if you're so desperate for that, it's not enlightenment anymore. I'm glad you were here for the Buddhist part. I don't go into it very often, but I think it's super important to understand that. But in the Fallout video, I explore this thesis. I lay it out kind of off the cuff, and it's in the last part, and it feels like it wasn't perfect. So in this, I tried my best to kind of lay it out. I am going to hop away for a second. I'm going to transition back so we can all see. I will start playing this, and I will jump back as fast as I can. But we'll leave this playing.
It had in the past. And I want to take some time today to lay it out in a way that is broken down to the essentials. Nihilism is a formidable philosophical concept. Doubt is easy to understand, and it can often feel like it is easier to be a skeptic than to believe anything. However, I believe this is just a feeling. There are an indefinite number of moral decisions to be made throughout the day, and we as humans need worldviews to bring these problems into a manageable resolution. When we encounter a stranger on the street, we can smile, frown, give him a gift, cuss him out, stare blankly, ask him how he's doing. We could lie, say we are from Mars and want to eat his brains, and you can even ignore him. While culture does tend to provide restrictions on these actions, I want to address the moral aspect of this interaction. No matter your decision in this interaction, you require a decision maker. One may point out that the reaction could be merely random, yet we're looking at a myriad of possibilities, and the chance that you landed on one that is recognizably culturally appropriate is nearly impossible. This is the practical criticism of nihilism. The most famous self-proclaimed nihilists in history tend to act the most consistently within a given framework. Marquis de Sade challenged the existence of moral values. However, he found himself quite annoyed that he was continually jailed for just doing what he wanted to do. In truth, Marquis de Sade was just a self-centered egoist to the extreme. On the other hand, you have J.L. Mackie, whom I cannot find much personal information on. However, I do know two things. He was married, and he was intellectually honest enough to work at Oxford until his death. To me, that does not sound too far off from a basic Protestant ethic. When we try to challenge the moral system, We're just playing into it further and further. Our true philosophy is not held in our minds. How could it be? If I claimed to believe in the sacredness of all life, yet continued to eat factory farmed meat, you would think I was ridiculous. Belief is not held only in the mind, but it is in your whole person. Lived experience testifies to your deepest held beliefs more than you could ever put into words. If you happen to call yourself a nihilist, or anything else for that matter, I implore you to ask yourself what lies at the root of decisions you make. For some, it may be fun. Everything must be in the service of having a good time, or maybe a utilitarian ethic, where you're looking for the best physical outcome of any given situation. However, I get a sneaking suspicion that for many, your morality is more baked into your being than you expect. This is where I believe the nihilist-based depression comes from. A disconnect between your actions and the source. Imagine, all that you find good in the world is the fruit of an ancient tree. The fruit is the greatest thing anyone has ever tasted, and is all you ever need to eat. The harvest was abundant, and leftovers could feed a whole generation. However, the tree was unsightly and got in the way of cultivating other crops that our ancestors desperately wanted. So they cut down the ancient tree, thinking that the fruit was at least enough for their own lives, and by the time the next generation came, they'd be able to live off the new crops. As time went on, the new crop never came to fruition, and the stores began to run out. Fights would break out over everything. But few knew that at the core of each fruit was a seed. With time and care, the seed can be fostered into a tree, like the one that had fed everyone in the past. But this would take time and hard work. This fruit is everything you find truly important. Human rights and respect, a just society, care for the most vulnerable, and many other values like these. When the harvest dries up, we will be left hungry and afraid. Find the seed and foster it. In this sense, you are also the soil that it will rest in. Embody this tree and be part of the solution. I'll play a clip to exit us out, but I humbly ask that you don't walk away thinking I'm disconnected from this. This whole piece is made out of personal experience. Nihilism is not a place you want to stay. At the worst, it is a pit of despair. And at best, it is a lie that you say to protect yourself from recognizing where your true values lie. To quote Martin Luther King Jr., "The day we see the truth and cease to speak it is the day we begin to die." Thank you. And I'll let this play us out.
Very personal story. I don't know to what extent it's useful, but on a very personal level, I went through a period of crisis, very personal crisis of fear, anxiety, depression. I went to the best therapists money can pay. I think they gave me an explanation of some of the things that I was struggling with, but I continued to have this big spiritual hole or need, as you call it. I tried to self-medicate. I tried to sedate myself. I drank enough alcohol you could use to sterilize a hospital. It would not, nothing helped. I continued to read, books on psychiatry and the brain, and none of that helped. All of that explained a small piece of the puzzle, but there was still something that I was missing. And then I think it was one therapist who
Hey, Nico. Thanks for hanging out.
said to me early this year, "I think, Ayan, you're spiritually bankrupt." And at that point, I was in a place where I had sort of given up hope. I was in this place of darkness, and I thought, well, what the hell? I'm going to open myself to that and see, ask her, what are you talking about? And we started talking about faith and a belief in God, and I explained to her that the God I grew up with was a horror show. He created you to punish you and frighten you, and as a girl and as a woman, you're just a piece of trash. And so I said to her, I explained to her why I didn't believe in God, and more than that, why I actually hated God. And then she asked me to design my own God, and she said, if you had the power to, attribute a higher power, if you had the power to make your own God, what would you do? And as I was going on, I thought, yeah, right. That's actually a description of Jesus Christ and Christianity at its best. And so instead of inventing yet another new God, I started diving into that story. And so far, my husband and I went about, both of us saying we're atheists, and now I like this story. I exploit, and the more I look at it, the more, I don't want to say I'm fulfilled, but I feel I no longer have this need, this void, I have to say, and I feel like I'm going somewhere.
And I think this captures pretty well what I'm trying to say as well. That when Ayaan Hirsi Ali took note of the things that she found to be most important, when she put them in terms of a person, she found that she described something like Jesus. And you could say that's supernatural or something, and I don't think it necessarily is. It's something like she took note that
that there are these cultural movements, right, that are there, and you know, that she had been, for lack of a better word, infected with this perspective, and that it could point to something that's transcendental as well. And so in that moment where she thought there was nothing because, you know, it was all criticism and critique and breaking down, in that moment it flipped. And as soon as she took note of what she looked forward or at the thing that she wanted to drive towards, she recognized it. And even though I'm sure she would not think that it was perfect, the instantiations of Christianity, or, you know, if anybody goes towards any other religion, right? It's not going to be perfect, but it was something to at least move towards, which is extremely helpful. Unlike nihilism, which has no kind of foundation in anything. It's empty, given the name. It means nothing.
There are standards that I have to live by that are quite high, and that's daunting. But these are standards that I'd rather aspire to and fail. Maybe the only human being who nearly achieved that was late Queen Elizabeth. But trying to emulate her is this daily practice of hardship.
Well, she never did interviews. So,
interesting too. I think I kept this point because I think it's fascinating, that she looked at Queen Elizabeth as a certain saint, in a way, a figure to pursue, in recognition of her virtue, that she noticed, and she wanted to emulate that not in precisely, right, because Ayaan Hirsi Ali is not royalty, and she does not have the money of the royal family or the influence, but applying in what ways can she live her life that would reflect the values that show through Queen Elizabeth's life. That's fascinating. Yeah, I think that's great. I'm gonna close out with this last outro section, and then we will.
I think that says everything that I wanted to say, and yeah, do the hard work. It's worth it, and there's any number of reasons why we are where we are right now. And be a part of the solution. I think that's all I have to say. Thank you all for watching, and for.
Yep, do it. I stand by that. Keep doing it. Keep doing the work. Yeah, really good. I'm proud of this. I'm really proud of almost everything I do. And I hope that doesn't come across as, you know, self-centered or anything, but I'm very thankful for this journey that I've gone on in making videos. And again, it's not over. I'm still making stuff, but in this reflection, I'm so thankful for the time I've taken to do this project and to work towards it. We can close on this one, close this chapter, and move on to the next. But we didn't look at the comments. I've been trying to be good about looking at the comments.
I've noticed that
the comments say, good video, really interesting. Hey, it's Bubbly. Hey, Bubbly, your first recognition. If you're still around, you're here. First sighting 8 months ago. Cool. Okay, so we went through that. Well, Mark, I hope I'm more of a centered self than self-centered.
But Doc Mitchell,
but we'll see. I have also, I'm making a whole stream right now about myself. Here,
hey everyone, no.
Let's look at it so I can look at the camera. This whole stream is about me to a certain extent. And there's a little bit of narcissism that has to come with that. But you know, it is what it is. I'm doing my best to do what I can with what I got. Okay, we're gonna skip the
the shameless ask for more subscribers that I hide as being a thanks for subscribing in the past. So yeah, thanks Mark for watching that video. I hope you enjoyed it. We will cover that video at some point tonight. So I will give some reflective thoughts about that too.
Today,
I'm sure that will be in, you know, in like 4 hours, but
we're asking the question.
We'll get to it.
How would a transhumanist play Fallout New Vegas?
Oh yeah, let me give the rundown for what this video is. This video is about. Yeah, okay, I'm at the right camera. This video is about transhumanism and playing through as a nihilist. I took the figure of Elon Musk as my thumbnail and my character because he was well known, and so why not choose Elon Musk? Would I do that in retrospect? Probably. It just connects with people a little bit better, even though I don't think he fits squarely into the transhumanist bucket. I think it's pretty good. I'll get to the beginning here where I lay out some stuff, and then I'll probably just stick to the interludes because I think that's what's really important for just getting an idea of what this video is about. And then we'll look at my reflection. I think that might be a good way to go. Throughout the video, I kind of will talk about different things I'm doing and stuff. We'll get to it. I'm just
Vegas. Or if you're at the thumbnail, how would Elon Musk play Fallout? I'll elaborate on transhumanism more as we go, but I first wanted to give a bite-sized definition for those of you who are unfamiliar with the movement. Transhumanism sees...
In making this video, I spent so much time watching this video over and over again, just because, you know, it took a while to make. There was a point where I was just like, I want to get this done. I've been like waiting on getting this done. I want to get it out the door and finished. And by the end of it, I actually was impressed with it enough that I had watched it more times. Like I actually like this video a whole lot. I think it's really good. At the time, it was definitely like my favorite video I ever made. So it's
technological progress as inevitable, and it sees it as a way of bringing about a new stage of humanity. This can take many different forms, from artificial extension of life, enhanced human abilities, and being uploaded to the Matrix. To support this vision, I've selected a few rules that will help us embody the transhumanist through our playthrough, with a few kind of other mini challenges scattered through. Rule number 1 is we're going to play on hardcore mode, just to kind of get some extra difficulty in, and to kind of make sense of some of these further rules. Number 2, we're going to play on the hardest difficulty available. I believe off the top of my head that's very hard, but it's not going to make too much of a difference. Number 3, we have to buy every implant available to us. This is just to kind of fulfill the fantasy of becoming a cyborg in the transhumanist thought. Number 4, we're going to use energy weapons as much as possible, which is basically throughout the entire playthrough. There's only one moment where I shoot a gun. It's for Sunny Smiles' quest to shoot a bottle. But otherwise, we're using energy weapons. Number 5, we're never touching a lock. Lockpicking is too physical for us. We want to deal totally with technology. This isn't really for roleplay. This is just more restrictions to help me get into the mindset. Number 6, we're going to eat only pre-processed food, such as Blamco mac and cheese, or those deviled eggs that come in a box. This is more for immersion. I don't want to deal with the dirty food. We're going to use food that's only from the past, the far past. And number 7, we're going to, as we've mentioned before, generally act as a transhumanist would. And again, we'll define this as we go. As Fallout New Vegas begins, we are
okay, we'll skip to Elon Musk and transhumanism.
Our way. While I made before some strong claims that Elon Musk is a transhumanist, that might be a tough sell. While technologies like Neuralink definitely point towards transhumanism, Musk is publicly pessimistic about many other technologies, such as gene editing, which Musk seems ambivalent of. So it may be better to say that Musk is a light transhumanist, or a futurist. I apologize for the clickbait, but I was desperate to find a recognizable face to play as. I'm not so sure if any of you would recognize, the likes of Max Moore, Ray Kurzweil, Natasha Vita Moore, or Zoltan Istvan. You may be wondering why Zoltan here is standing in front of an American flag, and the answer is pretty simple. Zoltan has run for the presidency of the United States not once, but twice. Once in 2016 and once in 2020. As we make our way to get payback on the guy who shot us, we stop.
In retrospect, this ambience is like really loud for no reason, so maybe I would change that a little bit. This video is quite long. It's about an hour long, or it's 47 minutes long. So I might would work it down, but I do cover just so much stuff in this video. Transhumanism 101 is like a good...
Prometheus was a titan, ousted from his throne by the gods of Olympus.
3-minute
and
section.
as either a way to challenge them, to take care of the cold and ignored infant humanity, he stole the divine fire of Olympus and gave it to these primitive human beings. While the gods punished Prometheus for his crime, it was too late. Humanity was already changed forever, and would continue to develop into something completely distinct from the animals around them. In the mythology around the Jewish scriptures, there is a heavy association between Cain, of fratricide fame, and technology. He and his descendants are the founders of the first cities. Later, this would lead to the creation of Babel, a city whose inhabitants sought to surpass the divine through the use of highly advanced technology. Ancient stories like these leave little question why transhumanists seem to almost universally challenge all forms of ancient religion. Max Moore, a leader of the current transhumanist movement, has stated in no uncertain terms that traditional religion is a barrier to progress.
This is like a super interesting paper that he wrote on, it's titled Towards a Futurist Philosophy, and he breaks down these ideas about how religion has like withheld us from a proper futurist future. I guess is the way to a futurist. Yeah. Anyway, a futurist future, and I remember reading this on my phone while I was at not the Gap. What is it? Old Navy with my wife, as she was shopping for clothing. I was on my phone studying up on transhumanist philosophy to prepare for this video, and just a weird little like a note, like these videos do take up like my time and attention. Like these are things I'm honestly interested in, and like this is a real piece of my life. Like making these and thinking about these things, like it's not just a few hours on YouTube. This is a major bit of my life. Just thought you might be interested.
This is a sentiment shared almost universally by the leaders of the transhumanist movement. The core of this conflict lies in the fact that transhumanism seeks to address with reason the very problems that religion was made to address as well. Sultan's political platform has 3 pillars: universal basic income for those who could no longer find jobs once automation took over, the development and distribution of implants to increase human capabilities, such as running as fast as a cheetah, and finally the absolute defeat of death. Again, this animosity is not surprising, between transhumanism and religion, when you consider that religion has historically tried to provide either a solution or a challenge to each of these. Religion, traditionally, deals with death, seeks not to surpass certain human boundaries, and has a social structure that provides for people. Max Moore, the self-proclaimed coiner of the modern term transhumanism, defines it as both a reason-based philosophy and a cultural movement that affirms the possibility and desirability of fundamentally improving the human condition by means of science and technology. Transhumanists seek the continuation and acceleration of the evolution of intelligent life beyond its current human form and human limitations by means of science and technology guided by life-promoting principles and values. To put it simply, transhumanism seeks to surpass traditional limitations through the use of technology. In this view, technology isn't that good, and any improvement in this regard ought to be a priority. It's important then to ask, what is transhumanism really? A moral philosophy? A political philosophy? That's the question we're going to ask.
I think this is the really fun part about doing Fallout New Vegas as a way to analyze these philosophies, because towards the beginning of the game, you have to focus a lot more on how you as an individual interact with others. Like, do you steal from them? Do you cheat them out of something? Do you take over the town? And as you go later on, you're dealing more with politics. Like, how do these political factions engage with one another? Nihilism is very much on the personal end, and so I never really explored the political side. I didn't realize the impact of political transhumanism until I played through a little bit more and realized, there are political incentives that are present in trying to develop further technology and advancing it further. But we can move on a little bit. Again, I don't want to spend too much time. I'm trying to remember what is important. Evolution and transhumanism is kind of important, so we'll stick here.
Evolution is one concept that is constantly brought up by transhumanists. The idea is used to draw connections to the idea of continual improvement in all aspects of human civilization. I would not be surprised if many transhumanists find kinship with Steven Pinker. Steven Pinker, in Enlightenment Now, lays out his thesis that though our reporting of events has been very negative in the last few decades, in truth, the world has become much better, on the most part. Pinker associates this improvement with the collapse of traditional religion and the development of reason and science out of the Enlightenment. The transhumanist quest is to find the continual improvements that may bring humanity into our next stage of evolution. What this could be, no one is really sure. However, many point to technologies such as CRISPR as a pathway to human-led evolution. In another aspect, transhumanist Juan Enriquez, in a TED Talk, lays out his thesis that all moral improvements we find in society are tied to the development of technology.
When you have an alternative, and you don't have to go vegetarian, and you can still eat meat, in one generation, how do you think people are going to treat a picture like this? When there are clear alternatives that are by technology, so we don't have to do this, how do you think they're going to judge us? And there's a whole series of other examples of things that we might be doing today that technology is going to displace the ethics and move the ethical goalposts. And it's important to understand that both in how we judge people in the past, not justify it. I'm not justifying slavery, I'm not defending slavery, I'm not defending discrimination against gays, I'm not defending any of this stuff. But we are going to be judged, and there's far more of a record of how we're going to be judged because we've all been covered by electronic tattoos that aren't going to disappear. Whether you call it Facebook or Twitter or Instagram or whatever else, people are going to be able to look in detail.
In a way, he seems to argue that we are all able to agree that an act is evil only once we have no need for it anymore. If we look at the practice of slavery, he may say that it was always wrong. However, we did not have the technology to afford to call it wrong. Therefore, it was not abolitionists who truly eliminated the horrific practice of chattel slavery in the United States, but the Industrial Revolution that ultimately ended the practice. Out of this admiration of the mindless process of evolution, transhumanists have been inspired. Evolution may be a road, everything getting better. And why would we not want to run down it as fast as we possibly can? Accelerate. Accelerate. Let's just keep going. Faster, faster, faster.
And yeah, I think this is kind of fundamental to this video, is just this aspect of, is technology a road that always leads to better outcomes? And to me, it doesn't seem to be the case. And I make some arguments later on. What I love about these videos is that I take the first part to not put too many criticisms or critiques. I really just let the philosophy speak for itself, or I try my best to. And then at the end, I can provide my reaction and my critique. But I really try to let everything flow easily and out. And so maybe we can just get to my response, at least a bit of it. Again, I don't want to go too long on this, but
I watched Philosophy Tube's video on the subject, and the one criticism that came at the end of the video was essentially the one from the political left. As technology develops, there's not a clear path that shows that the impoverished will be taken care of. However, this is more of a general criticism that can be avoided by the likes of folks like Juan Enriquez, who simply tie moral progress to technology. And understanding that all improvements are incremental provides a good counter to this issue. And don't forget Zoltan's advocacy for universal basic income. The whole platform of that side of transhumanism is all about taking care of, the little guy, the person who might be walked all over. So I don't see that as the main challenge that transhumanism has to face. My challenges to transhumanism lie closer to the heart of the movement. First, the cost of technology seems to be often looked over. Enriquez is convinced by his thesis that technology corresponds directly to moral improvements. However, it doesn't take long to find counters to this argument. Early in the Industrial Revolution, Eli Whitney, an American inventor, created a new type of cotton gin that he thought would reduce the needs for slave labor for the production of cotton. Now, a transhumanist, who doesn't know the full story, would be all for the progression of this industrial technology. However, Whitney's cotton gin had the opposite effect. At the time, the practice of slavery seemed to begin to die out. This new cotton gin, instead of ending the practice, breathed new life into it. As the process for cleaning cotton was easier and the process became more efficient, fewer slaves could work more lands, and this would make the owners of these plantations much more money. This could be an isolated incident, except this is one of the oldest types of stories we can imagine. The utilization of atomic energy was one of the greatest leaps in understanding the fabric of our universe. Fission could be used to power millions of homes and better lives for everyone with a wire connecting them to the grid. But you see where I'm going with this. Despite all the good that nuclear power, correctly harnessed, could do, it can be difficult to frame the jump as worthwhile when considering the uncountable numbers of people who have lost their lives to atomic bombs. A threat that will never go away. Pandora's box is an ancient legend, like the fire of Prometheus, which provides an analog to technology. Pandora was ignorant of what was inside the box and was told by the divines not to open it. However, she, in her curiosity, opened the box nonetheless. Through this, all the troubles of the world were unleashed. The transhumanists can try and discount these ancient myths and religions all they want, but when we reflect on these stories, we see a great irony. These may be the most advanced forms of technology we know of. The story is how we interpret everything, and not just this story, but every story. A list of facts is not a good replacement for a story. In fact, a list of facts is very boring. However, a story has more than just facts. It contains interpretable information. If I say, I was bit by a dog today to my wife, what is she going to ask me to do once she is sure I'm okay? If you have an ounce of social intelligence, you know that she's going to want to know the story. What dog? Where was it? Why was I attacked? What were the events that led up to and followed such a significant moment? She wants the story. Transhumanists like Max Moore may be frustrated by the accusations of posthumanism, but in the words of Chesterton, it's a shame that people didn't call him that more often. This is a tangent that can be an entire piece on its own, so let's continue to move on. I was very careful in the previous section not to bring up...
We can move on pretty soon. But I think that point is very essential. That the story is the most fundamental technology, and the problem is you lose it by removing traditional understandings of the world. You lose an understanding of what stories influenced it or brought it to that place. And again, the story is one of these like fundamental technologies that seems to get left behind. Seems like a weird criticism, but I think it's a valid one, and I think it's pretty good. I get into much more going on here, but we can't stay anywhere forever. So let's move on. We'll look at some of the comments down here. The top comments. Man, I was desperate. I wanted to do a Q&A on this video. I wanted people to ask questions about transhumanism, and I wanted to like talk about it. And nobody responded or wanted to do that. So it's the top comment. That's my pinned comment. Next up, came for the New Vegas, stayed for the shockingly deep philosophical discussion. Very, very happy that people fell for my bait, because that was really it. I wanted to be able to bring these two worlds together, like I talked about with my discussion with Bo, and for some people this really hit, and so I was very happy about that. Rudimentary malware, Atom Smasher about Windows, yes. Many jokes about Windows activation on my computer, as you can probably see over here, right there. I still have my Windows activation message still there. Eventually, I might pay for Windows. Who knows? And people saying that they're glad they found the channel. Hey Neil, what is up? We come to the end of our current transhumanism discussion when Neil shows up, our resident transhumanist. This is a video. This machine accidentally ruined art is a video kind of building off the uncertain future of music. It looks like it was made about a month apart, lots of videos in between. But it was to kind of break down some of my reactions to all this, and I don't know if it did much better at doing that, but I think it's pretty interesting. I think I get into a presentation halfway through, which is kind of cool, and a couple clips. So we're increasing. We gotta do it this way. We're increasing our quality of video making at this point a little bit. Of course, we still have a really low resolution camera that is actually the same one as this one, but you know, I found a way. If anybody needs a better camera and they have just a really bad camera for making videos, use your iPhone or whatever phone you have. Find some software to do it. I can't show you right now because it's all hooked up, but I just got, a $16 cable from a grocery store, 10 feet long, hooked it up to my computer, and I can move it around the room and put it on a bookshelf, and it looks kind of cool. Oh wait, it's behind my head. It's right there. It's right there. Right there. Right behind me. You should look into that if you want another camera that looks better. That's why all my recent videos look better, and all my old ones look not as good.
Whenever art is successful enough, it seems inevitable that someone will accuse someone else of stealing it, especially if there's money involved. Famous cases abound, and one that has caught quite a bit of attention to this topic in the last few years is when Ed Sheeran was accused of stealing the melodic structure of another famous song. During the trial, he showed that this melodic structure
that he was accused of stealing was not original at all. It had been used by some of the most famous musicians for the last century. Seamlessly, he was able to go from one song to another, almost playing the exact same music, but just changing the lyrics. In response to these cases, musician and lawyer David Reel and computer scientist Noah Rubin created a program to provide a response to this epidemic of lawsuits. They created software that could generate every possible 8-note melody. This would require just over 2.5 days of processing time. Reel points out in his TEDx talk that under the law, all that is needed legally to lay claim is to record this information tangibly to a device. Also, according to the TEDx talk, they've filed these melodies for public domain under copyright, with the intention to help protect future artists from being senselessly sued. Now, you may be curious why I'm telling you all this, and why I titled this video the way I did. This is because of the TEDx talk that I've previously mentioned that Reel gave on this subject.
Some of the insights that we received as part of our work is that melodies to a computer are just numbers, because those melodies have existed since the beginning of time, and we're only just discovering them. So the melody, do, re, mi, re, do, to a computer is literally 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. So really the number 1, 2, 3, 2, 1 is just a number. It's just math that's been existing since the beginning of time. And under the copyright laws, numbers are facts. And under copyright law, facts either have thin copyright, almost no copyright, or no copyright at all. So maybe if these numbers have existed since the beginning of time and we're just plucking them out, maybe melodies are just math, which is just facts, which maybe are not copyrightable. Maybe if somebody's suing over a melody alone, not lyrics, not recordings, but just a melody alone, maybe those cases go away. Maybe they get dismissed. The question is not, have I made this new song or not? Because no song is new. Noah and I have exhausted the data set. Noah and I have made all the music to be able to allow future songwriters to make all of their music.
I've talked about the story in another video. However, I didn't do a great job of explaining why this story bothers me just as much as it does. I admire the ingenuity of these two to go and do something about a problem they see in the world. However, I can't help but wonder if in the process they've made an argument that dissolves art entirely. Reel in the TEDx talk makes it clear that he is not working on any part of the music except for the melodies. In some ways, it would be impossible to map certain types of art. For example, we don't have a way to clearly mark out the microtonalities that make up a particular performance. How could we perfectly map out a physical medium, such as paint on a canvas? However, why couldn't this argument expand to all parts of art that can be mapped out, including entire pieces? Digital visual art is one of these art forms. If we take an 8x8 pixel canvas and reduce our palette to 2 colors, black and white, the math is generally easy to understand. On every pixel, we have 2 choices, black or white. If you have any experience in computer science, you would know that we can represent any number by a series of 1s and 0s. Now imagine that we replace all the black pixels on this canvas with 1s and all the white pixels with 0. If we line up all the pixels in order, we get a number. This number can have any combination of 1s and 0s, and the sum total of the 1s and 0s in this number is always 64. Remember, this is the number of pixels in the entire image. This is basically how saving an image works on a computer. The computer takes an image and converts it into a format that may not make sense to a normal human. However, if we move things around correctly, we can generate the exact same image from this number. Now that we know that we can represent any picture on this canvas with a 64-bit integer, that is, a number that is created by 64 1s and 0s, this means that there are 18 billion combinations.
And I mean, I've already spoken enough about why I think this is problematic, so I won't let myself go too much further with this. But the concept of being able to map out all digital art and, you know, having a text file, right, with every single possible number within the given encoding of that piece, the possible encoding, seems to me just to be silly, right? I could basically say that there is a point at which I can make it so that there is no digital art that you can claim to be your own for the purposes of copyright, which seems ridiculous. And so while I agree with the concept about melodic structures, that these are really basic structures, the same argument, once we can get computational power to go behind it, could say that, you know, art is just a number. So why are we able to copyright it? It seems bizarre to me, and it seems actually problematic at best. Now, people don't agree with me. I understand. This is not a hill I should die on, but it's a hill I've been fighting for a little bit, and a lot of it has to do with just philosophy of art, trying to understand it. Some comments got followed up with YTMH cubed. He gave some more ideas. He would say numbers are facts is not true. It's not directly true.
And I'd say, well, that's the map, right? The map is able to cover that area. Like if I say every natural number between 0 and 1, that is a map that covers even microtonalities. And that seems to be somewhat acceptable to a certain extent in this conception. Yeah. I feel like this somewhat conflates art with copyright. Copyright has fuzzy boundaries decided by the legal system, has no hard boundary besides what it does and does not seem to be reasonable to a judge. Something is not copyrightable. It is independent of art. I can make art, I cannot copyright, and I can still make things that are not art that I can copyright. And I think most of this just has to do with how does our society value art? Like, how does it process an understanding of art? I don't see this as valuing art. Of course, I have a lot of problems with the government processing all this because it seems like people who don't really care about art but care more about money are the ones making these decisions and asking these questions. And I don't know what the solution is, so maybe I'm just adding to the problem. But that's some of my thoughts on this. So, this machine accidentally ruined art. That is that. Now we can close this out. Let's see here. I'm going to double check to make sure I'm not missing some of these videos that are secret, because I have unlisted them. Wow, I made these late. Dang. Theistic utilitarianism. Okay, cool. Cool. Okay, we will transition back. Next up is, what should we make of psychopaths? We're in the same shirt. That's cool. Again, this video is a little long, so we might not make through the entire thing, but I think we'll just get the idea that...
One question that I hear about lately and has just been going through my mind is, what should we make of sociopaths and psychopaths, especially in the context of morality? While there's a major difference between these two, there's a link that we can use to understand why we use these terms interchangeably, and that is a deficiency in moral intuition. On the one hand, psychopaths seem to be born without this moral intuition, while sociopaths seem to be raised in an environment that suppresses this moral intuition. Some people seem to assume that as sociopaths and psychopaths exist, moral intuitions shouldn't be trusted, and may not be an accurate pointer to objective morality. However, this is the complete wrong way to understand the evidence as it pertains to this topic. Let's look at the presence of color. There are some among us who are incapable of telling the difference between particular hues, and for some, their colorblindness is at a point where they can't see anything except shades of gray. Does this cause me to doubt the presence of color in the universe? By no means. The very presence of this blindness makes it even more clear that color exists. In the same way, this discussion about disagreeing about morality being an evidence for morality not existing seems to miss the whole point that by disagreeing on something, you're both agreeing that it exists. But we're going to move on from here. If we carry the metaphor of colorblindness further, we can see various people who are more or less capable of distinguishing between colors. Some are fully colorblind, whereas some are red-green colorblind. However, we can also see people who do not possess any type of colorblindness, but their culture does not distinguish between particular colors. Some don't make a distinction between blue and green, for example, and have a singular word to describe both. This seems surprisingly common. There's a whole Wikipedia page listing different cultures and how they deal with this green-blue distinction. This may be a good way of understanding moral intuition. Sociopathy and psychopathy stick out as their extreme examples, but we also see examples in history of people with their culture's approval doing horrible things. One example of this is, I've been reading letters from this guy, Seneca, as he writes to one of his friends.
Yeah, so at this point, I had been starting the project of looking into Stoicism, and so I needed an excuse to talk about something, so I decided on sociopathy and psychopathy. Particularly, this was of interest to me because I had looked into David Wood, who is an internet personality. But one thing that's interesting about him is that he's a diagnosed sociopath or psychopath, which means that he was born without any moral intuition. And the piece that is important there is that he has a very interesting way of then dealing with this, because he's a moral realist, right? He believes that there is such thing as objective moral values. And so how do you do that when you don't have an intuition of it, but you still believe it? And that was where I was trying to get at with this idea of color blindness. There are people who are colorblind, but they still believe in color, because there is still an understanding that other people are able to notice this. This was fascinating to me, and so that's why I wanted to explore that.
Friends about the horrible practices inside the gladiatorial arenas. And this is what he wrote. The other day, I chanced to drop in at the midday games, expecting sport and wit and some relaxation to rest men's eyes from the sight of human blood. Just the opposite was the case. Any fighting before that was as nothing. All trifles were now put aside. It was plain butchery. The men had nothing with which to protect themselves, for their whole bodies were open to the thrust, and every thrust told. The common people preferred this to matches on level terms, or request performances. Of course they do. The blade is not parried by the helmet or shield, and what use is skill or defense? All these merely postpone death. In the morning, men are thrown to bears or lions at midday to those who were previously watching them. The crowd cries for the killers to be paired with those who will kill them, and reserves the victor for yet another death. This is the only release the gladiators have. The whole business needs fire and steel to urge men on to the fight. There is no escape for them. The slayer was kept fighting until he could be slain. Kill him, flog him, burn him alive, the spectators roared. Why is he such a coward? Why won't he rush out on the steel? Why does he fall so meekly? Why won't he die willingly? Unhappy as I am, how have I deserved that I must look on such a scene as this? Do not, my Lucilius, attend the games, I pray you. Either you'll be corrupted by the multitude, or, if you show disgust, be hated by them. So stay away. From this passage, it seems pretty clear that Seneca has a certain level of sensitivity about these moral issues that are not shared by other Romans. That seems to be where these moral disagreements come from, or at least some of them, on this moral sensitivity to, some sort of truth. We can see this in many other places, and in my context, I can see this in myself.
I'm not sure how much more I'm going to go into this, but I think this is a really important point, that there are things that I am not sensitive to that I understand are real and exist in the world, and I'm not going to base it solely on my own perception. And this is my attempt to kind of do that, to open up the language and the conversation to a point of being able to say, we all don't have the same experiences of all of these. And this is why it's particularly important to ask others, to talk to others, to listen to others, to get their perspective, because sometimes their subjective experience reflects reality closer than our own from a certain perspective, if that makes any sense. And I was seeing a lot of people treat psychopaths as if they're instantly monsters. And, there are plenty of psychopathic monsters, because it's easier for them to be so, because they don't have any reservations necessarily about all of these things like violence. However, it doesn't mean, just because someone doesn't see color doesn't mean that they don't find it important. And so trying to find that middle ground of how do we help these people who exist in our world, who are real people who deserve respect? How do we find a way to bridge the gap? So that was the idea of this video. A fun little thing, but it was kind of interesting. Some comments. I don't know why this video showed up for me, but I like it. Cool. I feel that the term psychopath is in so much stigma that a lot of people think that they are monsters. I had a philosophy teacher that were like that said they can't be treated. And after hearing him say this again and again, I started to notice how the classes he gave were all full of prejudice and fear of the different. Those people, like you said, they have personality disorders and are not evil for not understanding morality. I think that's exactly what I'm trying to get at, is that they're people.
Bo comments here. Intriguing content, man. Appreciate the humanizing arguments. I think it's dangerous whenever we draw absolutes about people that can erode our understanding of their intrinsic worth. I don't want this to be conflated with becoming complacent and naive about people's capabilities, intentions, and the security of our health. I think it's important to remain alert and aware about potential harm that others condole, but I think it's far too easy to take that thinking too far and simply write up a group as unchanging / untouchable rather than deal with the subtle nuance embedded in the situation. It's a struggle to seek out the truth of things, but if you don't risk unjustified vilification and unsafe vulnerabilities, I appreciate the reminder and encouragement for all of us that walk down the narrow path. Looking forward to more content. Thank you, Bo. I know you're probably not watching, because you got stuff that you're doing for the next few months. But hey, I look forward to hanging out again. Cool. Marks the end of sociopathy. Okay, Thanos and utilitarianism. This video is quite long, and because I did my video on transhumanism, I wanted to do something on utilitarianism because there's so much overlap, and I had all this research and stuff I had done, so I was like, why not make a video on the importance of Thanos and utilitarianism? So
hi everyone, just wanted to kind of talk to you guys about what I'm thinking about. I'm gonna have some scattered subjects here, but
this is very much inspired by Paul Vanderklay's style. I developed a slideshow and wanted to talk over it. Pretty cool video.
I found that this would all kind of mesh together in an interesting way, and so I just kind of wanted to give my little rant about all these things, and yeah, just talk about it because this has been on my mind a lot lately, before I kind of go into my next big project, which is not about any of these things, so they just happen to come up. First off, I just want to kind of give a rundown of utilitarianism. Utilitarianism basically says that something is most moral when it provides the best outcome. You'll hear some people say, like, ends justify the means. It's a little bit of an oversimplification, but yes, that's kind of the utilitarian standpoint. We have the trolley problem here, and the trolley problem, the answer that the utilitarian would give is, we want whatever option has the least death. So I'm going to pull the lever, and the one person's going to die, and we're going to leave the 5 people alive. Even if I'm doing something in the process, it's the better outcome. So we should do it. That is what the utilitarian would say, of course. Utilitarianism was coined by Jeremy Bentham and was continued to be worked on by this other person here in the black and white, John Stuart Mill. They had more of a teacher-student type of relationship, and so Bentham kind of kicked off the project, and Stuart Mill just carried it on and continued it. But Bentham seems to have some kind of clear biases, right, for even introducing the idea of utilitarianism, though it existed as other things in the past. Bentham is kind of repackaging it and making it new. One of the things he brings up is this principle of utility, which basically says the best things are the things that bring about the best outcomes. This is how we should define morality, and everything in nature always moves towards these kind of improvements.
I think we kind of get the point here. I'm trying to remember what is particularly of note. Thanos as a utilitarian, I think, is important. So we'll go there.
Okay, so one response that I've seen that's been fascinating recently to utilitarianism has been this character of Thanos. Thanos is now kind of a cultural icon. We all kind of know who he is, whether or not you've seen the movie he's in. But he seems to be a full-on utilitarianism. He's given a supernatural insight into both a great disaster in the future that will kill almost everyone, including lacking of resources and overpopulation. And he has a very clear solution in front of him, which is to inflict a painless death on half of the entire world's population. And so the hedonistic calculus seems to be pretty good on this, right? It seems to kind of fit pretty snugly.
And so I really like the ability to take the time to be able to say like, hey, Thanos is a super interesting character because he plays out these ideas in such a way that is super impactful um, to engage with these ideas. Like this is a philosophical idea that's being questioned in a popular form of media, specifically a Marvel movie, right? That's not really necessarily known for asking these deep questions. And so encouraging that and then also exploring that, I thought that would be a good method in understanding utilitarianism. We can go over the comments on this one. This is the first time I think I've seen Militia's name in the comments, at least today. So I'm Militia. I know you're sticking around, hanging out in Discord. Mustafa, I've seen him around a few times. Talking about rule utilitarianism. I don't really. I tried to get into rule utilitarianism later. I think in another video. Not really interesting to me. It feels like it's just trying to make up some grounds that's just not interesting. Yeah, I don't know. It's not even worth talking about too much. Yeah, cool. Sorry, I was counting the number of videos, and it looks like we are almost halfway through. So that means we're making some good progress. But we can't really slow down too much. So
it's not what entered.
We're gonna keep going. I don't know if I'm supposed to. I don't think I'm not allowed to show stuff, but I know also people don't like showing stuff behind the scenes, I guess. So I'm just gonna try to follow that standard. What else do we got? Those videos pop up after theistic utilitarianism. Okay, cool.
Here's your mouth that defiles you, but what leaves it?
So, in the process of making my Stoicism video that we'll see in a bit, I wasn't finished on time to meet the deadline for making videos, and so I decided, well, let's make another one of these commentary videos. I'll use some of the Skyrim gameplay, and we'll talk about becoming who you want to be. And that's something that's been on my mind, and it's, Stoicism is kind of along those lines, and so I thought it would be cool.
What you do and say have a significant impact on the person you become. Your actions don't define you passively, but they define you continually. This is an idea that's present in many different traditions around the world. In our modern culture, we have a habit of seeing actions as an outcome of who we are and not who we are becoming. You'll hear things like, I play video games because I'm a gamer. I sing because that's just who I am. However, these are very passive ways of understanding ourselves. We are much more dynamic and are continually being drawn along with our continually evolving identities. James Clear in Atomic Habits touches on this fact when he talks about the best way to enact change in your life. Every action you take is a vote for the type of person you wish to become. No single instance will transform your beliefs, but as the votes build up, so does the evidence of your new identity. In order to change, it can be best to identify what you want to want and make steps to act like someone who wants that thing. For example, I'm in a place in my life where I know I need to exercise more. I want to exercise, but it sounds miserable. It doesn't feel good, and it can be hard to push myself to actually grow. I know that I feel better after exercising, so my goal is to just get myself into a place where I'm living like someone who exercises. This is something that the Stoics knew well. Every day, you're making tiny choices that will decide the person you will become. If you want to be more honest, you need to be able to be honest when it doesn't matter, before you should expect to be honest when the challenge comes. To paraphrase Seneca, you ought to act as if a good man is always looking over your shoulder. And for that matter, think as if a good man is listening to all your thoughts. I act this way because this is the person I want to become. We're not nearly as static as we think we are. This is part of the lost meaning when people are told to discover themselves. Discovering a person is very different from discovering a landmass. Whereas a quick glance and a comparison on a map is all you really need to discover a new landmass, a person is amazingly more complex, and therefore Discovery is a continual process. One of the main tools we have in self-discovery is relationship. Relationship with coworkers, family, your partner, everyone. By learning about others, you begin to understand yourself better. By some strange and truly magic sense, by developing an understanding of the world, you develop a greater understanding of your interior world. You'll hear similar ideas to this in popular culture. Dress for the job you want. A famous speaker says, act as if God exists. We often focus too much on the cognitive elements and neglect actual and practical life. For example, my belief that there is a tragedy occurring on the other side of the world does not change whether or not it's actually happening. For the most part, my thoughts will not change the suffering or lack thereof that people are facing. It doesn't matter what I think, but what really matters to the world is how I act. And this is what I would refer to as belief. Belief is what you act upon. Who cares what your mind conceptualizes? This belief is the bedrock of everything you do. So do your best to build your foundation on something solid that will not shake under the weight of your world.
So, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I really like this one. I think, I mean, LARPard, that there's a certain element of, like, making the decisions is actually what changes you, and it's not just who you are. I don't know. I don't know if I can say it much better than I said it here. It's pretty good. And yeah, right around this time, no wait, I'm not gonna go into that yet. That's another thing. Actually, no, this is right around the time. This is right around the time I'm meeting a lot of you all who are watching, TLC folks. For you all who don't know, it's a group of people, make channels, who run an online community, and we talk about deep philosophical topics. And at this point in my time, I'm starting to try to engage more in that space, reach out and talk to people, and hop on live streams and talk about that. So there's a bit of that going on, but yeah, that's part of the context of making all of this this happen. Comments, I think there's a lot of Bubbly commented, and some TLC people hanging out. Yeah, pretty cool. Going who you want to be, theistic utilitarianism. Okay.
Hi everyone.
This video is interesting because I had this concept in my head and I wanted to try to communicate it, and so I did my best to do so, and I did it kind of poorly. But I think it's an interesting idea. I don't think it works out, and someone in the comments corrects me. So I don't want to spend too long on this, because even when I made this, I was like, I don't think this quite fits. But I think it's somewhat interesting. I might take another few seconds break. I'll start this video and I'll be back, and we can go from there.
This is Noah. I run this channel, President Foxman, and I just wanted to make this video asking this question: is utilitarianism just divine command theory with more steps? This has been an idea I've been throwing around since late high school for me, about 5 years ago, and I've been juggling with this, and I would really love to hear some feedback on this. This has been something, again, I've been processing, I've shared with people, and I thought it was interesting, and so, I mean, why not put it here? So, first off, just a few claims that I'm starting out with. Utilitarianism was made to counteract the ongoing ethical structures of Jeremy Bentham's day, right? He was trying to provide an alternative to what was there, and what was there for the most part was divine command theory, or other traditional kind of religious moral structures. Divine command theory goes something like, something is good or evil because God says is good or evil, and there's no kind of further reasoning. It's just this kind of religious statement, but there's an element beyond that we could go into some other time. But the idea that, you know, there's an ultimate God figure who's able to decide this. And some of you might be instantly thinking about some counters introduced in Plato. I don't see how those are necessarily super applicable, but again, we're not referencing divine command theory or trying to defend it here. We're just trying to introduce it because I think there's some major similarities here that might be interesting.
Utilitarians accomplish this by trying to counter the divine commandery position by saying something like, the principle of utility, and we'll talk about that soon, is foundational, right? We don't need a proof for this principle because it is fundamental to all the way we live and the way we act. That whether we like it or not, we are always acting with the principle of utility in mind. That can be controversial. I think people can agree or disagree, but we'll move on from there. I don't think this does anything to address divine command theory fully, as I'm seeking to prove, especially for people who are theists. And I don't know if that was the purpose of utilitarianism. I think in a certain sense it was to counter the traditional, to provide a new basis for morality and saying like, oh, let's pull it out of this kind of God sphere and let's pull it into a deeply human and individual sphere. And so my point is maybe there's a little bit more compatibility here. And if you're using utilitarianism to counter divine command theory out of somebody else, I think there are some flaws in this structure. However, it doesn't give you any reason not to be a utilitarian. This is more of just something to note in conversations between these two structures. Okay, real quick rundown on what utilitarianism is, because I just do this for everyone who just happens to stumble around here. Principle of utility basically says what is good outcomes, and what is bad outcomes. And what we're looking for in any action is the best outcome. The right choice is the one with the best outcome, and the wrong choice is the one with the worst outcome, or the not as good. And you can go into a whole bunch of stuff, right? Like if I choose the less good, even if they're like two good options, it'd be immoral to choose the still good but less good. So there's a lot of room around here, and how you decide what's good and bad, or like the best or worst outcome, is based off of hedonistic calculus, as Jeremy Bentham puts it, who's pictured here. And he says something along the lines of, you take the pleasure and the pain, and you basically say whatever gives the most pleasure, or not whatever gives the most pleasure. You take the pleasure, subtract the pain.
Okay. Cool. I don't know where I was. I'm catching up. Oh yeah. So this is a bit of in my mind, a little bit of philosophical trolling that I like, where that functionally both divine command theory and utilitarianism are the same in an understanding that both look to an image of God to do it. People got mad at me because they're like, well, no, because they're not actually structurally the same. And my point is that they go to the same place. So in the end, it really doesn't change anything. It's fair. People didn't like that. I got into some arguments on a Discord. Not real arguments, but like fake arguments. But it's just kind of a fun little video. This Deaver pick comment on the video does a really good job of pointing out some of the problems with my stuff, and he did way better than I could. And so I said, oh man, bro, you got it. Like you did you made my video look pointless because he corrected all the problems I had made. And so really good. I suggest looking at it if you're at all interested, but if you're not, that's fine. Okay, perfect. And now that we are at the least amount of people who are on, we can now watch all the stuff that I am worried about. So I made a few videos and I regret them. Might be the best way of putting it. And oh gosh. Now some of you might be confused why I'm getting really uncomfortable right now, like noticeably, like the way I'm talking, the way I'm acting. And it's because there are only 2 videos on my channel that I have privated for any reason. And these are the 2. And I regret them, but I thought they were really funny at the time, and they came across as kind of not kind. And so I regret that, and I bring that up in other locations, and no one's seen these videos lately because I privated them. No one can see them except for me. And now you'll be able to access them. So this is a piece of this. Okay. We are going to switch to this. This video is titled Ditchard Dawkins Rant about Richard Dawkins on Olex A. Connor's podcast. An adapted screenplay assembled by Noah and performed by Noah.
Who's the most formidable debate opponent?
I decided it was a good idea to include the circus sounds
that you have had in your career that you can think of now on this question of God's existence?
I don't think there are any.
No point in a debate where you're sat there getting ready to get up and give your 10-minute rebuttal while they're speaking, writing your notes and thinking, oh gosh, what am I going to say to that? That's a fair point.
Don't think so.
Who's the most formidable debate opponent that you've had in your career that you can think of now on this question of God's existence? I don't think there are any. Not that I think that I'm formidable myself, but I don't think that there are any where you're just very good arguments. Sitting there, getting ready to get up and give your 10-minute rebuttal while they're speaking, and you're writing your notes thinking, oh gosh, what am I going to say to that? I don't think so. Point. I don't want to sound arrogant. It's not that I've got great points, but it's just that I don't think there are any good points to ever be made. And maybe it's something about the debate format as well, you know? Everyone's so prepared that you rarely feel off guard. Yes, I mean, the sort of professional debaters on behalf of atheism, people like Richard Dawkins, I have no time for him. I mean, he's got this sort of loud, pompous voice, and he says that biological evidence and genealogical code says this, and the audience, I suppose, is supposed to be impressed.
In the end, this is actually kind of a funny thing, but it's only funny to myself. And that's the sad part, is I understand that, like, this joke about Ditchard Dawkins talking about why Richard Dawkins is not a good advocate for anything because he's not intellectual is only funny in the context of the conversation, knowing what Richard Dawkins said about William Lane Craig. And again, this is not about William Lane Craig. This is more about, like, the disrespect, I guess. And when I get frustrated about someone's disrespect, I don't want to respect them. And that's why I regret this, is I showed very little respect. And yeah, it did not go well. I'm not going to show this whole thing because it goes on. It goes on for 10 minutes. I took down a transcript of everything in this 10-minute of this, like, large section of this discussion. I wrote it out. I replaced all instances of, like, Richard Dawkins and replaced it, and William Lane Craig and replaced it. Redid the entire thing. Not rehearsed it, but, like, performed it. Recorded it, did the split thing. Kind of cool. But man, it's pretty cringy, looking back at it. And, you know, sometimes it's really hard to find a non-cringy way of saying these things. And also to express frustration at disrespect by someone else for no reason. Like, just not treating another person with respect. And I don't really have room for that. I probably would have done better just not to say anything, but I felt like I needed to, and I regret saying stuff. So this is my my mea culpa, and it gets a little worse. So I made this video. I unlisted it because I thought, you know, I unlisted it. It's going to be okay. Oh, here, let's just go through the comments. No comments. Okay. I think all the comments might be destroyed because it's private. That might be what happened. We'll see with the other one. But I made this. I was like, no, this isn't right. So I was like, you know what? I need to do a more serious reaction. I need to sit down and do the thing that I regretted from before. My cringiest video up to this point. I've already talked about previously on the stream. And I was like, you know what? I need to do that again. But for something I'm even more heated about. Never do this. Just don't do this. I swear. Like, this is a horrible idea. And I did it. And, man, this is... So I made rage bait. Like, this is rage bait, to be honest. Like, I didn't realize it until this point. But, this is, like, one of the videos that got the most views the fastest of anything I've posted. Like, I posted this right before I went to bed. I woke up the next morning, 1,000 views. And then throughout the day, I'm like trying to, or maybe not 1,000 views, but it had a lot of views. And then I kept trying to like explain why I was so frustrated. And then people were like, well, why are you disrespecting Richard Dawkins? And I'm like, because I don't respect him. Yeah, it was a mess. And I wish I had never made it. And so I eventually unlisted it. The title is Read the Pinned Comment, because I was saying like, hey, I realized I didn't do this right. And I realized it was getting too many views to say like, okay, man, it's better if I just remove it. Even though I think I was in the right, I went about it the wrong way, and I'm just not going to do anything about this. So we can watch a little bit of that.
Hello everyone, this is me, Noah. I run this channel, President Foxman. I released a video a couple days ago.
We'll see him get mad.
So he kind of makes this statement without any kind of backing, right? He says, everybody who's kind of serious about philosophy of religion, don't believe this thing. And I haven't seen proof of that. And so he now is kind of putting William Lane Craig into this non-serious opponent camp, which it just seems to try to lower the bar. But if you're not kind of serious, then I don't know, it doesn't seem to play out in reality, right? Like, there are a lot of people with weird ideas, but they at least can have arguments for them, and so like, why not challenge them on those positions? Like, you're an expert in genetics, so point out the genetic problems, right? Like, have a debate about the genetics of the historicity of the Old Testament, or something like that. Like, this is you could play it on your own turf even. If you even wanted to do a debate, you don't even have to do a debate. Have a conversation, right? And I don't.
And okay, to give myself a little bit of room and grace, part of the reason I was so frustrated was that Dawkins had said something along the lines of, I don't even want to be in the same room as this other person. And there's no argument for it beyond, I don't like his personality, and I'm not going to debate him because I don't think he's serious. He's not worth my time. And if you actually believe something to a certain extent, like, you can make that argument if you're debating a person who's a bad actor, right? If they are disingenuous, if they're like just not a good person, I can totally get that. But in this case, it was more just like, he's pompous. It's like, bro, like, come on. Just say you don't want to debate him, and that's fine. Like, you're not a coward if you don't want to debate someone. You don't have to debate anybody. But stop hiding behind, like, I'll do debates, just not with that person. When they're held as like one of the top like persons in popular apologetics, and you're trying to argue against them because you think it's a bad position. If you think they're an immoral person, isn't that a reason for the beliefs they believe, not because of the way they act? If you think that he's immoral for the beliefs that he holds, that should be more reason for you to debate him. If you believe debates are the way to express this in the public sphere. And so this is kind of my problem, is just that none of the logic lined up, and I did it in a very disrespectful way. That part wasn't that disrespectful, but man, yeah. Yeah, comments are deleted because it's privated, which is fair. That is yeah. Now we get into the better end of my stuff. I don't have anything that's like a skeleton in my closet anymore. This is all kind of fun stuff from now on. So we're going up from here. We're going up from here. First video, authenticity. 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 First mention of Chad in a video is in this video.
What does it mean to be authentic? People will say authenticity is all about being yourself, but it seems like we're pursuing the idea of authenticity more than authenticity itself.
Clothing is one thing we evaluate when considering authenticity. You know, I have a suit, a tie, button-up shirt. Sometimes to people this gives a sense of authority. But depending on the person, this could be their authentic dress. Sometimes we look for something different. For many, this can feel fake. This is just kind of a dress put on to give an air about yourself. To others, casual dress is authentic and real. As if not hiding behind formalities will expose the real person behind it all. However, how do you know how I dress regularly? You know? How do you know any of this is even real? Is faking it part of authenticity?
Setting is a key part for authenticity too. I mean, there's something about a walk that's really authentic. And in a sense, it is a natural habitat.
Though there is something to earnestly talking to a camera on a desk that really appeals to long-standing online traditions. Another popular format is the car video, where the subject sits in their car and talks to their phone. Hi, Chad. The car is a good space for this. For some, it's a home office away from home. For others, it's a deeply personal space that others can be welcome into. But for me, it hasn't seemed to be a spot that I've really found any sort of affinity for. But what is really authentic? Is it the heavily edited video? Is it the car ramble? Is it making videos outdoors?
Authenticity seems to quickly break down, and the internet is full of people trying to find authenticity, but you are able to identify it.
There are parts of me I never want to share online, nor should I. But the question is, by doing this, am I giving up authenticity? We all have strategies to find out if someone's being real with us. You know, sometimes if somebody underplays parts of their personality and is really quiet, we think, you know, they're something like a plant. They're just not trying to get noticed. They don't want to be found out. Other people will be loud and boisterous. They seem like they're overplaying parts of their personality. These can be effective metrics, but sometimes it's just the way people are. So how else do we deal with these authenticity finding problems? Sometimes we test, sometimes we poke, sometimes we prod. We ask questions to find out if someone's in the in-group or not.
There's a story in the Book of Judges about a people group that devised a strategy to determine whether or not someone was in the in-group or not. They decided that any foreigner they would come across, they would ask them to pronounce the word shibboleth. Now, this is because the people that they were trying to, attack could not pronounce the sh sound. So they would say it's sibboleth. And so this became an effective measure of being able to tell the difference between the two.
One common joke I hear a lot is someone says that they enjoy a particular band, and the response is, well, name 3 of their songs. It can be really hard to say these in the moment, but this is a quest for authenticity. This is a shibboleth.
We desperately want to be known and to be loved, but sometimes we push back to make sure that the experience is real, even to the detriment of authenticity itself. In the past, at this very campfire even, I saw a girl put her feet into the fire, basically, just to have her boyfriend chastise her to take them out of the fire. That's what she wanted. What was she looking for? A prince to sweep her off her feet? I think she wanted true love. I think she wanted authentic relationship. And she was willing to put herself in bodily harm to get it.
But what was the cost of all of this? Like, in the end, she just ended up annoying him. In a way, getting him frustrated and driving him away. This seemed to be really counter-effective to what she was trying to accomplish with all this. By trying to find authenticity, it seems like she almost destroyed every instance of it. To this problem, I don't know if I have a solution. Maybe it's just trust and time.
The appearance of authenticity is readily manufactured. The real thing takes time and relationship. Don't leave anything you trust in fully to be tested by the winds. Really fully understand what you're getting into. Trust, belief, authenticity, these are all 3 sides of one coin. Is that good?
Yeah. I really like that video. I remember sitting down and writing the script and putting out an understanding of places I wanted to film. Was able to get some help from my wife. We drove out to a couple locations to do it. I think this is one of the only 2 videos where I went to another location to film something. So that's kind of cool. Most of my stuff is in my room, so finding a way to do that, it's pretty fun. What else went into that? first video that's super impacted by TLC stuff, like almost explicitly, talking about these conversations around authenticity, trying to engage in those conversations. And yeah, I think this holds up. Something I really enjoyed, and you know, quality of video stuff, I don't know, but you know, it felt authentic. So, or wait, authentic. Some comments. We got Tayo in the comments of this video. Was really excited to see Tayo there. I had never talked to him before, so this was like a pretty big thing. We got Luke Thompson. We got some Neil. Neil's showing up in the comments, leaving a whole bunch of comments a few months after I posted this. So this is when Neil is creeping through my comments, creeping through my videos, learning more about stuff I was making. So yeah. We can move up. Authenticity. Okay, another pretty popular video, Gen Z's desperate search for authority. Again, we won't watch the whole thing.
Gen Z.
A little long, but I think this is pretty impactful. If Mark is still around, Mark, this might be helpful. But it's just kind of going through some of the major kind of things I've noticed in younger people and how they interact with, or especially young men specifically, interacting with just how they process authority and the places they seem to be going to find it.
Like other generations, we were told that we could be anything we wanted to be. And many of us walked away from this lesson in two different ways. The first, and I think the one that more people are familiar with, are the people who took this as seriously as possible. They sought to push the boundaries of both culture and just in general tradition, continuing a process of deconstructing pretty much any limit that was put on them, both in our relationship to each other, into technology, that our traditional formulations of these things have been broken down by this process. The second has responded by essentially saying, I know that's not true. I know I can't be anything I want to be. It really doesn't make sense. And thus, when they're hearing this from their parents, there's a certain response of, I need to find a person who's actually willing to do that role. It's this half of Gen Z I want to just kind of delve into and look at some recent movements in the culture that I think not too many people might be super familiar with. One major sign of this movement is the shift in traditional institutions. The Catholic Church and Orthodox Church are seeing a large movement of young people to the most authoritative parts of these traditions. For example, because of Vatican II, the Latin Mass has been de-emphasized for a variety of reasons. However, this type of Mass is seeing a great influx of young people. I have friends who've traveled over an hour and a half just to sit in the Latin Mass. I'm not going to try to make an explanation here on why this is the case, or to even say that it's a good thing, but it's important to note nonetheless, as well as with all these things. On the internet, more specifically, it's important to note the ortho-bro movement. This is really the movement that kind of moved me to make this video in the first place.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen these young men and women, I imagine you soon will. I think they're not slowing down. These ortho-bros are extremely well-versed in internet culture and are generally internet savvy overall. The fact that so many young people are beginning to identify with one of the most ancient and esoteric, all of this coincides with the explosion of popularity that Jordan Peterson underwent in the last half-decade.
The consequences of not saying what was true. It's like whatever hell you might fall into by opening your mouth when you have something to say that isn't popular, it's nothing like the hell that you're going to envelop yourself in if you lose control of your own tongue and mind. And like I said, in my clinical practice, I never saw anyone get away with anything even once. You need to be afraid of the right thing, and what happens is to wait until you...
To a reemergence and accepting of religious thinking in the public square. Put some names out here. Chris Williamson.
Have you been keeping abreast, or have you noticed this trend?
Ryan Holiday.
The Stoics say you need to stop doing these 5 things.
Jocko Willink.
When you get bothered, you're going to get more insults because you gave them what they wanted.
All of these people owe just as much, in my opinion, to Jordan Peterson as they do Joe Rogan for the amount of influence and cultural movement that kind of carried them to where they are. But Joe Rogan also has played an enormous role in this shift as well.
Anyone's going to accuse pizza of being like the healthiest thing in the world. This looks awesome.
That does look awesome. You want to play, Jamie?
All right, sick. This is awesome.
Oh, but that's another video entirely. The words I would use to describe this movement are a consideration of individual responsibility and cultivation as the first step to cultural change. In this sense, there's a great similarity to Stoic tradition, and this also led another explosion of the Stoic movement, especially in online spheres, as a set of practices and beliefs to encourage self-cultivation. Ryan Holiday is one of these kind of people who are paying attention. If we consider the Petersonian movement as a religion, then we are now led to the heresy of the manosphere. The manosphere, you might not have heard of it, it kind of grew out of this men's rights, red pill movement, and ultimately ended up with this name. It was made famous by the likes of Andrew Tate.
And most people live their lives as worms. Most of you are worms. You don't do anything important. You're just living in your shit life, living your little dirt, just sitting there wriggling, hoping an eagle doesn't come along to fuck you up. And if an eagle did come along, you couldn't even defend yourself. A worm has no claws. It hasn't even got, like a skunk can spray smelly piss or something. A worm has zero defensive mechanism. A worm is absolutely not really useless. I've never heard of a story of valor that involves a worm. People use animals as insults. They'll say you're a bitch, which is a female dog. I don't think a female dog's that insulting to be. I know female dogs. You can have a female police dog that will charge at bullets. Or you can have a fire dog that will run in a burning building. What's wrong with being a female dog? A dog can do something. Being a female worm would be much worse. Are there even female worms? Are worms so shit that they don't even have genders? I'm about to do research in the middle of a take speech for the first time in my life.
And a YouTube channel by the name of Fresh and Fit.
Well, I come from a background where the men have multiple women.
Oh, okay.
Women. So I don't think monogamy is not. That's a lie. Like most guys don't want to be monogamous to one girl. Even your guy right now, he probably wants multiple girls.
Listen, man.
Probably.
W Angel.
Yeah.
But yeah, I see what you tried to do there.
Yeah.
Nice try.
There's a few others, of course, in this area, but those are kind of the two big ones that I feel like I'm always running into online, or I did in the last kind of year, where Peterson sought to give men a way of living that would lead them to finding meaning in life through responsibility. The manosphere sought to find ways to give men instruction on how to get what they wanted, namely sex with attractive women, money, power, and a wife that would be loyal and take care of them and their children. This movement seems to have taken...
So I think this video is mostly just kind of building off these kind of concepts of just different places of authority, of structure, and pursuing that. And so this video, I think, does a good job of laying it out, putting that structure into a place that's easy to understand, and being able to communicate that this is a reality for a generation of people. A lot of young people, Gen Z, actually a lot of just Gen Z. And so I think it went well. What other parts of this? Yeah, we just, you touched on all the major pieces. We got some Christian Baxter in here. We got Sartori showing up. Sartori is always here for the generational conversations. Tayo, of course, I think he's into this too. As Gen Z, I followed Jordan Peterson, and then a whole bunch of other people, and just talking about following tradition without religion, which is super interesting to see someone kind of talk about this, and a group of people who are liking this video or this comment as well, seeing that this represents them. This idea of religionless tradition is super fascinating to me. Roland, another TLC guy, says the desire to find stability in a world that is fracturing at an increased rate alongside the youthful tendency to think of black and white terms is definitely a thing. What we are missing is the generational wisdom that ideally comes from experience and age to help guide and lead the next generation on their journey of carrying what is important from the past while not expecting to return there. And I think that's why I get later on into the generational handoff video. I think that's the main point of that is where is the handoff? Like, how are we heading this off to the next generation? Cool video, liked it, and yeah. Okay, what are you living for? What are you living for? Now,
to be willing to die.
This is interesting. This is countering some of the stuff that I was seeing early on with Brendan Graham Dempsey, with a few of these people talking about the problems with martyrdom philosophy. I get really frustrated about it, but what do you live for? What do you die for? I think is key and really important. This is another video. I'm still in my stoicism kick, waiting for that third video on moral engines to come out, and but now I'm also engaging a lot more in TLC stuff, so I'm on more streams, talking to more people. Yeah, so let's do this. This is short enough that we can kind of make it through within a reasonable amount of time, and we can start this up.
To be willing to die for something, that is, being a martyr, is immoral. This is because if you are willing to die for something, you are also willing to kill for it. I've seen messages like this in several comment sections, and I was curious to find out where the idea emerged from. Google was no help, and ChatGPT pushed me in the wrong direction several times over. So the best I can do is address this idea directly. In my mind, the natural complement to something I'm willing to die for is something I'm willing to live for. These are often one and the same.
If I devote the work of my life to raising my family, it doesn't surprise me in the least that if it came down to it, I'd be ready to protect my family to the end. I think to some people the idea of dying for a purpose is very odd, but I think that might just be because we live in places where that doesn't happen very often. I'm sure in war-torn countries this is on people's minds much more. In the end, I find the key to this is in our priorities. In our day, we are constantly making choices about where to place our attention. Do I spend time with my wife, or do I make a video? Do I exercise, or do I write for an hour? In each of these decisions, we slowly put together an image of what you value most. Imagine for a second that you were someone else looking at your life from the outside. You can see all the things you do and all the choices you make. From the perspective of that person, what would they think you value most? What do you spend most of your time doing? And what are you doing these things for? Two people may put in 12-hour shifts at the office, but their intentions can be very different. Do you work to make money so you can buy the new PlayStation? Or do you work just to get food on the table for your extended family? In saying this, I'm not trying to bring judgment, but I do want to bring in some self-reflection. If you value something outside of yourself, not for what it gives you, but for what it is, then it isn't hard to imagine paying the ultimate price for that thing. Now for the second part of this comment I mentioned before. This then implies you will be willing to kill for it. I'm not trying to be smart, but this isn't necessarily true. There's some people who are pacifists, who have given their lives and refuse to throw a single punch. On the other hand, people have killed with little thought to what they would themselves die for. However, for the most part, I don't disagree. If something lies at the peak of your hierarchy of priorities, then chances are you're willing to kill for it. I mean, if you wouldn't, then not killing would be above whatever that thing is. While the commenter in my case is referring to religion, there are many cases where someone is willing to kill for this thing they hold in high regard. I've used the example of a family, but let's look at a country. I think in our context, chances are you know people who risk their lives as a response to love for their country and its people. The odd police officer who really cares and tries to make a difference, with the understanding that he may need to use lethal force to defend an innocent civilian. The soldier who desires to protect their home from those that would hurt its inhabitants. You may think both of these cases are bogus, and I can see how cynicism can get you there, but people have good reasons to do what they do. However, let us take this imaginary commenter on their case, that it is truly a bad thing that people are willing to kill for a cause. The major counter to this is when you love and prioritize something that necessarily excludes killing in its name. Whoever truly values peace and non-resistance could never even consider lifting a hand against their adversaries. Look at people like Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. His home was bombed on January 30th, 1956. Did he respond by seeking vengeance on his attackers? No. He continued to advocate for peaceful resistance against a corrupt governing authority. He never called for violence and would later die at the hands of an assassin for standing on the ground on what he believed in. I don't find any problem with honoring those who have laid down their lives in cases like these. If there's anything I can ask from you, is that you take a moment and deeply reflect on what is valuable to you and most valuable to you. Are these valuable because of what you get out of them? Or is it for their own good that you treasure them? Now consider, what do you want to prioritize? What do you want to center your life around? Leave a comment, and I'll talk again later.
Yeah, I mean, some notes that just come to mind. I was actually recording this during, while sitting in a voice call on the Bridges of Meaning Discord. So I'm not recording the audio. I'm recording the gameplay, and so that just comes to mind immediately. It's just that yeah, there's this conversation about a lot of stuff, about the difficulties of dealing with housing stuff. Housing prices going up and all that stuff. Weird tangent, but it's pretty impactful. That it's stuck here. I think this is a really important concept of dealing with what is worth living for and what is worth dying for and potentially killing for, right? Like, at what point are you willing to do that? And for some, it won't happen at all. And so it seems, I think this is probably the healthiest version of expressing my frustration with something and providing an alternative, dealing with it all the way through. I'm very thankful for this growth out of a really not the best minded I was earlier, and so yeah, I think this went really well. I remember a few comments in this video being something like, I thought this was going to be a Skyrim gameplay or mod video. Yeah, I clicked on this video expecting the Skyrim mod showcase, but I got so much better. I came here to watch some Skyrim gameplay, and now I'm leaving with an existential crisis. Thank you so much. I got some comments from Chad, from Neil. So I'm really thankful for this. I didn't realize how many. Yeah, this got quite a few views. Yeah, just finding a space to be able to have these conversations and bring people into them who don't necessarily have those conversations that often. So, and maybe for me that'll be streaming in the future.
just streaming a game and having these conversations on the side, and people come to watch the gameplay and find themselves in the middle of a really deep conversation. Who knows? I think it would be really, really cool. So, future note, Noah, you should do that. And we will go. Okay. Credentials. So, credentials. Shorthand, right? Is a reaction to a guy by the name of T. Grog. Not all of you are familiar with him. Who's a materialist who kind of is in some of the online spaces I'm around, and there was this conversation developing about what is the point of credentials. This was my attempt to break into some of the TLC conversation, and it failed pretty miserably. These are one of those videos where like I made this for a specific purpose, and very few people watched it or were interested in it for that reason, and it just never, it didn't really spread. So I was actually very discouraged by this video. So we can watch it. It'll be interesting. Everyone,
Noah here. I run this channel, President Foxman, and today I just want to talk a little bit about credentials. It's been a conversation I've heard a little bit around the internet, and just wanted to kind of put my thoughts to it and process it with everyone else. I think the thesis I want to lay out first is that credentials are about trust. They're not much else beyond that. That in the end, everything is about relationships.
Sam's point here is really important because Sam makes the point that credentials develop because you have relationships that are beyond the face-to-face. And credentials have developed in many different forms throughout history. For example, in the ancient world, if you were going to traveling across the world to a group of people that were somehow connected to the people that you were from, you would come with what today we call a letter of recommendation, which would say, you don't know this guy, but you know me, and I say he's okay, so you can listen to him and you can talk to him. When you get to modern institutions like the Christian Reformed Church, I hold a credential with the denomination, and that means that I achieved certain educational goals, I was examined by certain bodies within the institution.
And I think Paul here is, let me move this out of the way. I think Paul here is getting to what I'm thinking of in the end, we're all just kind of trusting. But fundamentally, credentials are a trust of the institution that gives the credential. For example, he mentions the Christian Reformed Church. Why do I trust in the approval that the Christian Reformed Church puts on Paul? Well, that's all based off of how much I trust the institution itself. And this doesn't just hold for institutions, but we use institutions as a way to democratize or to expand the room for trust beyond a single person, right? A single person that might have some authority can have a little bit of trust, right? We think about presidential figures, we have people running for office, but when there's a party behind them, there's a certain level of
some of these points about trust. I think they're good. I think they cover a lot of what I would probably continue to say. This feels like something that would not be something I would normally talk about. And it was just my kind of, again, my attempt to enter into the conversation, to take some time to talk about it. Yeah. Sorry, I keep checking back. I get worried that I muted my mic and I didn't unmute it, but I didn't do that. Thank goodness. Yeah. And so fundamentally, right, it's all about trust. And when you make your standard a credential, the problem is that you're still basing it off of trust. It's just like a higher tolerance for, like, you moved your trust to a different place. But the problem is we've reached a day and age where people don't trust institutions like they used to. And so as much as you can advocate for certain types of institutions, trust has eroded. So what are we going to do about it now? And I think that's the main point of this video. Some comments. Colt Bumpy. I didn't realize how long you were around. Super interesting. Yeah. Yep. Neil even some good comments. Trust is composed of two things. What their aims are aligned towards, and competence. I think that might be part of what we're getting at here. We are in a time of trust inflation, perhaps even trust hyperinflation. I'm confident in the accuracy of this heuristic. Yeah, that's good. I'll see what he said. It was no kidding.
that bothered me beyond belief, because the little bit I do know about the human brain is that it is not like a computer.
Oh yeah, I get frustrated. I have an anecdote here about how in university, my one of my computer science professors compared the human brain to a computer, and just this inability to think outside of your realm long enough to understand that your realm doesn't have all the metaphors that best apply to the world as it is. So, the human brain is not a computer. Yeah, it's not a quantum computer. It's not an irrigation valve. It's got a lot more going on. It's more than just that. Okay, I'm gonna drink some water, and we will keep on keeping on. Okay. We are further into TLC bait. I'm trying to find ways to connect with people on who I'm talking with. And I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna make more videos that not that they'll like, but that they'll connect with. That they will communicate. Like I can start a conversation. And I thought laws might be a good way to start this. So I made
on my
this
mind
video.
lately and just kind of do some processing out loud. I wanted to talk about laws and rules. I've been considering lately about how I've been noticing people setting expectations or rules up without an understanding of what makes a rule or a law a law. And I was able to come up with 3 components that seem to define every rule that we run into. The first one is the principle. This is kind of the foundational aspect that this rule is built on. I'll go through these later in an example, but the second one is the practical implementation. What is the rule asking of us, and how does that connect to the principle that we built the rule on in the first place? And then the third one is the consequence. This is often a reflection of the effect of the behavior that we're trying to avoid that's returned back onto the person who did it. So in the example of littering, right, we have a law against littering. So how does this kind of process? Well, the principle is something like we value the earth. We value nature. We don't want to kill animals with plastic that we're throwing into the streams. We don't want what was the whole thing? The turtles with the straws in their nose. We don't want that to happen. That is some suffering that we're causing, and we're destroying the environment. So don't litter. That's the principle, right? And you can disagree or agree with that principle, but that's a principle that we're using to set up this rule. The second part is the practical implication, which is the do not litter part, right? We have the principle, and then we say, okay, well, how do we execute this principle? How do we practically ask people to participate in the principle itself? And so the way we do that is we say, well, if there's one thing you can do is just don't throw your trash in the road. Like, fine, we have a place for it, put it there. Don't participate in the destruction of the environment. So that is the practical way that plays out. And then the third part is the consequence. So what happens if you don't, if you litter, if you don't throw your trash in the proper place? There's a bunch of different things, but I think the one that kind of comes to mind as being the consequence, right, is that if you break certain laws, and this might be one of them, you are asked to do community service. So you might be on the side of a highway picking up trash. And this law, right, of not littering is now a complete kind of image with these 3. And correct me, anybody in the comments, if they find that this is not enough or if I'm missing something, but when one of these is not correctly aligned.
And I think this covers it pretty well. That, and I get into every permutation, right? If one of these pieces is not aligned, it messes with it, right? If you have no consequence, then what you have is a pointless rule. It's like don't steal, and the government tells you it, and then you steal, and then they don't do anything about it. Then like, who cares? Like, what is the point of this? If there's no purpose to it and it's just an arbitrary rule, like who cares? You're punishing arbitrarily, strangely. If there's no implementation, then it's just like, we want to protect the polar bears, and we'll like execute anyone who does otherwise. It's like, well, now I don't know what action you're trying to ask of me, and so trying to set this up again. I don't know what this is an interesting video. I don't know who in the world this is to, this is very myself, which is, not a bad thing, but it is something to consider that part of this is having a conversation, and this doesn't invite people into it necessarily. This is my attempt to try to do that, but it didn't quite work. It didn't quite work out. comments on this one. Christian Baxter hanging out. Spirit of the Law, Spirit of Constitution, possible additions to the spirit of your video. Love that you're thinking out loud. YouTube gives verbal processing in your bedroom studio a telos. True. And then least possible force principle all the way up. Yeah. Again, not too earth-shattering. Just kind of a weird little thing. Weird little thing. I'd say, I know I said before that was kind of a turning point for the channel. I'll go back here. But I think this point might be the real kind of big turning point of the channel. And it's a video titled, What Am I Doing Here? And there's a few pieces here where within this kind of 3-month span, I develop a good kind of system going of making videos. And we'll see quite a few of them. And then I take a little bit of a break, and then I have another good run up until now. So we have kind of two kind of chunks that we're dealing with. And it's kind of about the other half of the year. So let's do it. This is What Am I Doing Here? The first of a couple videos with doing Dark Souls commentary stuff. So we are going to not stop recording. We are going to transition here. And we're going to play this.
Just a forewarning to anyone who's listening, this is going to get a little rambly, I think, and
well, we know.
I'm just kind of going to talk about what's been on my mind. I have been making videos consistently for the last several months, about 5-ish maybe, and there's been a lot of good and a lot of challenges that have come with that. One of these challenges that have come up, though, is something that I knew I was going to face, but I didn't quite understand what it was going to look like. And that is the role of attention. Attention can be a dangerous thing, because YouTube serves it up in a very easy way of just being able to see like numbers come at you, and I think it's just human instinct to like the big numbers, I think the joke is bigger number, better person, right? And yeah, that's to be honest with you all, that's been something difficult. I've had a few videos that have really done well, and some videos that I really like. I like how they turned out, and they haven't done so well. And it's been a long kind of process of learning this, and I think this is just part of me learning this lesson, is trying to articulate it, is that the numbers are not the game I'm playing. They're not the game I'm supposed to be playing, at least. There are people who do play that game, and
This is exactly the kind of thing I was talking about with Drake earlier, about the advice from the past, or the advice you need to hear. Sometimes you just need to articulate it out loud and make something, and you will hear the advice that you need to hear coming out of your own mouth, and you just need to kind of do it. This is my attempt to kind of bring about that spirit, or whatever that is. This was that, in that moment of like needing to hear someone say, like, the game you're playing isn't about numbers. Like, stop paying attention to that. Like, I'm doing it right now. I'm looking at the number of people who are watching the stream right now, and I don't need to be doing that. It's not helpful. So actually, I'm gonna close that. Yeah, it's not there anymore. I can't tell if anyone's watching, because, to be honest, it doesn't change anything. Yeah, I think this is the advice I needed to hear at the time, because I'm not trying to do that. It's not my game. And so I was trying to cast a vision, right, in this moment of saying, like, okay, well, I'm about halfway through my video project. What am I doing with this? Like, why am I doing this? And I mean, this is a good time to ask that.
I don't blame them. I think that's a fair point, especially if your financial situation is on the line. I think of people like Mr. Beast, of course, right? Someone who
Mr. Beast
has maximized the way he runs the algorithm to create
first out of 2 Mr. Beast references on this channel.
A video that will appeal to the most people. But
the angle that I've been trying to view this whole video creation thing has been through the lens of art, right? I want to get better at something. I want to, oh, that's another thing too, right? I say I want to get better, but now how do I gauge being better? And numbers are a really easy way of like sidetracking all that or sidestepping it. You can just look at the bigger number and you're like, the big number means I'm doing better. But there's something about like the integrity of art, and some art can be popular, right? You have movies that I find to be extremely artistic and beautiful, and they're popular. So I'm not trying to make that point. Like, if anybody is starting to get that impression, that's not the case. But there's something that's on the other side of it, which is like, I want to be true to what I want to make, and I think I've done that. But it's been, again, a long time coming. And there's a question of like, I make a video, and I'm kind of standing behind it. I like the video, but I also know not everyone is going to like the next thing. And am I selling a product that not everybody's going to enjoy? And, I'm starting to treat this as like as a train. My channel is going to change constantly because I am changing and I have different interests. And in the end, people stay as long as they like what they like, and they can leave whenever. And I'm trying to come to terms with that. This sounds really self-centered, but I think this is just some processing I need to do. My friend Christian on a podcast was talking about how he was able to get an interview with a relatively famous person who's kind of been in the news lately around a certain kind of part of the internet, and he was explaining like how upon getting this interview or setting up this interview, it was extremely stressful all of a sudden. Like he had felt this kind of pressure of like, well, what's going to happen to his channel, and it might blow up, and is he ready to grow and to support growth? And I think I don't know where he exactly landed on that. I want to talk to him about it soon, but I know that feeling. That feeling happened to me. And there's times where I'm like, I wish I didn't have access to some of this information. I wish I could make things without worrying about the attention of other people. But the problem is that we're always coming back to is it's all a two-way street, right? I can make art just for myself, and I can enjoy it. But there's something about like the communication. Like art is a form of communication. It's a way of expressing something that is important to you in a way that other people can understand it. I think the Fallout videos I've made are that very thing. It takes something that is very, I don't know, myself. I'm all about mashing together things that don't work together and seeing if something can come out of it. And to see that connected with people, I rightfully, I'm very happy. But then you can get attached to that too much. And yeah. And so now I'm kind of in a place where I'm like, well, what do I make? It's like I know what will make people happy, or will make some people happy, But sometimes those things aren't what I want to make. And I'm so glad I haven't fallen into that yet. Like I haven't reached the point where I'm like, oh, this thing is something I don't want to do. But people will be happy. But it's a question I come back to. What do I do with all this? Which way do I go? I don't know what videos I want to make. After the Stoicism video I'm working on, I don't know what's next. And I don't think I've quite been in this place before where I'm like, I feel quite as lost on what's going forward. There's a section from a podcast that I've listened to a lot. It might be a little unexpected. It's not any creation stuff. It's a conversation that was with Bishop Robert Barron. I'm gonna butcher whatever he said, but he's talking about prayer. And for all you people who don't like the word prayer, you can just put in meditation. I think it fits in. It doesn't work quite as well, but you can understand the same idea. And he says, prayer is meaningful because it's purposeless, which sounds weird, especially to maybe most of you are American. I've seen the numbers. I look at these numbers, and I think especially our culture. You need to have a purpose and need to be it's the hustle culture, right? I need to be constantly using all my time to develop myself for, and we have to think of something. But we never really get to the fore part. We're always about, well, let's just self-actualize. That's the most important part. So, but he says, the most meaningful things are the things that are purposeless. The things that, you're not doing it for anything else. You're doing it just to do it. And there's a certain...
Yeah. Man, I'm gonna have to listen to this again. I think this is really good. Good reflection. This reference I'm making had a huge impact on me. I remember just listening to this one day, and it's just like I dropped everything. I was like, dang, this is crazy. It's understanding that like sacrificing your time is part of reorienting your attention to the right place, becoming the person you want to be, all these things. So yeah, a lot of really good stuff. I don't know if I'm gonna keep going too much longer with this because we have places to go and things to do. We have some comments from Ups and Christian Baxter and Slack and Rakau and Neil. We got Militia. Militia. Thank you, Militia. Great. You've been amazing. More jokes about activating Windows. I eventually find out how to get around this. I think it's halfway through this recording, I find out how to deal with the activating Windows stuff. So on most stuff, it doesn't appear anymore, and you wouldn't even know that happened. So it's kind of funny. I'm gonna lose my mind a little bit, but you know, this is how this goes. Yeah, cool. I like this video a lot. I know it sounds like I say this for a lot of them, but I do. Okay, so Skyrim stoicism stuff
and hyper masculine.
So this video took a long time to make, right? Like a few months I'm working on this video. And by the end of this, I'm so done with this video. Like I'm trying to push it out, like the door. And I keep getting these audio errors and audio bugs. And I think I solve them all, and I get more. And I get so frustrated. I just say, you know what? Like it's going out with them. And people have commented a few times in the thing like, oh, like there's some weird bug, and I'm like, man, like I tried. I really did. I found out how to fix it. So in the future, I know how to deal with it, but man, oh, that was frustrating. So you might hear some of it at the beginning. Some stuff about stoicism.
Stoicism has maintained a name as the preeminent philosophy of the internet for the last few years. In my experience, it's difficult not to run into the growing Stoic conversation online. People like Ryan Holiday have made a living off this ancient philosophy. It's an understatement that I think that it is strange that an over 2,000-year-old philosophy would suddenly reemerge into the cultural consciousness. One just has to look at Ryan Holiday's conversation partners to see the movement in our midst. People like Rick Rubin, Camila Cabello, and Matthew McConaughey. These are not who you would necessarily associate with the Stoic movement. I imagine people like famous weightlifters and hypermasculine figures. But here we see something different. Holiday is talking to artists and cultural influencers of both film and music. This is also interesting considering how countercultural the main message of Stoicism is. It calls everyone to radical self-discipline. The Stoic's goal is to build their own character, and most sources of pleasure distract from this goal. To indulge one's senses is to weaken the will when temptation to compromise comes, compared to our American culture of do what you want as long as it doesn't hurt anyone else. The difference is night and day. The day is November 11th, 2011, and a video game that would change history is released, the 5th entry in the Elder Scrolls franchise.
This video is a little interesting, and again, we'll play pieces of it, but I had an interesting idea to jump between three or four different things at once. Jumping between the game itself. Okay, good. I was wondering if my dog was being picked up by the mic. The game itself, the history of the game, my personal experience, and stoicism. And so interplaying between all these pieces and then kind of meshing and interweaving all of them together. I don't know how well it came across. That's why this is more of like I can call it a meditation on stoicism and not like a traditional moral engines type. Can I beat X as X? But yeah. So we're gonna skip a little bit. We have some of these outdoor sections, which are interesting to me.
The day is December 21st, 2014, at my cousin's house in North Carolina, on my Acer laptop looking for games to buy during the Steam Winter Sale. I just began to delve into the world of PC games and had a spout of independence in my ability to choose what I could play, and buy for that matter. People have been recommending that I play Skyrim for the last 3 years due to my interest in games like Legend of Zelda, but I just tucked that in the back of my head and just kept playing Majora's Mask. However, I had $50 burning a hole in my Steam wallet, and this game looked amazing. I easily paid the $14.77 for the game and all the DLC, and began to download my first Bethesda game, something that would change my life. I can still see the clean new carpet I was sitting on, and the old wired Xbox controller that I was using. I can still feel my stomach drop when I saw a Stormcloak's head fall from his shoulders.
Okay, we'll see this later, but one of my favorite comments on this video is someone who says, like, I'm 5 minutes into the video and there still hasn't been any Skyrim gameplay. Like, you still haven't played the game yet. And I just thought it was the funniest thing in the world. It's like, yeah, like this video is not a crowd pleaser by any means, and it's not even like that. Like, I like this video a lot. I say it for all of my stuff for the most part. But it's by no means a crowd pleaser. It is weirdly niche. It is very personal, and it has technical problems in the first 5 minutes. It's a little bizarre, but man, I don't know. still about it.
Hey, you're finally awake.
We wake up on a carriage, and it doesn't take us long to realize what's at stake. Sitting between a horse thief and the leader of the Stormcloak Rebellion, we realize our life is on the line. As a Stoic, the consideration of our inevitable death is not new to us. We've prepared for this day our entire adult lives. Every morning and evening, we've spent at least some time in meditation to ready ourselves for death. May we face our execution with honor and die on our terms. Not as a victim of the system, but in submission.
We go to some more history.
The year is 68 AD, and we see a slave in his 20s by the name of Epictetus. Despite his low social status, Epictetus found himself in the company of figures of great importance. One of his slave masters was secretary to Nero. Despite his lowly social standing, he voraciously learned philosophy with the permission of his master. This does not mean he was entirely well treated. One of his masters is said to have broken his legs to a point that he walked with a crutch for the rest of his life. However, Nero's death has brought an unexpected twist to Epictetus' story. He finds himself free. He will teach philosophy at Rome for a number of years before he's exiled from Rome with all.
Yeah, just these audio glitches all the way throughout. I really regret that was how this came out, but man. Stoicism today.
Today's Stoicism has seen a renewed interest due to numerous factors. Popularizers like Ryan Holiday played no small part.
Stoics say you need to stop doing these 5 things.
Along with the work of great professors like Michael Segru, who personally brought my imagination into the world of Stoicism.
Always under your control. Do what's right today, and let tomorrow take care of itself. The Stoic philosopher is the man who has liberated himself from fear. He's not afraid of death. He's not afraid of pain. He's not afraid of other people's dismissal as a fool. The only thing he cares about is that he should meet his moral obligations.
Though he may not like the implications of the label, I'm not afraid to call Holiday an evangelist for the Stoic message. I admire his passion and his attempted resuscitation of an ancient tradition. And it's hard not to see the impact that the Stoic ethos has had on the internet landscape. It's hard not to imagine figures like David Goggins outside of the heritage that Stoicism provides.
We're all being tested, and that road to success is a bumpy ass fucking road. Has fucking potholes, nails, detours and shit. Yeah, a lot of you are gonna die with a nicely preserved body. No plates, no bad knees, no bruises, no scars. Stay hard.
It's also not surprising to me that Goggins sounds like he's always reading out of meditations. I've heard that it's been a common practice for US servicemen to be given Stoic texts that serve as an ethos to follow. Our modern formulation of Stoicism is easy to swallow. We have eliminated almost every mention of the supernatural in our discussions of the ancient philosophy, so that it may serve as a religion for those who have given up on or refused religion outright. I've even heard of some people taking the lines of meditations out of context in order to justify why they think that Aurelius was a secret atheist or agnostic. The truth is that the concept of the Logos is incredibly important for understanding Stoicism, and while Stoicism doesn't directly imply theism, it seems nearly impossible to be an honest practitioner without being, at the very least, a pantheist. While this odd mix of secularism and Stoicism has been crippled and lacks a significant foundation, it is still spread like fire. There's such a desire for Stoicism that there are not enough people on YouTube creating content for it. Searches for things like meditations will bring up countless AI-generated videos to meet the demand. A word of warning, don't watch videos that are less than 2 hours and claim to be audiobooks of the meditations in modern language. These are all AI-converted translations of the text.
I've heard a couple people like talk about this and they're like, oh, this was super useful to me, and I think I can be because we're so far in, we're almost 5 hours in, that I can be a little bit more blunt about this. I have no respect for these AI generated audiobooks where they take an existing translation of a text, something that somebody's worked really hard on, and just reinterpreted it into modern slang, because it loses all depth. I was listening to one of these audiobooks. I believe it was this one, and I wanted to hear it just because I was like, oh, I'm curious to see how they did this, and I'm listening to it, and there are parts that are completely incorrect. Like there are parts that the meaning is entirely changed because the AI model thinks that this is an accurate replacement or enough of a replacement that would be valid, and it's not. And so, weird soapbox I'm getting on right now, but yeah, I am actually extremely frustrated, and the fact that Stoicism YouTube is full of this kind of content is really infuriating to me, and so that's another thing.
With inhuman voiceovers, content is lost in the process. In listening to one of these videos, there were sections that had their meanings completely changed. Stoicism of today has given... How do I sit with Stoicism now? I found a lot of wisdom in Stoicism, and I don't think that should be ignored. Wisdom is wisdom, regardless of where it comes from. Though I think there is a real struggle in taking on the practices of the Stoics without acknowledging the belief in the Logos and some of these more mystical foundations. There are some things that do bring me pause when considering Stoicism. However, I had a lot of trouble writing this section.
Sometimes it feels like Stoicism is so loosely defined that one can easily claim that my understanding of Stoicism doesn't match theirs, and therefore my concerns are moot. So I give a warning here. I'm painting with a broad brush, but I want everyone to know that my hesitations are out of love for Stoicism, and I want to address real patterns I've seen from practitioners, long dead, and those who are new converts. My first point is one of a lack of community and de-emphasis on others. I think the major reason that Stoicism does not look like a religion today is not because the Stoics lacked the belief that we tend to associate with the spiritual.
I get into a lot of thoughts here. And we, again, if you want to watch this, feel free to watch it later. It's, again, super personal. Just talking about my hesitation with this lack of community, this fundamental isolation of people as just being, it's just me. And that's just not the way it works. Like, community is too important to the world, and other people are just too impactful to the way we exist. Like, no man is an island, Stoicism doesn't account for this, and if you change it in Stoicism, it's no longer Stoicism, it's something else. And so my thoughts on that. Yeah. Some comments on this one. There's some days where you find a gem among the endless waste. Today is such a day. Very kind. Great video, bro. Very chill and entertaining. One of the better Skyrim videos I've seen lately. This video deserves to be seen by many more people. Very nice comments. To be honest, editing quality and everything, not my best work, but I did put good work into this, and I do like it. I understand why, it's not my best work, but I really did like this video, and do. I think the content is right on, and yeah, I like being able to express a lot of that stuff. It's a great opportunity. Be careful what you wish for. Careful what you wish.
Hey everyone.
For. We should be able to finish this in 2 times speed.
I just wanted to do another one of these Elden Ring type videos and talk about some things I've been thinking about. I'm kind of having a bunch of different threads that are going all at once, and so I'm trying to find a way to tie them all together here and make it relatively quick and not to be too kind of long and drawn out. One of these major ideas that I've been kind of thinking about is things not being exactly what they seem. Might be the best way to put it. Sometimes we want something to happen really bad, and then on reflection, after it happens, sometimes we realize that it's not what we were looking for. It's not what we really wanted. And then you also have the opposite, that something horrible happens, and you don't know quite how to handle it, and you're processing it, and then you realize in the end that it might be exactly what you needed in that moment. Part of this reflection has been on, I've just been reading some of Nick Cave's book, Faith, Hope, and Carnage, and he's talking about this horrible situation that he went through, of having 2 of his sons pass away within a very short amount of time, and then pretty soon after, his mother also died. And he talks about how it's the hardest thing that's ever happened to him. But there was something that came out of it where he felt like he was more complete after. He's fully able to understand himself as a person. He's able to act in a way that he's able to reflect that, his death is inevitable. And so everything you do now and from now on is really important, right? Because there's only so much time you have left. Whereas, you have the stories of people winning the lottery and they don't know what to do with this money. And the story that's most common, you'll hear it all the time, is people go bankrupt after winning the lottery. They end up in a worse place than when they started, before they even won the lottery. Part of this goes back to a piece I wrote on my blog titled Attention. But the basic message that I reflect on there is about being careful what you wish for. Sometimes we look and we see something, and we look at something that's very low level, and we want that really badly, not understanding that there is something past that we're looking for, right? Some of us are looking for a romantic partner, and we're desperately looking for that, and that's
this is a very C.S. Lewis type thing about how all of our desires are fundamentally good. They are just pointed too close, right? That if they were played out to the fullest extent, if you found out where those desires were correctly fulfilled or fully fulfilled, you would find, the good things, the truly good things. Yeah.
Something that we desire above all. But what we don't realize is that there is something beyond that thing that we were actually looking for. And what is that? In the example of looking for a relationship, the thing that some people will be looking for, I don't think this is universal, but for some people, it's that they feel lonely, that they desire to be known and to know someone else, to have an intimate relationship. Not necessarily sexually, but they want to have a friendship. And they don't know how to express this beyond a simple, I want a girlfriend or boyfriend. And so, be careful what you wish for. Because what you think you're looking for sometimes isn't what you're actually looking for. And be cautious. Do some soul searching and fully understand what you need and what you want beyond the really surface level thing. Even some of these obvious needs that present themselves. I think of this lottery example. There are people who win the lottery who desperately need money.
I think we kind of come to the point here, right? Like, yeah, what you want isn't always what you want. And, sometimes it takes life experiences. Sometimes it just takes somebody to say no. Sometimes you have to deal with the consequences. And, it's never easy, but it's an important lesson to be in. I have no clue what I was thinking about when I made this, but, we'll see. Some comments. That made me think of Witcher 3 Hearts of Stone. To be honest, I haven't played that DLC, so I don't know, but, it's cool. Can't predict outcomes of time spans. Hopefully you can with wisdom. At least get closer. Really appreciated this one. These type of videos from you are the best ones. IMO should definitely post more like this. I enjoy that because these are the videos I enjoy making too. So I was very thankful to see that. Yeah, some good Raquel ones. And Neil is being weird in the comments. Yeah, we love you, Neil. And speaking of Neil, I think it's our first conversation. So Neil has been a regular on this channel for a little bit. As you can see, every other video for a little bit is Neil. Conversations with Neil. And yeah, we had a good 3 conversation series. Where to go for these, I have no clue because these are kind of long. So we'll just find some random spots and we'll do this. I reached out to Neil after talking to him for a bit. It took us a while to get us set up on talking because I was planning on talking with Chad and of Friday Morning Nameless. I was gonna do a video with him, and Neil didn't want to steal Chad's thunder, so we decided to wait on having our conversations. And once I talked to Chad, scheduled a conversation with Neil, and we've been talking pretty regular since. Neil's a good friend of mine now, and this is the first of our conversations. Actually, the first conversation we ever really had outside of like a text conversation. So you're actually seeing the first time we've talked, face to face.
For one was that, our generation, and this is, I think, only becoming more true with
33.
But I think it's both. I think I think a lot of creative types think that, and this probably plays into Nick Cave and the heroin stuff. I'd be interested in hearing from his perspective. Was he most creative when he was? My guess is he was probably most creative when he was in his heroin stupor because there was nothing else to do. Now he might regret that. Obviously he's like that might not be something he wants to freely admit. But I'd be curious to ask him, like, because either he's performing and doing things where he has to just like do it, and that's really the left brain for the most part, or he's getting new ideas and thoughts and melodies, and maybe he's so strung out on heroin that he can't even write it down. But that's just a guess on my part, and that's honestly, that's probably one of the reasons that so many geniuses, I would say musical or artistic geniuses, turn to those sorts of drugs. because maybe it's the only time where things are quiet enough or calm enough in their life where the art has to, or the art is able to come into them. And it's almost like the alternative to that is exactly that. It's the religious. You know, Jung said something like that. He said, religion is necessary. I forget where he said this. Maybe.
Yeah, I had a really good time talking with Neil about all these things. Conversation was a lot about art, video games, participation, generational stuff. That seems to be a lot of what this sets a lot of the groundwork for later conversations I had with Neil. Great conversation. Let's see if there's anybody who left some timestamps in the comments is the word. We got some comments from the meaning code with Karen. Karen, if you're watching, I don't think you watch my channel normally, and we're in the middle of a long live stream. Looking forward to seeing you at Northwestuary 2024. Seeing you all there. Slack left a couple. This might be the first time I've ever heard anyone in this space breaking the false dichotomy of the Boolean binary of absolutist framing of good, true, and beautiful. The framing as a float does a better job. This is interesting. When I heard this, I didn't think that this was breaking any boundaries, but Karen brought it up too down here. Slack brought it up.
You're familiar with the concept of Booleans, bools, true and false, and then float, or let's say, have you heard the term normalized float? Like a float from 0 to 1. It's just it's got a value from 0 to 1. Like it's just, like 1 would be fully true and 0 would be like fully false, and it's like a spectrum. It doesn't have to be normalized. Like a float will work just fine.
Yeah.
So here's my intuition I wanted to share with you, and this is the thing that I think needs to be ruminated on, is that within philosophy in general, the transcendentals, so the good, the true, and the beautiful, they're usually treated as Booleans. The good, the true, the beautiful. That this is beautiful, this is not. This is true, this is not. This is good, this is not. And my intuition is that those three things are actually floats that scale up to infinity. And it's almost like I wouldn't even say a normalized float. Like it's an infinite negative float and an infinite positive float, almost. And the further up and further in you go, the bigger the float gets. It's almost like a what's the word?
I would disagree somewhat. I'd say it wouldn't be an infinite negative float. It would be a 0. Is the way I would go. I'd say you contain no truth. You don't contain falsehood. You're truthless. You can only tell lies. That's what I would say. That's my only difference. I think this is basically right. That art is more true or more beautiful, but it's not like beautiful or not. Like that's just not helpful. But it's easy. Great point from Neil. Great point. And
they left the zone.
Some online games.
So then they would go back to like a major city, like a major town, and then everybody else would get this debuff, and then they would travel to other towns, and then they would get the debuff. So you had
emergent storytelling stuff. Yeah, just some commentary about emergent storytelling. Great conversation. We'll move on from here. Fun little video. This one's pretty quick. One of the most valuable. That was very much along the shorts kind of realm, but I wanted to do something that was kind of closer to my commentary videos. I probably could have made this a little shorter, but you know, I ended up taking this video, dividing it into 3 parts, and posting them as shorts on YouTube. So this is a cool little experiment I put together for that.
Things that you have as a human being is your own attention. Your attention is everything. Your attention is what everybody's fighting over. Consider social media. What people really care about is what you're watching, what your eyes are looking at. That is what people are fighting over. Advertisements, what they want is attention. They want your attention on their ads so they can sell you something. People want you to watch their videos so that they can make money or fulfill this desire to have people paying attention to them, to spread a message, provide a place for self-improvement. Everybody's looking for attention because it's valuable. It's limited. There's only so much you can give, and we kind of spread it out freely. Consider what you put your attention towards. Attention is the most important thing you have. That's why people are looking for it. It's easy to go towards really strong attractors of attention. Try to kick into these base attributes of the way you see the world. For example, videos like this, where there's a video game playing below some kind of animation, and it's really easy to kind of get stuck into this pattern of like watching stuff like this over and over and over again and not put that attention towards something that's a little less dopamine inducing, like a book, you know? Like this is pretty good.
This is more of the traditional, like I was saying before, telling the advice that you need to hear at this moment right now. I was feeling this way, and this gave me an excuse to kind of bring it up, talk about it, and share it with others. Talking to a few people. Why is there a game at the bottom? One of my favorite comment chains. I was saying it's to help people concentrate as a joke. Somebody says, seems hypocritical. And I just say, well, maybe. Sometimes you have to use strategies of the enemy against them. Fighting fire with fire. Maybe making anti-clickbait content is the solution. Yeah. Almost received a great piece of advice as a Bible college student. Always check the box scores in the sports section. They'll open the door for conversation for others. The point was that if you see someone with a Lakers jersey, that you'd be able to start a conversation with them and hopefully give the gospel. I don't have time to play video games anymore, but I still check the box scores, if you will. Interesting, like this concept of connecting with people, finding ways to connect with more people, is a very interesting act of intention and blood. So. Great advice. I'm trying to remember. So somebody from, I think this is somebody from the corner. I might be wrong. Somebody can correct me or comment. But Padron fan, leaving good comments. Did that. Next conversation with Neil was about pain and suffering and hemispherical art. Art in the left and right hemisphere.
There we go. Well,
do we have any?
Hi everyone. This is another conversation with Neil and I.
Crystal meth in a can.
Sorry, there's like lightning going on or something outside.
Oh.
Real light.
What do we want? Just inspiration, embracing struggle. Oh. Yeah, there's some sections of this where Neil puts himself into some sticky situations.
That with this connection bit. It's not just connection to a transcendent, like, you know, a muse or the forms or God, which I think that's part of it, but it's also connection to other people and to what you're going through personally. And I just don't think it means as much. I don't know if that's context, like, of the artwork itself, or if that is part of the process itself. But there's something to, like, I don't know. If I listen to a song and know that this song, like, is the outcome of this personal tragedy like somebody went through, I have a fuller, I don't know, I'm more engaged with that than, you know, an AI trying to poke each button and to say like, oh, this is like a sad part, and this is, I don't know, this is something that probably would connect with somebody. There's something deeper there. I don't know if I could, like, you know, again, put it to words entirely, but yeah.
Yeah, the most impactful art is intensely personal. And yeah, you're 100% right. So last time we talked about the nesting, like the layers. But the reason I bring up Mozart is because I love the movie Amadeus. And I'm sure, like, you put Mozart in the top of composers, and it's like Bach, Mozart, and who am I missing? Handel and Beethoven. Yeah, there's like the big four, big five. I don't know. There are musical experts out there that are going to school me and say, you forgot this, and Vivaldi, and okay, fine. Like, but the reason that Mozart sticks out to me is because of the movie Amadeus, and because that movie was, I would say, formative in. Yeah, I love that movie as a teenager. It was one of my favorite movies, and yeah, so it became more personal. Like, the music grabbed me more intensely because of that personal story of Mozart and his tragedy, even though a lot of Amadeus is speculative about a lot of things. And anyway, but I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
But I think that, I don't know, I'm trying to play it out in my head and the idea that like, oh, an AI could make up a persona and put it online and say, this is the artist and this is what they were going through when they made this. And but I think a lot of this is built off of trust. And as soon as any of that trust is broken, some people will react nonetheless, and they'll just go with it. But I think there's going to be people who can't play along with the LARP in a certain sense. Like they're just not going, like they are going to need more verification of whoever they are following. Like they're going to need that personal connection and to be like, I don't know, I know Bill down the street, I know he.
I'm a real doomer about art and how the future of art's going to go. And I'm realizing that as going back through this. My opinions on art are not very popular with my friends who are also artists, because they're much more optimistic about the future. And I'm just really worried. I'm worried about the role of art because I don't think it gets the respect it deserves, and it's not treated properly. And like anything, if you don't treat it properly, it dies in one way or another. So that's something to take on. Yeah, we can go through the comments. A lot of this is, again, like processing pain and suffering, processing art and how the art and the brain works together. You know, we got some Tayo, we got some Raquel, we got some Christian Baxter here. We got some of the medium is the communication. We got David in here. We got Afriel. Thank you, Afriel. Seeing a few names for the first time in this one. Yeah. Very fun. Very fun. Fun combo. Okay, this one I really like because I'm not in this.
Well, this gets into.
So this gives me a good excuse. I am going to let this play. I'll play it. Yeah. 1.5, we'll say. I will go on another little break. I'll be back, and I'll do that. So.
Well, this gets into the next thing you had said, which is a generational shift towards disillusionment and nihilism and a refusal to find meaning in work. We talked about this a little bit earlier, but I do find that there is definitely a relationship between the nihilism is a perfect word for it, because I knew people like that in my corporate life. It's just very strange to me to want to live in that world of disillusionment.
Well, here's the thing. This is a large problem. I think the internet amplified it, but it's been going on certainly from before the internet. Like, you know, it's been going on for decades and decades. Like,
what you do at Initech is you take the specifications from the customers and you bring them down to the software engineers.
Yes, that's right. Well, then I just have to ask, why couldn't the customers just take them directly to the software people, huh? Well, I'll tell you why. Because engineers are not good at dealing with customers.
So you physically take the specs from the customer?
Well, no, my secretary does that, or the fax.
So then you must physically bring them to the software people?
Well, no. Yeah, I mean, sometimes.
What would you say you do here?
Well, look, I already told you. I deal with the goddamn customers so the engineers don't have to. I have people skills. I am good at dealing with people. Can't you understand that? What the hell is wrong with you people?
To pick just one department of it, right? The population of the USA used to be much more religious than it is today, for example. And that's one way of seeing the world and seeing life in a way that there's meaning, right? Like, you know, especially if you're trying to be a smart person, like you're a college educated person or whatever, there was this weird cultural idea that the smart people are all atheists, and if you're religious, you're dumb.
Entering into the early modern period, we sort of made an assumption that if you have a decent roof over your head, if you can get your material needs satisfied, if you can have enough material needs so that you can satisfy some of your other emotional needs, and it's a pretty strong argument. If all of these things are working together, well, you should be satisfied. But, you know, very fairly early on, people like Tolstoy and Dostoevsky look at this and begin to say, it doesn't really seem to work. But what we begin to discover in the West is that this project of harnessing the physical universe in order to satisfy ourselves doesn't seem to work. Now, of course, Jesus made suggestions about that a very long time ago. You can gain the whole world, but lose your soul. And it's like, well, what if we decide we don't have a soul and we just stick with the world? Well, the funny thing was that the soul began to crop up. And I think that's sort of where we're at now.
And that idea, uninvestigated by itself, just convinced people, I think, or whatever. But actually, if you go back, like a lot of the real smart people who like invented the modern world were all intensely religious or had their own private spirituality or whatever. One of the lines of research that I did for The Witness, there's all these audio logs in there, but they're not fictional. They're like from history.
I maintain that the cosmic religious feeling is the strongest and noblest motive for scientific research. Only those who realize the immense efforts and, above all, the devotion without which pioneer work in theoretical science cannot be achieved are able to grasp the strength of the emotion out of which alone such work, remote as it is from the immediate realities of life, can issue. What a deep conviction of the rationality of the universe, and what a yearning to understand, were it but a feeble reflection of the mind revealed in this world, Kepler and Newton must have had to enable them to spend years of solitary labor in disentangling the principles of celestial mechanics. Those whose acquaintance with scientific research is derived chiefly from its practical results easily develop a completely false notion of the mentality of the men who, surrounded by a skeptical world, have shown the way to kindred spirits scattered wide through the world and through the centuries. Only one who has devoted his life to similar ends can have a vivid realization of what has inspired these men and given them the strength to remain true to their purpose in spite of countless failures. It is cosmic religious feeling that gives a man such strength. A contemporary has said, not unjustly, that in this materialistic age of ours, the serious scientific workers are the only profoundly religious people. Albert Einstein, 1930.
They include writings of physicists and philosophers and people like that. And so one of the things I did is I spent a bunch of time reading stuff written by a bunch of the people who figured out quantum mechanics. And those guys had a lot of different beliefs. And you would be a fool to think that they were all like generic atheists in the way that you think of today, right? But yet everybody is somehow convinced that the smart people are like generic atheists.
The world just didn't make sense anymore. It didn't make rational sense to me, and I didn't see why I needed to sort of cleave to rational notions about things when it just didn't make any sense.
Does that include souls, do you think? Do you believe that, I know a lot of people write into you on Red Hand Files talking about whether they feel that their loved ones who've deceased are still around in some sense. Do you believe that? Do you believe that after we go there is something left behind?
I don't know. I don't know about that. Whether that's true or not, I think that they are necessary, or they certainly help lead you back to the world. And so I have great respect and compassion for people who have these feelings and people who have spiritual beliefs or religious beliefs, and their great need, that is looked down upon by. I was just for some punishing myself by watching Dawkins talk about the lack of dignity in these sorts of religious beliefs, and that it was like like having to have a baby with a dummy, and it just seems like such a heartless view of things to speak
atheist,
of to speak of people's deep needs in that way, and it's very much, I think, holding on to these things that may not be true, that are the very things that lead you out of that place.
In terms of actually things that are more important, like what is life about and what should you believe in and how should you behave? Like we're now living in a complete vacuum almost. Like you have to find those things more locally somehow, right? Like in a smaller social group, or you somehow collide with friends who you gel with and you form like a shared ethos or something like that. And this is just I think very demoralizing. And the problem is there might be some ways in which it's actually true that you're smarter if you're demoralized, because at least, if you imagine a big military bureaucracy from the past that was constantly broadcasting state propaganda to its people and you blindly believe all that, you could be happy in the moment believing that stuff, but maybe you're also kind of dumb.
Who's the guy back in the 20s, Freud's cousin, who invented all the advertising strategies?
Oh yeah, it's like his nephew.
Yeah. But like one of his things was you got to place the advertising like 9 times before someone actually does it. You just got to flash it, flash it, flash it, flash it, flash it, flash it. And then eventually you remember embody and then you repeat it. Then you do it. Then you act it out or whatever.
The greatest gift is the smile you give to your brother.
Hi, good to see you. May I help you?
2 Big Macs and a chocolate shake.
Would you like some French fries with your order, sir?
That be 3 filet, 2 cheeseburgers, and 4 Cokes?
Good morning, sir. May I take your order, please?
No, we don't. How about a chocolate shake? That'll be fine.
A Coke? Yes, sir. Here you are, sir, and come back soon.
But like, are we really smarter now? I mean, are we really not in a military bureaucracy that's constantly broadcasting state propaganda that most people believe, right?
It's crazy.
And so, but also we're not happy from day to day either. We're not getting that part of the deal.
You're speaking my language here. Yeah.
So then to tie this back into the main discussion, of course that's going to affect people's work life. If you don't have a life that helps you feel inspired and helps you find meaning, and if work is not part of that meaning, then again, you end up in this weird, picture of work that people have on the internet, which is like, oh, you're a wage slave, or work is only about trading your time for money. It's not about bettering yourself. It's not about learning about the thing that you're doing and improving yourself as a person. It's not about
carving. It requires of me more attention. You can see it's like I'm going slower. I'm not just banging away at it like I did with the stone carving. Stone carving, I find, is more natural to me. Also because I can use a mallet and...
Your hair and scalp can't take the heat. Myth. The fact is, Head & Shoulders Ocean Lift with Sea Mineral Essence formula keeps your scalp and hair invigorated and 100% flake-free through the hottest summer days.
Working together with other people to make something bigger than yourself. These are all things that people respond to and feel meaning in. And we've decided that for the most part, most of that isn't a thing. There is, corporate cultures locally do try to resurrect some of this because it's in their interest to do so. Like if they can try to convince you that you could feel meaning by making something bigger than yourself with your coworkers at that company. But of course, the company down the road.
It's really about what's real. Like as you were chatting, I kept thinking of Douglas Steere, who was a 20th century Quaker spiritual writer, said to pray is to pay attention to the deepest thing I know. And it's to attune and align to ultimate reality. But if you're in a materialist framework, and you don't have to live in Portland and some super secular context, most of the Western world is just very materialistic, just meaning what is real is what you can empirically verify in a lab. And inside that kind of a worldview, that is the air we breathe. We cannot not be influenced by that. But if prayer is actually if actually the material world is the blurred world, and the spiritual perception, which includes material reality and doesn't just transcend it, it incorporates it, if that's actually the real, seeing the world through the lens of God, his presence, his promises, his history, his redemptive history, if that's actual reality, and my New York Times every morning is actually the very distorted version of reality, then actually in prayer, I'm not vacating reality, I'm coming back to it and relearning how to see the world through its lens.
There is like, in mainstream American culture, and again, this is not true if you go to certain local areas, but in mainstream American culture, there isn't really respect for work, and there isn't really, we've lost sight of these ways in which you can use work to help make yourself better. And that's bad. And of course people are not going to be that good at working on things, right? What do you expect?
I got a little snack, just enjoying this, but yeah, I thought this was a really cool kind of project of kind of throwing together all these different interviews and clips that I'd been seeing who were all talking about this general idea and kind of seeing them all together, throwing them all together. A genre that's kind of been around. Crobat is one that comes to mind. A guy who has done some stuff. In comments, we got some from Chad, a few other people I haven't seen before, Christian Baxter, McMo, Neil. Yeah, just kind of point out some stuff. Fun to do and fun to kind of point towards. Yeah, so we get to that. We have our last conversation with Neil. Last one-on-one conversation I had with Neil. About 2.5 hours.
Hey everybody.
Yeah, this one is about transhumanism. For those of you who don't know, Neil has had a bit of a history of transhumanism. And so it's fun to talk to him about that and about his thoughts and reactions on a lot of this stuff. Don't have chapter markers for this one, but you know, we do the trick where we go to, 1 hour and 33 minutes and 33 seconds around here.
Structure. You can see where the structures are already there, but you can't connect two things that have not been connected yet.
The two questions that are asked over and over in Babylon 5 via totally different avenues, but they're asked over and over, are, who are you? What do you want? Who are you? What do you want? Like that dichotomy of those two questions is like repeated. It's just running throughout. It's all over that series. Yeah.
Those are key. They're unifying questions. And
but the answer for us is servant of God, to serve God. But then the question is, what God? Who's God? How? and for an AI, like to your point about hitting rock bottom, and you discover how does a AI hit rock bottom? B, how does it discover something that is outside of its scope, in the unknown unknowns, But it's the same question we asked her. That's the same question that we ask ourselves when we have this treasure hidden in the field, this pearl of great value. It's like, how do we instill, like, I asked the question where I said, how do we incept curiosity? Because I don't know, but I would say
Neil seems to be a little bit more optimistic about AI than I am, and it doesn't sound necessarily like it, but I don't know. I get the impression that he is a little bit I don't know, more hopeful about where things could go with this. That there is a certain unification of all these things that will come about in a way that isn't transhumanist. It's more just proper, and it's taking some convincing. I'm getting closer to that point, I think personally, but man, there's the doomer instinct, and it's not necessarily the same one that is like in Terminator, but it is one that exists. And yeah, I really enjoyed talking to Neil. Thankful for all these conversations that we were able to record. Let's see if anybody has some stuff. Just people saying hi. Happy to see people saying hi in the comments. Yeah. Next up, video on Mr. Rogers. Another, I think this one is about half and half of like a montage and a... During the creation of television, we began to see the trends that led to today. Television was easy to turn on and would distract the kids. If you were a busy parent and didn't want to worry about your kids, you could just let some cartoons play and just forget about them. Fred Rogers was ahead of the game in seeing the effect that this would have on our culture. He recognized that if television was going to be tasked with raising a generation, it would be best if the storytellers were teaching the right lessons.
Do that? Could you explain what your job is?
Would they know about television?
Yeah, they would know about television, maybe.
Mm-hmm. I would just say that I'm a man who talks with children on television and helps them to feel as good as possible about themselves and about the people that they meet.
If there is like a person who executes, in my mind, this idea that Bo put forward, and I paraphrased and I think correctly, is in intersecting one's work and one's identity together. That's meaning. I think that's Mr. Rogers, without a doubt. Very strong understanding of personal identity and meaningful work. And so I was happy to make this video. Again, I don't know how far we're going to get into this. Just some of these clips I think are just so important. Talking about authenticity and influences. So we're just gonna play this. His respect and attention.
Helping kids deal with their anger, acknowledging it instead of telling them that they shouldn't feel it. And it was like, this speaks to me. I'm very angry. I'm very scared. Even as a young adult, like this, it didn't feel like a kids program. It felt very profound. Within about 2 weeks or so, I was at the school paper and I got into the elevator to go down to the lobby, and the doors open, and standing there is Mr. Rogers himself. I turned around and said, like, look, I just want to tell you how much you mean to me. And he said, he didn't say like, thank you, I appreciate that or anything. He was just like, oh, did you grow up as one of my television neighbors? Like, just the way he said it was so sweet. And I was like, yes, yeah, I was your neighbor. And he opens his arms and he's like, it's great to see you again, neighbor. And he just gives me this big hug, and it felt so wonderful to meet him, but also to literally be embraced by Mr. Rogers, this kind man.
I'll be back when the day is new.
And he sat down and he said, would you like to tell me what it was that's upsetting you? And just the way he said that.
The inspiration for this video came about in a few ways. One of them is this understanding of the importance of sainthood. I know for many of you who, I don't know, are not on the religious end of things, I think that's kind of weird, but this idea really hit me all at once about the necessity of seeing that I'm trying to find a secular way of saying this, that good people can look very different. That like a good person does not always have to look like, Mother Teresa. So how does that work? The mechanics of that seem kind of weird. And so to have a plurality of these people being like, okay, these are all people who are, for all intents and purposes, meet their potential. Like the greatest things that they could do, they did. And they did it morally. They're not just exemplars of like Napoleon or something. Like these people are like, they did something for humanity that was great. And how did they do it? And how do I become more like that? So that was part of it. Saw this documentary, amazing documentary, incredible. I cannot recommend it enough. Yeah. Let me just, that will pull this part up. Attention. There was nothing more important to him than his conversation partner.
Because I see that people who are not the fancy people in this world are the ones who seem to nourish my soul. And I want to learn how to be the best receiver that I can ever be, because I think graceful receiving is one of the most wonderful gifts we can give anybody. If we receive what somebody gives us in a graceful way, we've given that person, I think, a wonderful gift.
This is why I hold Fred Rogers in such high regard. He was fully himself and strived to be the best version of that man. He taught me what it means to love others well, and in a way that encourages them to be themselves in a way that best supports the community around them. I hope that someday I can be a neighbor of his caliber.
I've been kind of... A couple days ago, I had a conversation with a bunch of friends of mine, and we all focused on art as being part of our subject. And there's a major focus on the importance of art and how it expresses beauty in a way that we don't have in other places, obviously. Whereas, you know, the way you do a physical craft, lay bricks or lay tile, there's a beautiful aspect to that, and there's a lot of skill, but more of like the physical art or music has a much more poetic way of expressing all of these ideas and brings people in contact with these transcendentals in, again, a more obvious way. And so there's a major importance put on that. And I didn't feel like the other side got represented as well, which is music isn't the most important thing, or art is not the most important thing as we know of art culturally, right? Because art can mean a whole bunch of things to a whole bunch of people. And my intuition always has been art is the tangible stuff. It's the painting, it's the drawing, it's the books. But when you get into like writing essays, well, I have a hard time kind of squaring that away as art. Even though it is, I'm always super hesitant. But for our case, we're not going to talk about that right now. I'm going to talk about what I am confident enough to call art as art. And so we have this kind of box of things that we kind of put a lot of value on. But what is the point of art, right? It's not just to be beautiful. It's to have some sort of impact in the world. If I just made art and kept it to myself, you know, that's all well and good. But there's something important about sharing art. That art is something that's meant to be interacted with. It's present in the world and people can engage with it. And so if its meaning is located outside of itself, then that can't be the best possible thing. Like, it has to be pointing to something greater. And this is why I think it's incorrect to keep pointing to art as this kind of monolithic good. Even if it's really good art, if it's not pointed to something, it doesn't have a lot to stand on. And this is my response to what I think is that thing. It's people's lives. I'm trying to avoid specific ways of talking about this and trying to keep this simple. But all art is meant to do is, you know, have people interact with it and change the way we think about things so that we act in a way that's in accordance with that. And so when I make art, my desire is that it wakes people up to a certain amount and gets them to notice something they haven't noticed before. And maybe, just maybe, if they notice that thing, they can recognize it and change it. For example, someone who I've been kind of interacting with a little bit lately has been a guy by the name of Brendan Graham Dempsey. Among many other things, he wrote an epic poem about the death of God. In his poem, he's processing, what does this mean? How do I interact with it? And the goal is not to just say, oh, this is a beautiful piece of art, and we should just kind of think about it and have it be aesthetically in the background. No, this piece of art that he created is supposed to provide somewhat of an answer to this question that he's been struggling with, simultaneously encouraging people to react to it and to challenge it. And hopefully, we all grow out of this experience of this art. And good art causes us to, again, engage, not to be disconnected, but to be fully connected and integrated. That's what good art is, at least in my framework for it. And so what is that when we're fully engaged and we are changing and we are becoming better, is what I would say. I'm not going to define it any more than that. example, I'm sure you've heard the term I've seen quite a few people dismiss meta-modernity as a buzzword, and I can't blame them. All of the modernity words seem pretty vague and lack interesting names. For example, I'm sure you've heard the term modern thrown around a bit, but modern just means current or present. Now, if we consider the term postmodern, we can see that this just means after modern. So what is meta-modern, and why is it distinguished from postmodern if postmodern just means after modern? Well, a lot of this makes more sense if you see these structures in a way that they play out in our world today. Just as a disclaimer, I'm not an academic, and I'm not trying to be precise here. I just want to do my best to help you understand how these ideas work together. I think I've had my mic muted for a little bit, so hopefully it hasn't been muted that long. I was just saying that this video is about metamodernity. This is like a huge influence on me at this point in my making videos. Man, I feel like an idiot for being muted. And we're gonna have to rush through a few of these just because we're gonna run out of time if we go too slowly. So about 5 minutes. But the easiest way of understanding this might be just in music. Originally, there was tradition. Each tribe and nation had their own type of music and instruments. This allowed for stories to be handed down from generation to generation, and they were specific to the shared experience and context of that people group. Among many nations in Africa, we see a predominant use of drums for music, whereas in Scotland, we see a culture develop around the bagpipes. If there's any cross-cultural pollination that's going on, it's relatively slow, and each society has its own form of expression. In Europe, around the time of the Enlightenment, many people saw the improvements that science and reason brought to many fields, like medicine and physics. Using reason, people began to standardize music into specific frames to allow for notation. We begin to see most music fit into specific time signatures, and see the promotion of this type of music as the intellectually best music. This movement to frame everything in a way that can be measured and understood can be seen as the modern movement. In postmodernity, we see a counter-movement critiquing the totalizing of this rational vision. The postmodernists wanted to show how there was music that did not fit into the strict guidelines of classical music. Here is where we see the explosion of jazz, folk, and dance music. Each of these genres pointed back to something traditional that was not entirely addressed by the modern classical movement. Beyond formal dances, classical music was something that you would just sit down in a seat and enjoy still. This is a very modern conception of music, where it once was very participatory. Folk music facilitated some of the storytelling that had been deprioritized in the movement away from tradition. And jazz is a mirror opposite of classical music. Where classical was strictly written in notation, jazz was often improvised and seemed to elicit more dancing than its reserved counterpart. It's also important to note how many of these genres were formed out of black ex-slave communities in America, where the predominant culture held to a strict hierarchy of music. These communities provided an alternative that pointed out where classical music failed in claiming to be the totality of music. This postmodern influence would continue through the course of music. Often, the music that was on the forefront of people's minds would be considered pop or popular music, and this mantle was passed on from genre to genre. For example, at one point, Nirvana was considered pop music, but as new music took the forefront, Nirvana's music was given the name grunge as a new genre to that type of music. When a new genre took the title of pop, it didn't mean that people stopped making that type of music, but that there was a continual branching. With the advance of recording and distribution, music could fill more and more niche tastes. Genres continued to branch and become more and more specific. Metamodernism is the name given to the next movement that we're beginning to see in our culture today. Essentially, the goal is to take the best of all the previous steps and integrate them into something better. With bands like Sleep Token and Brockhampton, we see influences of music of all genres having a role in creating new sounds. When we understand the strengths and weaknesses of each genre and its ability to communicate a specific idea or emotion, we can then seamlessly blend them and create something greater than any of the genre-specific songs that could be provided before. One specific example that comes to mind is Johnny Cash's cover of Hurt by Nine Inch Nails. I need to stop muting my mic. Interesting factor about the Johnny Cash stuff, if you play any of the video without any of the sound, it still gets claimed by copyright. Not that that's a major problem, it's just I don't really want to give abuse like that anything, so even though it's fair use to use up some footage, it's okay. But just to talk about it, right? Like it's an interesting idea, metamodernism. It's something I was kind of working through already, and so this gave me a good idea to do that. We have Clint D down here in the comments talking about how he doesn't like metamodernity. He doesn't like the word meta because it's not a good word, and you know what? It's fine. They can chill. Brendan Graham Dempsey came in, said nice. Got some other people. Yeah, it's fun. Okay. Metamodernism. We have our second conversation with Bo here. Let's talk about some metamodernity stuff. Okay.
Hello, everybody. This is President Foxman, or my channel. My name is.
Nonetheless, it's like the Native Americans got increased technology, and the settlers got food.
Well, they also got technology too, right? They learned
yes.
the system of how to grow the crops that were already there.
Right. I guess you could call that technology. I guess. Yeah, I guess there's probably a better way of saying that, because obviously it's like I don't want to make out that one was more advanced than the other, right? But like one got food, one got guns. It's like one got health and one got scissors.
Well, and
which is like, okay, that's a bad trade, right? But,
yeah.
But both benefited from that, and so in that aspect, that goes back to that kind of universal truth of like there's always something to learn from someone.
Mm-hmm. Well, and the whole concept of like guns, for example, guns wouldn't have reached Europe if black powder had not been invented in China, and that was also a certain amount of trade between cultures, and that's where the kind of question of tolerance comes in, because there's a certain level of like all these cultures are trading with one another. They're having these discussions, yet they might have very complex disagreements with one another on how they see the world. And what is we're reaching a point where we have the world is shrinking to a certain extent. The internet is bringing everybody into close contact with one another, and most groups are represented on the internet. There's very few that don't have any participation, maybe like the Amish or other kind of societies that are not interested in these structures. But when we're really in close proximity, then we have to ask the question, well, how do we manage these differences? Because before we could just keep to our own place, and this conversation is really good, talking about the difference between trying to deal with tolerance as a concept, and respect, and being able to balance that, and about how metamodernity, at least if it's the way it should be something like the respect, the aspect of maintaining uniqueness, and not trying to make everything conform, and at the same time, iron sharpens iron, make everything better. So I say it every time. Great conversation. It was really good. I really enjoyed having Bo on. Had a great conversation. If the game is to get the most likes, we're going to make a game out of this, and we're going to get the most likes. And you're going to become a Mr. Beast, and you're going to make all your thumbnails perfectly crafted, even if they look a little like weird, but they're perfectly crafted to get people's attention. And they're going to click on the video, and it's perfectly like laid out and edited, so people stay as long as possible, and it's as interesting as possible. And that's the game being played. It's not to make like a good video per se, but it's redefining a good video as this is about the way art is formatted. At least the environments that we can set up on YouTube and all these places is engagement farms. Like, we want people to be engaged, and it's not necessarily about making art that will reflect, quality. What makes art? What's this section? So this is the thing. You keep all the controversial stuff to like the last 30 minutes. Nobody watches it.
Right. Yeah.
I can see the numbers. I see who watches it. No one hits that point. So you can say whatever you want back there.
Analytics. Yeah.
You can say all this stuff at the beginning, and you can say psych halfway through, and then you can just never mind. That's true. I could do that. I told myself that I was going to make this stream, no matter what. If no one's watching, I'm still gonna do this, and I knew this was going to be a difficult challenge, and we're really far in, so I don't think that many people are watching right now. There's no one's in chat, no one's putting stuff, so I can kind of just say what I want back here. Who's gonna come back and find out? But anyway, yeah, it's just an interesting truth of video making, is that like I know where people are engaged and are not engaged. I know where I can say the more controversial things without having to worry about it, because people aren't going over every word. That is to say, though, when I say I'm saying controversial stuff, it's usually like really tame. When I say controversial, I just mean like someone might get mad at me in a comment section or something. That's really what I mean. Nothing beyond that. Fun conversation. Again, all this stuff is worthwhile listening to or going back to, if you're at all interested. Brendan Graham Dempsey. Graham Dempsey. You know, you ever wonder
kind of relational.
Oh, yeah. You ever wonder? I'm always curious. Interesting. Brendan Graham Dempsey conversation. When I talked to him, I think we had started out saying that I don't think he understood that I wanted to have like a real conversation with him. I guess I can spill all the tea now, you know. Again, no one is watching back here. Yeah, I called, we set up a meeting. I called him on Zoom. He had a Zoom link set up. And he basically gave me the impression like, I can only talk for, you know, an hour or something. And, you know, as you can see, the video went on for 2 hours. And so I felt bad that I had kept him that long, but I think he was under the impression that I was going to be like a really boring guy and I was going to like not be interesting or interested. That I was just trying to get like a personal conversation and not make a video. It was a little interesting. Yeah, at the beginning part, I told my story. If you want to hear more about my story, feel free to go through there. I share a bit in a bunch of places. I think this is probably key right here. The Dante is kind of the key part.
Not hell per se, but which is, I think, I mean, you know, for theologically minded viewers, it might be significant, but probably not otherwise. But anyway.
Also, I felt so bad for him this entire conversation. He had his eyes in the sun, and he kept moving around to try to get around it. And I don't know. I feel like he needed some curtains. He really needs some curtains for his room. Yeah. But.
Good question. So, yeah, I mean, I would. Oof. Where do I start answering that question? Simply put, the simple answer would be, okay, the poet finds God, and God is mad and blind and not fully realizing that he's even fallen. So there's this sort of tragic situation where the poet finds God the simple thinking answer that he's still in heaven and he's blind, you know, and so he has these little ants that are down at his feet in the mud, and he's like, and here are my acolytes and here are my worshipers and everything, and his little like rock that he's sitting on, he's like, you know, and here's my throne and all this stuff. So it's that kind of a scene. And what happens though is that the poet tries to convince God that actually he, the poet, is God and that he created God. And so then,
and you can go from there. That was Brendan Graham Dempsey's interesting epic poem. I still have yet to read it. I've heard his description a few times, and he's given a few interesting quotes and passages. I'd love to have another conversation with him. I just need to find an excuse to talk to him, and I just don't. I don't think we have a lot of overlap right now, but we'll find out. But yeah, super cool. Cool guy. Had a good conversation about Dante. And if he turns out to be a cult leader in his Vermont town or whatever, you know, I'm not really that much of a friend with him, but no, he seems like a cool guy from what I've talked to him in my one conversation and seeing him on videos online. But yeah, very down to earth, nice dude. The Iron Box. Okay, let's pull this up. The Iron Box is based off of a conversation I had with Chad and a bunch of other people. And throughout this time, I'm writing a lot of poetry. And this is just an excuse to talk about one of the things I wrote about pretty early on in my journey of writing poetry. So,
about how we can conceptualize the transcendentals, you know, the true, the good, and the beautiful. As humans, we are very limited in our ability to understand these things. You know, we can intuitively feel some of the truth and the goodness and the beauty, but, you know, we fail a lot. like a lot of the time. And so how do we determine if something is beautiful or something is true or something is good? And I like to conceptualize this as a box. We have our box of good things or beautiful things or true things. And we walk around and we encounter things, and sometimes we're challenged because we see something out there that's not in our box that seems beautiful or seems true or seems good. So let's try to think of examples. So I find that modern art, in the sense of the buildings that are steel and the sharp angles, is beautiful. And then I counter and I walk through and I go through this garden and I see apples. And I didn't consider that apples could be beautiful, but now I see them, and the deep dark red and the sheen on the apple. This is part of what I think I was trying to talk about with Brendan Graham Dempsey, like this idea that the God that you put in a box is not God because it's in a box. And as soon as you look inside the box, you're not going to, God can't be there because that God in the box is going to let you down, because as soon as you try to trap him, like he's outside.
Yeah.
I wrote a poem. I was going to share it real fast. This is one of the early poems I wrote like 2 months ago when I started writing poetry. But I built an iron box, the walls lined with lead. In it, there are no flaws, no holes, no gaps, no seams. 128 guards circle my brilliant cage, around and around without end. All of my efforts empty as my grand prison. I could not keep love in its walls. And that's the image. Is and I think in our conversation too, we talk about this image of descending like Dante into the underworld, and he has a different view of how this goes. But in my perspective is that at the bottom you see your false gods, the ones that you followed, the ones that you thought would give you everything, and you realize they weren't actually they weren't benevolent. They were just trying to bring you down. And so this recognition that I think that's the cycle where it's like you think you understand God, and then as soon as you think you understand God, you've been trapped, because at that point your pride is taken over, and you have to go through this cycle again of like this washing out and being like, okay, this limit I put on God now has caught me. I have to go down again and then rework it and then come back through.
Yeah. I don't think I could have said it better myself. Yeah. What does this mean? First, got some Tayo, got some Cosmic Muffet. Talking about the Hajj, the Kaaba, Orthodoxy by G.K. Chesterton. Second appearance, guys. Woo! And what about instead of building, it's building a home instead of an iron box, it's like a container, but it's a door to let guests in. Yeah, I think if properly understood, it's probably a little closer to what it should be. Yeah. So the context for this Iron Box video is this was posted actually during a break. I had recorded it before a long break. I decided to take a 3-week break from making videos. I went on a little vacation. I fasted for a week, and then I took a little just week break in the middle of those two things. It was a great experience. I might get into it another time. I might talk about it in another context, but it was good. It was refreshing, and so this is kind of the re-up it. Like, let's do it again. Let's do some more stuff. So I threw something against the wall. I do a tier list video. Yeah.
Hello. I decided I might
tier list video.
make a bit of a fun video today. I was thinking through the D&D alignment chart as a way of understanding morality, and this kind of was triggered because somebody mentioned at work today that paladins are evil, and
somebody said paladins are evil, and I don't understand that. They were like, lawful good is actually evil because it's lawful and it stops us from doing cool things or fun things. I'm like, brother, I don't know. Anyway, I started going through this.
Lawful good. People are going to get mad because this is where I disagree with my coworker. I think lawful good is actually probably the highest, right? And this is the problem with the D&D kind of perception of good and evil. It's really shallow. And so I think if I'm going to give it benefit of the doubt that it actually knows what's good, I think there is a lot of freedom in having strict rules. But it's a little difficult. So I think it kind of hangs in the middle, to be honest, but that's where I would put lawful good. I like the idea of systems that are organized for the actual good of people. Like it's about real justice, but that's where my mind goes. I like, to a certain extent, the idea of institutions, but obviously I'm partial to the chaotic too, personally, which is a very odd way of seeing things. Okay, lawful neutral. Lawful neutral would be something like a bureaucratic system. It doesn't care about doing the right thing or the wrong thing. It just cares about, you know, being an organizing principle. To me, this is just kind of barely better.
I pop off on true neutral.
This is the one that I think a lot of people are going to be confused or maybe frustrated with. I think true neutral's down here. It's nearly in the demonic tier, and this is why I'll say this. It might be down here.
I stand by this.
Wait, is this the worst of the worst? Oh, let's reorganize this. Yeah, okay, here, and this is why true neutral says that it doesn't matter at all. That like all of life is just about the balance of things, right? In the end, you have good and you have evil, and you know it really doesn't matter which one wins. I think there's a way you could read this, which would be very Taoist, and I actually would be for Taoism, but that implies a greater order and a greater good that has worked through all these things. And we're not talking about that. We're talking about the balance in our personal morality, and I don't see that. I don't see there's enough evil in the world that you don't have to feel like you have to balance it out. You can just say, hey, like, you know, we probably
what's the line? What do you call good evil and evil good? This feels like that. This is you're saying it's all the same. Some people so based in this video, true neutral is more evil than neutral evil. Like yes, correct. McMo, of course, chaotic good. He doesn't think chaotic good. Oh, sorry, I should show this. Doesn't think chaotic good should be close to neutral. He thinks it should be higher. You know what though? Whatever. He's like what about Robin Hood? Everybody's like, oh, how can lawful good be in a Robin Hood? And Robin Hood was waiting for King Richard. Robin Hood is a lawful good who's in the wrong place, wrong time. He has to be chaotic good. So it's about context. It's context that matters. Anyway, that was a fun little video. Next I get an exclusive.
It was very hard to grind ranks at this point. People would rather just start a new,
also known as Moral on TV,
game and take an instant hit to their loss. Like, there's no worse outcome you could have. Why, you might as well try to win, right? Like, the worst thing that could happen is you're just gonna take the loss that you are inflicting on yourself anyways. But people would still just like instantly leave the game and take the hit to their rank, just because you picked a character they didn't like, you know?
Yeah.
And so, like, you have to be really resilient, again, like, to come back to that word, to even try to get outside the box, because you have to pick the character, and then you have to withstand everyone being like, hey, idiot, like, what's wrong with you? You can't make any mistakes in the game, right? Because if you do anything even slightly wrong in the game, if you die even a single time, even if your teammates have 4 or 5 deaths, as soon as you die once, it's your fault that everything is going wrong, right? Because you picked the bad character. And so you have to
scapegoat. You gotta have a scapegoat. Context for this conversation, it was really good. We talked a lot about mental health, about Dark Souls. I need to reconnect with CJ. I just haven't in a little bit. It's been a lot of stuff. But yeah, he's been playing Black Myth Wukong on his Twitch channel. You should check out his stuff. He's been streaming on YouTube as well. So if you're around, you should follow Moralon. He makes some good stuff. He is a cool guy. He has a great conversation with Paul Vanderlei. That's where I first kind of ran into him. Neil, if you watch this later, it'd be great to talk to. I don't know if you've reached out to him, but cool guy. Next up is I talk about Orthodoxy by G.K. Chesterton so much that I had to make a video talking about it. So
life, just all the classics and all this kind of stuff. And, you hear the same books over and over again. You hear Brothers Cave by Dostoevsky. You hear, C.S. Lewis books and everything like that. Picture of Dorian Gray, That's all well and good. But there's one book that I have not heard too many people recommend. It is, in my mind, a classic, and I don't think it gets enough love or recognition. So I wanted to make a video featuring it and then have a little announcement at the end. The book is, if anybody was going to guess, Orthodoxy by G.K. Chesterton. This book probably has had one of the biggest effects on me of any book I've ever read. The whole setup of the book is this is a sequel to an earlier book he wrote that can be read alone. It's actually the first book I read of Chesterton's. His first book, he goes around criticizing all the modern philosophies, and he just, and early postmodern philosophies too. And he's just kind of breaking it all down, very critical. And this book is actually written as a response to critics who said that, it's all well and good that you criticize what we think, but can you show us what you think, what you actually think? So Chesterton says, you know what, that's a good point. I'm gonna make this book. And that's how he wrote Orthodoxy. So every chapter is relatively self-contained, and he just kind of walks through different kind of features of what he believes. And
well, I really just go through Orthodoxy and talk about why I love it. And my announcement at the end was I was starting a book club, and it's still going on. It's just, it takes a while to get everybody together to talk. And things have been busy, including today. I was doing this, so we had to push it back another week. I got distracted a few weeks ago, hanging out on the Nick Mo stream. And yeah, it's just been a good time. We're going to go through some of those videos. We're going to look at some clips real fast. But yeah, really cool time. Great excuse to get people to read my favorite book and get to talk about it. So I think this book is probably one of the best books that I've ever read, but I think it's out there. And so to have an excuse to get people to read it, I got to do it. Comments. We've been going through the comments. Somebody give me some recommendation on should do Fear and Trembling next. We could. I know that Neil has been talking about doing his own book club after this one's over for Jung, because he wants people to read Jung. So you might have to fight him on it, Nick Mo, but it's going up there. Neil says let's go. He's excited. Alan says it's a good book. So if anyone's recommendation you should take in this specific case, it's Alan. Sartori says he likes Everlasting Man better. Sartori picks fights and gets blocked on Twitter, so yeah, you can listen to him if you want. And then yeah, CJ commented, yep, some cool stuff. And that began that. Should we just represent in a conversation? We'll do Jung, Kierkegaard, and Chesterton. We can all dress up as the respective people, and then we could have a conversation in costume form.
So this is the first gather.
Be a good one. We are on to our first Orthodoxy book club. It's the first appearance of Tayo and Ryan on the channel, and Mick Mo, I think. You might have shown up in Mick Mo might have shown up in a clip I posted to that video earlier, the work one where you're talking about Freud's nephew or whatever. But yeah, we have a good discussion on the first chapter. First chapter is a little bit like an intro. But
coming up, and I think it is that romance of science uncovering the human mind.
Maybe I just want to pose the question, like, why do you all think that's the case? Like, why has there been so much more put towards the Lewis Tolkien versus their inspirations for the most part?
My best guess would be it probably had to do with just the gargantuan worldview shattering events of World War I, and obviously World War II afterwards, but both Tolkien and C.S. Lewis kind of having experienced those world-changing events. I think it gives their work of more of a there's an awareness there of the kind of globalizing nature of things, and but it's probably more true to just say it's because they wrote fiction, right? Like that would probably be the bigger fiction used to be such a huge.
George MacDonald and Chesterton wrote some the Father Brown stories too.
Yeah, there's a couple of good fictions by Chesterton. Yeah, some the detective, but yeah, I mean, it's a good question. Is it just yeah, but that the wars is what comes to mind first, And the
Radio.
I think there's so much great history exploration in this first episode. Trying to think of anything behind the scenes for this one. I think we had spent some time trying to schedule this one for a little bit, and we got it to work out. And scheduling has been a little bit of a challenge, just because we're all busy. And I think Ryan is going to be able to show up again, so that'll be nice. And we're just trying to get it working. But this was a good conversation. It felt very constrained by where we were in the book, but it worked out really cool to talk about that. So I was happy to get this group of guys together. Getting over perfection.
Okay, I think we're going. Hello, everyone.
Yes.
So this is my attempt at...
This is another one of those ones where I think I took a lot of... Oh, I had to give myself advice, and this is another one where I'm like, oh, I need to give myself some advice. So let's make a video, and I kept getting really stressed out because I wanted to make something, but I felt like I was going to keep failing if I tried to make something, and I was letting myself down. And I decided, you know what, to get around that, I'm going to force myself to make something, and the first thing I make, I'm just going to do it, like, on the first try. So, like, first recording, I'm going to sit down, I'm just going to do it. I'm going to play the game. I'm going to play a game that's hard, and I'm going to let my mistakes through. It's an interesting experiment, and good experience, to be honest.
Getting over my perfectionism. Most people who would know me, or who do know me, probably wouldn't call me a perfectionist, but that's the only word I can think of. I have a habit of just wanting to have the best, you know, if I care about something, let's say that, I want it to be perfect. I don't want there to be any mistakes. I want to get it right the first time. And, you know, it can be really difficult, especially when I'm making a video.
There's very little perfection here now. I'm really sorry, everybody.
And I have all these ums and ahs, and I have to sit through and edit the entire thing. And I'm like itching myself. I'm even itching myself now. And it's this weird mix of humility and pride at the same time. And I've heard it from other people, very rarely, but I've heard it from other people, where for maybe it's not humility, it's self-deprecation. Like, I really don't think I'm very good at something, yet I put myself to the highest standard. But I think I am good enough that I could do it, maybe. Maybe I'm a little delusional, but my attempt to get over this is by, you know, playing footage of me playing Dark Souls poorly, to also include all these ums and ahs I sometimes normally cut out of these videos. I'm just going to post this as is. If there are any weird kind of things in the background, oh well, it's just the way it is. And yeah, I can keep talking about this. Like, this has been a thing for, I don't know, for a good bit of my life. Every time I've like really cared about something, you know, whenever I play a video game, I don't finish it, and then I come back to it. I want to restart it. I want to experience the whole thing at once. I want to have it be to its fullest extent. And often by doing that, I make everything weaker or worse. And it's been a relatively common phenomenon. And so I've been running into this again, just in, you know, culture and talking to people, and this understanding that sometimes you just have to commit and just do it and let it be imperfect, because that's the only way you get better. That's been the lesson I've been slowly learning, is that, you know, you just have to live life. And if you make a mistake, you can't spend your entire life just wondering what if you made another choice. You just have to move on, and also understand they're going to keep making bad decisions. There's a song by Kendrick Lamar, and the beginning of the song is him singing, I am a sinner, and I know I'm going to sin again. Lord, forgive me for things I don't understand. And I don't know, there's something that I kind of latched onto that really early on. I'm like, oh yeah, that's it. Like, I am not who I want to be. And I'm going to still be who I don't want to be. There's no amount of just like living life that's just going to fix it. And just, there's going to be a moment where I'm going to be here. It's fine. I'm going to miss this jump. It's going to happen a few more times. But, and so, I really related to that, that way of putting it. And so, there's been a few things that I've been processing. Maybe this is too much to share, but there's one thing where I've been continuously wanting to, I don't know, try to provide something new for people in these videos, to try to like research into something and find something no one else has found. But the problem is that's not how this all works. In the end, there's always something that someone else already knows, and I can't provide that unless I'm doing like journalism, which I don't really want to do. So I made that realization that maybe if people come here and they stay and listen to what I have to say, oh, I'm gonna miss this jump too. Oh, okay. If they stay, then maybe people actually are somewhat interested in what I have to say, and I can, you know, just, I don't know, share nonetheless, even if I think it's boring. Just continue to share. I'll see if I make it. I think I made it on the third time. I was close to falling off, but I did.
And yeah, just share anyway. And that's my advice to you all, and as I try to practice these things. Because whenever I give advice, really, I'm just saying this to myself with the hope that someone doesn't have to deal with the same thing.
What I really like about this video is that for me, everything kind of connects, right? It all clicked. It felt like the narrative I was telling, the honest experience, the gameplay, it all told the same story, and it just felt right. Like it felt like it all clicked. I really liked this video. I really do like this video. It's yeah. Very supportive comments, very nice, everybody. Yeah. We do, what do you believe? So this time I'm kind of just making these videos. I have a bigger project that would come out later, this role-playing game video, interspersed with all the Orthodoxy Book Club videos. And yeah, lots of that. So that's basically what my channel has been lately. So what do you believe? What do you believe?
Hello everybody. This is Noah, aka President Foxman, and today I wanted to talk about something that I've seen a bit recently again, something I've seen before, and so I wanted to take some time to talk about it. People have asked me on several occasions, you know, Noah, you talk about all these things, you take the time to explore all these philosophical ideas, and then you never really provide a perspective that you're coming from, you know? What do you believe? And, you know, I've had trouble with this question. It's made me uncomfortable, and so I wanted to explain that and to kind of give my perspective on it and why it's made me feel that way. So when I hear, what do you believe? I hear something like, what box can I put you in? You know, what perspective can I don't know, put you into? You know, if you're a libertarian, then I can make a whole bunch of assumptions about what you believe. And so that's a very negative way of seeing it, and I fully understand that. But that's been my experience somewhat with just the way that I talk to even in my personal life, where people develop a framework of understanding who I am and what I think, and then they seem to easily get surprised when I express something outside of that. And so my goal with this YouTube channel was to have a place where I don't have to worry about that, where I can kind of just talk freely, and if people are interested in wanting to know what I believe, they can watch these videos and find out. That they don't need a shortcut, that you can find it out if you take the time to think about it personally. And that's not something that everybody has to do, right? Like if you're not interested in that kind of stuff, then, like, you know, enjoy the videos, have a good time, you can do that. But if you do care, it's there, right? I don't want to put a label on it, because by putting a label on beliefs, you get into weird spaces sometimes. And there, again, are a lot of assumptions that people make about any group. And so I don't want to alienate any single person because I happen to use a label that they have had problems with in the past. And so that's just been something that I've been considering and processing through. Yeah. But I think there is a place to say, well, these labels are important to a certain extent. Like, you can't be a free-floating person without a perspective. And so my hope here, again, is that these videos provide that insight, that perspective. For example, this book club series I'm working on, I think, you know, I'm being pretty upfront and open about the things that I think and I believe. In different places, I've told parts of my story on Christian Baxter's channel. You can see a video.
Some of this influence comes from talking to a guy by the name of Troy Campbell. He makes some videos and podcasts. And hey Troy, if you're watching, how's it going? And he had a few thoughts about my YouTube channel and a few recommendations on stuff. Mostly as a marketing guy, he wanted to have some advice on like how I could better appeal to people, like grow stuff. That way I could like communicate how to increase my quality of my streams and stuff. Well, you know what? I'm doing it. I'm working on it. Cool backgrounds and everything. And one of the things that he was saying was like, you should, like, why don't you make it clear like where you're coming from? At least that's the impression I got. And this is my reaction. I I don't like it. I don't like people putting me into a box and telling me that I not only have to believe something, but like that they feel like because I believe something, I have to think in a certain way, especially when people disagree with me, right? You are X, so you believe this. I'm like, I don't believe it. So like, why are you putting me there? This video is very much in line with that. I made a video before this by the same name. I had released it only to my friends, and my dad actually also had access to it, so he saw it. And they all said basically the same thing. In that version of this video, I actually put a label on myself at the very end, and I say what I believe. And it'll be pretty obvious to know what that is after watching the stream, after seeing all this stuff. Because, you know, as I say in this video, if you watch my stuff enough, you know what I believe already. Like Mick Mo said, what was it? This morning, is like, oh, you're probably going to church with your wife. And my wife asked, well, how does he know? Like, yeah, no, he knows. Like, most people know. But I just don't. I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to make that just an obvious thing. Like, it's not very. Like, I want to be a person first. I want to be a person, then I want to be, you know, whatever. And so, in that version of the video, you know, 8 minutes in, I say like, oh yeah, this is what I am. But after some feedback, I was like, oh, you know what? Yeah, I won't leave it in. I'll just have it be a thing and be like, hey, understands that, you know, I want to be more than just this. I want to be a person. I want to be somebody who you're interacting with. But in the end, I also posted the link to the 2 videos. So if you want to watch them, I tell my story there. I'll explain exactly who I am. Yeah, some cool comments talking about identity and definitions. You know, this isn't a political thing, to be honest. I know it comes across that way. It's not really about politics. It's about yeah, a lot more than just that. And yeah. Then we get to chapter 1 of Orthodoxy. Chapter 1 of Orthodoxy. With McMo, who looks like Chesterton, according to himself.
Round 2 of our book club for Orthodoxy. We're going over the second chapter, The Maniac, something that we've been looking forward to, and is something that I think last time we were talking about how excited we were for this one. This is a bit of a longer chapter, so I thought about just reading the beginning section, just to kind of give an idea to most people about where the chapter kind of goes, and then we'll start the discussion from there. Chapter 2, The Maniac.
Like 33. I
Thoroughly
really
worldly
enjoyed this
people.
conversation.
There's an
McMo has a lot of really great thoughts in all these things, and I don't want to quote Neil, like, I don't want to give him a big head,
special.
But
and so I think with photography,
all
there's
the
this
thoughts.
line now
Drake,
drawn where it's like,
you know, always comes at it at an angle I don't expect. Ryan, you know, hits it on the head. He's very good at, you know, striking the nail on the head. So I love these guys, and they do a great job at what they do. They talk about everything.
Okay, everything on this side of the line is real, and everything on this side of the line is false. It's like, well, yeah, there's some difficulty with that.
Well, and you'll often too, you'll hear people say like, "Man, I wish I'd had that on tape." Or I wish, you know, if only we had been recording, we would know we will know what really happened. You know, but yeah, that's just.
Yep. You would have an image of what maybe happened.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, photography isn't always as accurate as we want to make it out to be. The camera will pick up certain sensors because it's either on film or digital, and digital isn't perfect either. And so I've seen images I've taken, and I'm like, what the heck is going on here? And it's either a flaw in the film or it's captured something that you may not see to the naked eye, but also the naked eye may see something the camera may not.
It's like trying to. I was about to say, it's like trying to capture all of the colors that you see in, say, I've tried this so many times with my terrible iPhone camera, trying to capture all of the colors that I can see in a sun.
Yeah, a lot of this is around the subject of, as you can see, about, you know, modernity, materialism. Can we capture everything? Can we keep it all together? and how it doesn't work, and how it drives you crazy. And instead of trying to put the whole world in your head, try to put your head in the clouds, or in the stars. So again, fantastic conversation. Neil says this part is hilarious.
In Jujutsu Kaisen,
where I talk about Jujutsu Kaisen. And if you know me, I enjoy some good Jujutsu
it's the line
Kaisen.
between the two, which is part of the reason I love it, which is in Jujutsu Kaisen, it's just brought up randomly in like conversations that by explaining your powers to someone else, it becomes stronger. And so it gives an excuse for like characters in universe to be explaining their powers to their opponent in the middle of a battle. And it's beautiful. It's like it fulfills the purpose of like expository dialogue. It fulfills the purpose of like an in-universe explanation, but doesn't require any like quantification of why it's the case or whatever. It's like it's
It just
magic.
is.
Just let it go. And there's
See what you miss out on if you don't watch the entire thing? You miss me talking about Jujutsu Kaisen. It's fantastic. That's the Maniac. We're going crazy. How do you change? Is next up. How do you change?
Hello, everybody. This is Noah, and today I just wanted to talk a little bit about change. I've been kind of struggling with this lately, and by lately I mean my entire life, but it seems like whenever I get really inspired to change or to do something, it all comes at once, and I'm ready for it. I can put all my focus behind it, and then really quickly, it becomes overwhelming, and I'm not able to follow through with my ambition. And then on the other end, I'll just be super lazy, and I'll sit around and I won't change at all. Like, I know I need to, but I have no, inspiration or ambition. And it seems to me like the clear, correct answer would be to make small changes. Have a whole bunch of really small changes that build up over time. Partially inspired by books like Atomic Habits. Talk about this, about the image he uses is of an ice cube sitting in a room that's below freezing. And, you crank up the temperature, and nothing looks like it's happening. But there's a certain point, a magic point, where the temperature goes above freezing and it begins to melt. And it seems to be random, right? Like, you're not doing anything and then suddenly it all works. And that's really difficult. It's a difficult task to manage, to trust that something's happening when it's not clear in front of you. And so that's something I'm wanting to learn and to kind of focus on and get better at, is being able to make these small changes and not kind of be obsessed with making all the huge ones. And so that's my advice to you and advice to me. And so how does this play out? James Clear, the author of Atomic Habits, would say something like, that's what habits are for. You kind of set these things and you build them over time, and the smallest possible thing that you will actually do. But man, that is not an easy task either. And so I don't know if I have a definitive answer. I'm still working on it. Part of me making this video is part of my task of trying to do this, is trying to take the time to make something, and then if I make things, I get better at making them. This is part of like my video that was all about getting over perfection. It's the same idea. You're saying, oh well, I'm gonna go through it and make it, and if it turns out good, great. If it doesn't, oh well, but I had the experience of doing it. So that's my advice to you all, and to myself most of all, is find those little changes and find the things that you'll actually do. If you want to get better at writing, write something every day. Just sit down and write, even if it's a sentence, and then eventually you'll do that. You'll be a writer. Sometimes you gotta fake it till you make it. LARP as a writer. Do what a writer would do. And that's sometimes the best you have. I think that's true of most things in life. You don't just find yourself in a new place. To the witty aphorism of the journey of 1,000 steps begins with one step. Maybe I messed that one up. Oh well. It's like 1,000 miles or whatever. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, this is more just me processing, right? It's a pretty standard stuff. We got Luke Freeman hanging out. Thank you, Luke. I had a conversation with Luke after I got back from my my break, or during my break actually. We had a conversation right in the middle. Because he wanted to talk, and that part was everything went wrong with the recording stuff. We barely could keep a connection solid, so I would love to have another conversation with him. We had a good conversation about Christianity, metamodernism, all that kind of stuff. Makes some cool stuff. He's at Luke Free Person on YouTube. So, hey, if you're not familiar, check out his stuff. What even is an RPG? What even is an RPG? This is the first use of my green screen. This one right here. I've been trying to find unique ways of using it, and this is it. This is my attempt at first, and it involved at one point every single frame I had to like draw a box around myself to like get it right, and even then I mess up. In the first frame, you can just see this shadow here, this light coming through the window from the shades.
Oh, I didn't see you there. Well, I suppose we're going to talk about RPGs, but before we get to that point, we need to first talk about definitions. Definitions are a little weird. Have you ever thought about that? About how we have this thing called a table? You know, we use it all the time. Yet, there are plenty of things that don't quite fit into the category of table, but there are plenty of things that do. What is a table? Is a chair a table? Could you make a table in the shape of a chair? What is the shape of a table? How many legs does it have? Does it have legs? In our imagination, we can put together a vast number of possible tables, but when we come down to it, what makes a table a table? Some may say it's the function of the object itself, is what defines it as a table. So a table is something that you can put things onto, but I don't know if that quite works fully for what we're getting at, and especially when we escape the example of a table, sometimes function isn't as obvious as we think. This sets us up perfectly for understanding how difficult a task it is to define a genre. Genres are even more vague and unexplainable and untangible, less tangible than something like a table or a chair. A genre, in a certain sense, isn't even a real thing, physically that is. In a sense, it just points to a pattern that we see in the world. In the same sense, we see fantasy. We associate certain ideas with fantasy, and then we see them play out, and then we develop an understanding of.
A lot of this is playing like definition games and all that kind of stuff. I thought it was kind of cool. I kind of go through like several tiers of definition or of principles. You all work them together. Cool video. One of my favorites I've made did not get a lot of attention. This is one of those kind of sleeper hits. And I was working on this for a good bit. Yeah, it was good. It was good. We won't stick on it too long. So I know the stream is going on long. I thought it was gonna be 8 hours. I think we might hit under 7, which will be nice. Just to have this going. But I like this video. There's some really cool pieces. Some of these I think the essential attributes of an RPG are kind of important.
At our highest level of what it means to be a role-playing game, we have playable characters. Some games, such as management sims, don't have characters that you can play as. They tend to have some sort of disembodied spirit of government, like in City Skylines, where you just kind of do things to the people and you see the reactions. But role-playing games seem to be the opposite. You're fully embodied. You are a person in the world, or you're controlling people in the world. That's key to the genre. This character might be very well defined, or might be very flexible to how the player wants to act in the world. But it has to be a character. This can look like a lot of different things. You can be this hero destined to save the world, like Cloud, you know, big sword and ready to attack. It may be that you're just a...
But yeah, it's a video that I like. I really like this video. I think it's cool. It has some funny jokes. Definitely a goofier style than I normally do. And so I'm trying to stretch myself. Yeah, I hope to do more stuff like that. Oh gosh. Okay. Now, next up is Chesterton conversation with McMo, Drake, and Neil on the self-deletion of thought. It's pretty interesting. I don't know how I got these chapters, but you know.
Ironically, to kind of go to a more how I kind of related to it, I suppose. I definitely, definitely sort of felt like this lack of, I definitely struggled with this sort of impulse to just doubt, the direction that I'm striving towards, I suppose. And a lot of my peers have kind of struggled with that as well, and even in recent times. I suppose that it's, I've been hubristic in sort of thinking that like I am somehow sort of through engaging with, say, the corner, engaging with Chesterton, somehow transcending that instinct to just sort of curl up into, like nihilism, like, oh, what am I even doing? Like, what am I doing? What am I striving towards? I still struggle with that. Like, this week was quite tough for me, and I found times where, despite, I don't know, despite, all the new ideas that I'm taking in, there's just this just supreme doubt as to like, what am I doing? Is this even worth it? And again, it's not exactly the right question per se.
Yeah.
Well, I just deeply related to this chapter. I've kind of been in like both positions where it's like the the over intellectualizing, say, like the oh no, I've deconstructed basically everything. What do I even do at this point? I've kind of destroyed through my suspicions, have essentially destroyed every rock that I used to hold on to, even if my foundation wasn't even really that strong to begin with. And then on the other hand, kind of descending into that mode of like, to paraphrase, screw it, let's just go through with it. The F it, we ball mentality, where that doesn't necessarily work either. Like, yeah, I put effort in, but have I grown from it? That was mainly my thought process through this. Not even touching upon sort of more current.
Spoiler, the answer is F it, we ball. That is the correct answer. And we explore that later. McMo shows up later in that video. Great conversation. A little bit rudely paced, but it's pretty relaxed. And I think we're all kind of going through stuff. I want to say that was, like 2 weeks in a row, I posted some of these Dark Souls videos, and Direction is Important is next, but then the one after that one was this one. This was a tough week, and I think that was the one that kind of, of course, stuck out. Direction is important. Oh, we can go to self-deleting thought. Comments say Neil forgot something. Chad said he loves and appreciates us, and we love and appreciate you, Chad. But we're going to Direction is Important.
Hello, everybody. It's Noah. Nice to see you all again. Last week, I talked a little bit about how to change, and all this kind of thinking about what it takes to become different, become better, and improve in life. And I was really heavily inspired by Atomic Habits in the past, and learning about how, habits can help you make changes. But one thing that I found while reading Atomic Habits was that it never really gave me a direction. It kind of gave me general advice on what way to go, but nothing much beyond that. And so I found myself asking the question, well, I have all these tools to change, but who do I become? Like, what do I put it towards? Because the options are infinite, basically, right? You can become an artist. You can become, a person on YouTube making videos. You can become a good partner to, to whoever. And so the question is, like, what direction do you go? And this has been another long journey of mine. And, it's not an easy question.
Oh, Chad, speak of the devil. How's it going? We're doing pretty well. We're getting close to the end. This pretty recent stuff, but it's super fascinating to see all of this kind of in the context of what comes next. I don't know. I've been so kind of busy in completing this last couple of videos that I have kind of forgotten about what I've done. And so this retrospective is super interesting. I don't know if it is for anybody else. I'm realizing more and more that this is just for me, and then other people can like hop on if they want. But I'm like, oh man, I've made a lot of this type of video. I've also been thinking about this thing a lot. And so I'm hanging in. We're going over direction. We're about to hit a video where I'm I didn't feel so good while making it. My will is there, so I think my spirit is good, Chad. I will be a victor of this, and then I will take a long sleep. I think we're late enough in the stream where it's kind of awkward that I haven't mentioned this yet, but tomorrow is my birthday, my 24th birthday. So, this is like my seeing off. This is my last, for myself, this is like my last moments of being 23. This is my sending off thing. And so, I wanted to do something challenging to end it off, and I thought this would be funny and kind of cool. And so, I'm proud of it already. That's done. But yeah, thank you. Yeah. I still have a few hours, but luckily I don't think we have that many videos to watch in a few hours, and we're not watching all of them, like all the way through. So it works out pretty well, and it's kind of an easy coast from here. We're in the last kind of 7 videos or so. What are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's perfect. So we'll start coasting on through.
In my case, it was a lot of considering and thinking about what do I find to be most important and most valuable. But at the same time, also not trying to spend too much time considering that and being willing to actually make a move. So it's a big balance. But you do need some sort of aim at all. And so this has been kind of the journey of this channel. I'm sure a few of you have heard the reason I started this channel, but last year, around September, I decided, you know what, I'm going to try something new and try to put my full effort into it and see what I can make of it. And this was inspired by a good friend of mine. His name is Adrian. And he's a very adventurous guy. I don't know if I know anybody quite as adventurous as him. He has been like a volunteer firefighter. He's been an ice climber. He's been a professional diver. He's done martial arts. He's done a lot. And I was clearly inspired, like, hey, I haven't done a lot in my life, so how can I, in my little way, do something great? And part of that was listening to him and realizing, oh, sometimes it just means starting. And so that was this project. It was sitting down and saying, okay, well, what is it going to take to do this well, to make a video and to do that? So I started out with little projects. Before I even decided to take on this challenge, I had already made a few videos, learning how to use DaVinci Resolve, editing, recording, how to take clips from other things. And it was a lot of work, but I tried to just do a little bit as I could. Every time I make a video, I try to learn something new, take a new skill, and try to apply it. And so sometimes the hardest part is just even thinking of ideas to use. And so once you have an idea, you just follow it. Give yourself a time limit and just go for it. And then take some time to reflect and say, hey, is this really where I want to be going? And if not, you can turn around, try something else, go a different direction. I don't suggest staying still and just letting life go on as it is. I suggest making an active effort to live your life in a way that you are pursuing some sort of goal or end. And that's the way to do it. I think you just need to...
Weird. I don't know if I felt in the moment like I was qualified to make that advice. I think in retrospect, I've made a lot of stuff. Yeah, maybe it was, yeah, good night, chat. Have a good night. I hope you have a good night's sleep and a restful time. Yeah. Yeah, in retrospect, I've made a lot of stuff. Like, I've made a lot of videos. Not as many as some other people. I understand that, but man, like, yeah. And all types too. So I recommend it. People should make stuff. That's something you should do.
In my case, that's what I felt like I needed, this advice, just to go for it, to take a route and do it. And I don't know if that's going to be videos forever. I might make videos still, but I don't know if this is where I'm ending it. And so, I'm still trying to explore and learn new things. And, I've picked up
kind of messing around with video games a little bit for the last couple months. I've messed around with that. That makes it sound like I've done a lot more than I have. I've messed around with learning that because that's been something I wanted to do for a long time, and reading books and all these things. And so just trying to take time and set goals. That's been something I've been really wanting to do, is set some long-term goals for myself. And maybe that is something that we both can do together. We can both sit down and in our own spaces and do that. So I will challenge you if you are willing to take on that challenge too, and we can try this out.
I'm going to be completely honest. I have not written too many goals down. When was this made? A month ago? Maybe this last week, I sat down and wrote down a bunch of movies or TV shows or like foods I want to eat that I've never eaten before. That kind of thing. But yeah, other than that, man, I've not done this. So, sometimes you just kind of have to go back and listen. Because you need the advice. You need the advice you give other people. Unlimited Power of Lenny. It's been around for a little bit. Grease the Just Starting thing. I'm all for it. Yeah, I love seeing just a lot of people hanging out and just listening in and seeing this. So, yeah, I love seeing people I just don't recognize. I think it's really cool. So, please comment. My video, other people's videos, whatever, man. It's fantastic. Okay, we're on to something that's a little bit harder, a little bit darker. This was a tough week. This is one I think I might let play out. Just because this was tough. Context for this. This was like right after the Trump assassination attempt, and I had gone onto Twitter, and there's also the TLC, like the online community I was in. It just felt like it was all just crap. Like the world was horrible. Like the things people were saying was just disgusting. Everything from every aisle, from every perspective, everything was bad. It was disgusting, and I was tired of it. I was like, is this really what this is about? Is this what we're really going to argue with and discuss? Is this the level of discourse we're gonna have? And so I got into a really nihilist space after this. Like I was disconnected. I was not doing well. And this is the video I made because I needed a way to talk about it. I had no way to talk about it. And I don't think my wife even knew that I was feeling this way. I think it was only after a couple days where I think she didn't quite understand to what lengths I was feeling this way, and I had to show her this video. So sadly, I think some of you guys knew before, and I'm learning how to better express myself. This helps, but maybe I need to learn how to do it with those around me too. But yeah, this was a tough week.
Hey everybody. This last week was kind of a tough week for me, and I thought it might be good to talk about it. Good to talk about why it was a tough week, and then also to talk about some of the ways that I've been trying to go about addressing it and trying to do better in the future. There's been a lot of just crazy news for one, and it's been hard to listen to people talking about it. It feels really contentious, and there's a lot of just stuff that I find to be kind of gross that I'm seeing a lot of, and it's hard. It's been pretty disheartening. I think I finally have accepted that the title of recovering nihilist, because I think I hit that stride again of getting into a place of like, what is the point of all this? Like, why does this even matter? If anything matters, it can't be this, right? And so that has been a thing that I've been encountering. And then to counteract that, I did something worse, and I just filled in all the silence with whatever I could. And so I'm just watching YouTube shorts and, just things I'm not even interested in. I'm just going through, and it's just not fun. It makes me depressed more. And so I'm kind of going through both of those things, and there's sound all the time, and I never took a moment to even think or feel anything. And that has gotten in the way of me wanting to make anything too, because, you know, it's easier just to be distracted and not have to feel feelings or think about anything. And so some of the things that I recognize that I could do better in the future, and partially this is a message to my future self, but if anybody else gets anything good out of this, you know, good on you. Noah, in the future, find something good to fill your time with. If you're going to fill it with something, right? If you're going to be watching a movie or a TV show, fill it with something inspiring. Fill it with like real good art that you know is good. Watch a movie that you're impressed by. I really like Studio Ghibli movies, and I feel inspired after I watch one. I think they always put me into actually a good mental state. So do that, first of all. Second of all, turn off your phone. There's nothing good that has come from my phone in the last few days, other than being able to be in contact with some people that I could do other ways too. And it doesn't have to be 24/7. So honestly, turning off my phone would have been a better choice than all this path. And then I honestly think making things would have been helpful, but it wouldn't have been able to happen before those two other things happened. I needed to both be silent, to pay attention and to listen, to be honest about how I'm feeling and how, you know, frustrated I am. And then I needed to fill in the silence with something that would actually address what I'm going through and not make it worse. Because I think that's been a lot of it, is that I see all this pointless stuff, and then I fill it with more pointless stuff, and then it feels like everything's pointless. Like it's all just this nihilist spiral downward into hell. And honestly, like I reflect on like some of the stuff that originally brought me out of this space, because I've been here before, and it's not fun, and it really sucks to be back here again. And I'm not completely there anymore, but I felt it, and you know, going backwards is the worst feeling. Even if it's pretty insignificant. I'm going to go on a tangent here because I think the story is applicable. When I went to college, you know, I was on my own, and that was a really tough transition. You know, you go from being in your parents' house and things are done for you. For me, they were done for me in my house. My parents were took good care of me. We still did chores and stuff, but you know, my mom cooked dinner sometimes, and we were taken care of pretty well. People told us what to do, and we would do it, right? We would clean our bathroom most of the time. And there's just a certain level of independence that you develop when you go to college and you do that. And then during COVID, coming back home, living under my parents' roof, it was weird. And it was hard. This idea of returning back, like all this progress I had made throughout college of like developing this independence, this ability to take responsibility. And I felt the responsibility slip away. And the responsibility is what was keeping me afloat to a certain extent, right? It was something that I could rely on and say, okay, well, I'm at least contributing. But when you have no responsibility, there's a certain level in which you have no agency. You're left alone, and you're just, you can't do anything. And that was a really tough experience. And in a certain way, this is a certain same thing. Like, I don't think I felt this close to feeling like a nihilist since high school. And so one of those things that pulled me out of that has been there's a book of the Bible called Ecclesiastes. And I think a lot of people give it a bad rap. Usually, you know, people that you would say are very religious, particularly, because they see it as kind of depressing and doesn't really fit in with everything else. It feels like it kind of sticks out. And so I encourage everyone to read it. I think it's worthwhile reading, but I'll give a summary here because I think it's helpful, because it was helpful for me. That the narrator of the book goes about talking about how he was extremely successful in his life, and this is his final reflections on life. And he saw all the things that he'd done, and he had built great buildings and, you know, amassed great wealth, and he was wise and he was knowledgeable, and he just chased everything to the end, and he went after whatever was in front of him, and, you know, he had hundreds of wives and all these kind of things. And he reaches the end of his life and he says it's meaningless. Other translations use a metaphor, and I think this is more accurate to the original, that it was empty, it was vanity. It was like an illusion. And I never before I read that book originally, had I heard anybody represent how I felt in a way that wasn't like a doomer take. That's part of the reason why on this channel I do my best not to provide a fully negative point of view. I've tried a few times and I've regretted it every time. I want something good to come out of this. I want it to be.
And you have heard me talk throughout this, you know, entire 7 hours about how, yeah, that very thing, a negative take, like it has to be couched in something greater. It has to be pointing to something good. And good in itself. It can't be a proper critique. It needs to point to something good, or it comes across really bad, or at least in my feeling. Like, I've never enjoyed it. It's always
Be
really
pointed towards something good. I don't want to say that's wrong without saying what's right. Where was I? And so he reaches this point, and it just felt amazing to see somebody feel the way I felt, especially in this old text, and be able to articulate that, and then also provide insight on how to deal with it. How to say, yes, there's so much that is empty, and it is an illusion, and it's fleeting, and you can never catch it. You never hold on to it. It's like the wind. It just blows away. And he says, well, nonetheless, there are some real things. I think it's worthwhile just reading it to kind of get the full experience. But going back through that has helped. It hasn't gotten me out of it. But I didn't feel alone. And I think that has been more than anything. When you feel alone, there's not much you can do. There's not a lot of hope there. But now that I don't feel alone, I feel like I can ask for help, for one, from friends and family to talk about it. And I did last night. It was very helpful. But I'm so thankful. And again, this is for you, Noah. You're not alone. Even I feel the way that you do. And even though it's really hard right now and there's a lot of crazy stuff happening, don't listen to people. There's something else that's important that's happening. And it's not obvious to everybody. And it's quiet and it's subtle, but it's good. And it just takes time and silence to be able to notice it. And sometimes you fill the silence because you're afraid that there's pain in there, and there is. But as the great Islamic poet Rumi wrote, the cure for pain is in the pain. And so that's my call for everybody else who's listening. If you feel the way I feel, that's my advice. Thanks everybody for listening. And this is a little raw, but I'm really thankful, and I'm really I'm happy I did this. So I hope you all have bright days ahead, and stay strong, and don't be afraid to talk, even if it's just in the comments or something. I don't know. Oh, okay. Well, it's probably time I get to writing scripts and stuff again, so I will do that. So I'll stop it here. Have a good one.
Yeah, that is, gosh. Okay, that might be up there. That might be one of the best videos I've ever made. Even just for my personal use. Like, that sounds so weird. But even for myself, like just for myself, that's up there. Like, man. Giving yourself advice. Underrated. Okay. Oh, we didn't look at comments. Yeah, lots of good advice, lots of help. Sherry, hey, Sherry. Thank you, Sherry. Yeah, some good stuff. Okay, why do I make these type of videos? A little bit of a shift in vibe.
I came to the realization the other day that people might not understand what these videos are, or like why I make videos where I have gameplay going on in the background and I talk about things that I've been thinking about, or advice to myself and advice to others. And I thought it might be good to do it here. I could make this like a real full non-rambly video, but I think it's worthwhile to use the medium for a description of the medium. I thought that might be a fun meta move, just to mess with people. This is a traditional form of, I'd say, art on YouTube. The video game commentary. It's been used for a lot of things, sometimes bad things, but I have been very positively affected by people who have put a lot of thought and care into the way they've done videos like this. And I thought it might be just a good way to relate, and then also it feels like it's side by side. You're on the couch next to someone and you're playing video games together, and you're just talking. And this is my goal with this, is that it's a very raw and personal form of communication that doesn't require face-to-face, which is very difficult. It feels sometimes combative in the way that it's done, and I relate to this. Someone who's done a great job with this is the Weekly Slap, hosted by Jay Shalat. He's the one who really got me into doing this, and then also just he's just a big inspiration for some of the stuff that I've done on my channel, especially these type of videos. If you watch any of his regular content, it's it's a little edgy sometimes, and he's very out there and is quite a character. But when you see his weekly slap videos, you see maybe not the real Jay Schlatt, but you see another side to him. You see someone who is thoughtful and processing a lot of the same things that I've gone through, and he has all this experience that he draws on, even though he's maybe a year older than I am. But at the same time, just being able to talk about his experience on YouTube and the people.
Hey, I get most of my advice apparently from myself. So, I mean, not really myself, but you know what I mean. And he's younger than me most of the time, so.
That he's related to, and seeing this other side of someone who's my age also talking about the experiences that they went through, and being able to compare and contrast, and just to see the wisdom that he's trying to cultivate. It's pretty incredible, and I've already found myself in a video I think I posted a couple weeks ago about improving yourself. I basically quoted a half of a video he made. I watched it again recently, and I was like, oh dang, like he has really colonized my consciousness Congress, as they say. That's kind of the point of why I do this, is just there's a place for scripted stuff, but there's a place from speaking from the heart, and I'm not trying to educate anyone here, and I'm barely trying to give advice to people. I don't know if I feel qualified for that, but I do want to, if I can help someone the same way that Jay Schlatt has helped me through the weekly slap, at least one person, then it's worth it. It's worth all the time that I put into making these videos, which is not a lot. I'm thinking constantly, but like the recording, I'm just talking, and it goes into my software and I post it. It's not that crazy, but it's worth that time, right? Like this is the kind of stuff that I could actually see helping improve someone's life, whereas a video I make about thinking critically about role-playing games is nice, and it might push you into considering art more. But if I can help someone not feel as alone, or not feel hopeless, or put down the nihilism and try to pick up meaning in a real place, and there's no greater gift than anyone else could ever give me, and so it really means a lot. So that's why I make these videos, and that's why I plan on continuing to make them, even if it doesn't end up on this channel. Maybe I make a new channel and I put all these up on there, who knows. But that's why I do what I do. And so I hope you all make good use of it if you find any use in it. Thank you all for listening, and I hope I see you again later.
Yeah, I think I said everything I need to say there. Yeah, it's cool. We have Afriel in the comments making a reference to a good old Leafy is here. The leaf that shall not be named. Yeah, the dark side of the video game commentary. But I think we're on the final four. On the final four videos here. And I think we have How to Survive a Generational Handoff is up next. Anything you want to add about the last one? No, my basic inspirations for all this. Yes, Slack, I'm almost over. It's almost over. I'm doing this because I want to, and because I've convinced myself to. Actually, I should mention why I'm doing this. I'm here. I think it's funnier if I go like this. Okay, so like the reason why I'm doing this is because I decided, you know what, enough people had told me to watch Inside, the Bo Burnham Netflix special, and I had never seen it, and I saw it and I was like, dang, there's like a lot of stuff you can do with the medium, and you can do some cool, weird, fourth wall breaking stuff. And that night I saw this special, I had this vision in my mind of like, oh, that's what I want to do. I want to watch all my videos, or at least a portion of them, and talk about them in a row right before my birthday, which is the day I started this whole year-long thing. So I come full circle and be cool, reflective exercise and stuff. And my wife asked me, will anybody want to watch that? And I said, I don't care. This is gonna be cool, and I want to do it. And then she smiled and she's like, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. So that's why I'm doing this. And yeah, this is why I even made this in the first place. This is going to be either somewhere where you can find a lot of horrible clips or good clips of me, or, you know, they're gonna despise it. Speaking of Grim had mentioned something about making a video or a stream about my latest video, and I haven't been able to keep up, so I want to find out, but I have a feeling that he might have saw this was happening, and then I think he wanted to find out what this was about, but maybe not. Yes. Thank you, Mrs. Foxman, for letting us do this. Luckily, it's my birthday weekend, and so she has been very gracious to let me do what I want to. But yeah, I'm excited. So let's get back into it. This is how to survive a failed generational handoff. A video that I'm going to talk with Mark Parker about, I think, soon.
One thing that I will consistently hear is that the generational handoff isn't doing very well. And I'll hear this in a million different ways. One way I'll hear it is that older generations will say, the younger generations aren't following our advice, and they're having trouble because they aren't listening. The younger generations will say, well, we're not given right advice, that this isn't the advice we need, the world is too different, and you're holding out on us might be a way that that's put. I think there's an element of truth in both sides of this, and I wanted to explore it in a way that I can get my ideas across and it to be understood. And so to do that, I thought maybe it might be a good idea to share it in Paint. To kick us off, traditionally, this is how generations have worked. Generation A hands off to Generation B, and Generation B hands off to Generation C. And in history, it's been pretty...
Is this how this works? I just mention people's names and then they just show up? Because between you, Mark, and Chad earlier, I just said a name and it's just like, boom, they're there. But yeah. Yep, marathoning, doing the marathon. We're almost done. We're on generational handoff, so you're free to watch it again really fast.
The level of change in the society, right? It wasn't until recently where technology has exploded. In the past, it was, you had your farm, you handed it off to your kid, and you told them how to run the farm. And maybe there would be some kind of major problem that would come up in someone's life that they weren't exactly prepared for, but there were things in place for it. The current problem that we are seeing in our society is that this happened. This gap is just wild. The separation between generations has never been greater, as far as I can see in my understanding of history, and feel free to correct me in the comments, but this is how I see it, right? You have generations where, my parents learned how to use personal computers during school, maybe, and when they did, it was through command line pretty much exclusively. And when I grew up, I was on the computer when I was extremely young. I was playing video games, and I had access to technology from day one, basically, right? This is one major gap, and that's just between myself and my parents. My parents are not that much older than I am, right? Like, in the grand scheme of things. But to consider, Generation Alpha, who has iPads now, that they grew up, with touchscreens almost exclusively, depending on the Gen Alpha person, of course. And then you have people who are in the same country who, grew up during the Vietnam War. There's this huge separation between generations that is unheard of, right? The gap between, at first, access to technology, but just the world. The world is changing. The world is shrinking in some ways. I can be in connection with a lot more people. But also society, to a certain extent, the communal structures have been degrading for a while. The inheritance of one generation to the next isn't making as much sense as it used to because there's all these barriers in place. So how do we address this? So you have your older generation here and you have your younger generation here. And the older generation, they have their context that they lived their entire life in and they are living in, right? When they were kids, they, played with their friends in the backyard and they explored the woods. And, newer generations, more recent generations, won't have that same experience. Their experience might be a little bit more centered towards video games or some other form of exploration. When the older generation is giving advice, they look at their childhood and they reflect in their own context and they say, well,
the most feedback I've heard about this video has been on this point specifically, that this example isn't very good, this upcoming one, and I think it's fair. I think it could use a little work, but I think my point is the same no matter what, like the specifics. So maybe I'll lay it out real fast. My idea for this was that there's a certain type of advice that is very specific that doesn't apply to your specific situation, but there's a general principle that is true. And, making friends in college is like the same advice. And so I get that. I get why people get like frustrated that that's not the right way of going about it. So maybe I just need to think of a better one. If anybody thinks of something that gets this same point across, let me know. My brain is too mush to even consider it. I have this advice. My advice to you is to talk to people on your dorm floor and to go to parties and to meet people that way. Generally, that was good advice for them, right? They would have liked to have had that advice when they went to college. And maybe that is exactly what their parents told them. But now there is this gap, this separation that exists between these generations, and this gap is just widening. And so what do we need? Like, how do you communicate this advice down to a new generation? We'll put that in the speech bubble. How do I communicate this? Well, I'd argue that the correct way of understanding this would be through something called wisdom. And wisdom is this kind of communication layer between. It's context independent. So if the context is the particulars, the wisdom is what lies underneath. It is what everything is pointing towards. So when the older person gives the advice to talk to people on their dorm floor and to go to parties, what they're actually saying, what's underneath all of that, is an implicit understanding that community is important, and developing community in whatever way is the best way of doing that. And maybe there's some ways of developing community that are more healthy than others. Someone has to do this work, right? And this is true of any time, but especially right now where this separation is very clear. We have to take that advice, put it through this filter that says, okay, what is the principle? Now, wisdom is not applicable in the same ways, right? We have these principles. We need a context again. We need to bring it down into something particular, and it needs to be lived out. And so there's another part that needs to be done, which is the application into the new generation. And maybe that looks like something like you're given the advice, talk to people around your dorm. Well, really what that's about is about developing community. And when we look back at the original advice, we might say, oh, that's not very applicable to me in my college experience because people are in their rooms all day just playing video games. And I'm not going to go knocking on people's doors to interrupt them and have them have a horrible time. And so maybe what that looks like into your own situation to a certain extent. It's kind of implicit, but you know. And the younger generation says back to them, well, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm young. I can't do this. You're the one with more experience. It's easier for you. You should listen to me and do the work, right? And to a certain extent, that's right. The older generation has more experience. They have more wisdom, hopefully, generated over their many years of life, that they can bring their advice to be applicable into a younger generation's life. The younger generation has a responsibility because their life is at stake, right? They're the ones who need it. This group is the part that's asking for something. And so the older generation doesn't feel obligated to necessarily do all this work because what are they getting out of it, right? Like, what is the older generation getting by giving this advice? Like, they're giving the advice. What are they getting by doing all this work? So like, I'll have to ask. I have a friend who just entered the Coast Guard, and he's going through boot camp right now. So we'll like, I'm curious to know too. I'll have to ask him at least what the Coast Guard experience is like. Nothing, right? It has to be purely an act of love to hand it out. When I hear people saying, you know, the older generation isn't doing enough work in giving us what we need, and I hear it around my YouTube channel, I see it in the comments, I can't help but say, like, grow up. Like, you can't expect somebody to be giving you all this stuff, right? But what you can do is find people around you who are doing a similar job, having to convert this advice into wisdom and wisdom into your particulars. Find your peers who are needing to do the same thing because you both are looking for this. Work on this together. Like, try applying this to your life. And the reason why I'm kind of going at younger people for this is because, first of all, they're the ones who need it. And second of all, you're the ones watching these videos for the most part. So the older generation, do this. Like, the people who you know around you, young people, do this work. Like, listen to younger people, hear out what their experiences are, and don't give them the same old advice that you had when you were a kid necessarily. Sometimes it's still applicable, but what you need to do is work with them. If they're honestly looking for this, like, you can work on it together. And that's the best situation, right? A mentorship situation where, I don't know, my friend Drake has a godfather, and this is something that they are doing, right? They're actively working on. And I think this gets to my point pretty well. The context for this was just, I kept seeing comments all the time along the lines of like, a little bit of this is out of the boomerality conversation and the two parts that go to that. Because I think Sartori's video is good, but it's balanced by the two parts of the video. Because on one part he gives one hand of the conversation, the other part he gives the other hand, and I constantly hear the part one, I don't hear the part two, and so my goal was to try to bridge the gap and provide something that at least addressed part of this conversation, and that's what I want. I want like communication. I also want like younger generations to not be blaming everybody else for their problems, because even though it is somebody else's, like it sometimes is someone else's fault, like it's not, you've got to grow up and take responsibility for it anyway, because you know it is your problem now, and you've got to take care of it before it becomes your children's problem, because it's going to get worse. So I got pretty heated about this, not in this video, just in my life, and so this is my attempt to again do something, make something, and that will keep me from being so heated, which very thankful for. Yeah, I had a fun time with this video, and I made it. I made this video. Oh, we'll see comments on this. I'm a little surprised Sartori hasn't commented. I feel like Sartori probably would have some comments, but I don't know. David commenting, Nico, we've had some back and forth about this. David has been part of those conversations. The Discord's great. Yeah, exactly, Slack. It has to be communication. It has to be back and forth. If you don't have both, it's not going to work, right? You need to be able to communicate this, and yeah, that's what a mentor needs to be. And the mentor needs to be able to listen. I think Chad gets into this when he talks about a sponsor. Like it's a very similar situation. Mark commented, "Yep, I'm up to talk about this. I think this is going to be a good conversation." Peter, is just saying, "Good job, great production value." I'm working on my production, so I'm glad that seems to be going well. And Slack, you said, yeah, the feedback cycle is really important. And that's exactly right. Getting that back and forth, trying to understand one another. This intergenerational dialogue is essential for so many reasons. And I think too often people feel like they can disconnect from it because they're too far removed, that it doesn't matter anymore. But the problem is we're constantly making decisions for other people. Both younger generations and older generations, right? And so if you don't have that dialogue, then people are going to be overlooked, and you know, conversation will break down. In our final three, we have rambling loosely related to elven ethics, in which the context for this is we're trying to make our way through the book club series, and in the end, Neil, McMo, and I don't really talk about the subject of this chapter. We kind of just go on our own stuff, but I kind of like that. It's kind of like a real book club in that way, and so there's something really beautiful about that. I think we quote a little bit of stuff, and then we just kind of jump off into a conversation. We'll see if we can catch something just completely random and weird. McMo has to leave part of the way through, so we can catch the 33-minute mark here.
But I'm a big believer in that principle, and everything from children, you know, doing as much as they can on their own, all the way up that ladder. So yeah.
Well, Chesterton points that out too. Like he pretty explicitly says that with that there are some things, even if the person does them poorly, that we would rather them do it themselves than to have someone else take it over for them.
Mm-hmm.
And he points out, what does he say? He says writing love letters and blowing your nose are the two.
It's something that's been going through my mind constantly this last couple weeks is writing love letters and blowing your nose are two things that we'd rather have people do on their own. Like, what is the role of the state or of a community to take care of a person, and what is the role of the individual to just do something themselves and to actually do the work, the hard work? And this divide is not as easy as it looks. Yeah, it's just been something I've been really processing through. and it's been good to hear. Let's jump in maybe someplace that's not so close to the end. The 1 hour mark will do.
Build that need, that they are that new. So it's not like the need or the niche has changed. It's just one has moved out and another has moved in. And evolutionarily speaking, what you'll see is like, and Sam Tiedemann, I think, speaks to this better than anyone else in the corner.
Oh, we're not. This conversation also has some really interesting stuff about evolution. And Neil has been worried in the past about making sure I didn't feel like I had to say something about evolution that would put me in a weird spot with anybody. And I'm not worried about it. My church is not the type of church to kind of do that to people, which is nice. Because my church, I don't think, has a lot of really strong doctrinal positions on evolution. But I really learning to have to say I don't care about something in a kind way. Like evolution, whether true or not, practically doesn't make much of a difference to me in my understanding of philosophy. That's what I really care about. And so if it's real, which I think it probably is, if we're gonna go with most things, then yeah. And if it's not, because something got misinterpreted or whatever, then okay, cool. Doesn't change the way I live or the way I interpret the world, to be honest. Like none of my foundational beliefs are built on any of that kind of stuff. So it's always been interesting to me. And there's a few things like that in my life where I'm like, I don't strangely enough, free will is another one of these things. Like I'm okay. If I don't have free will, I still need to live like I have free will. So that doesn't change that fact. I hope I don't seem flippant or dismissive, but it's just been true of that. So that's some of the background for this video. Good conversation 2 weeks ago. We had some conversation from Clint. Slack talking about Wu Wei. Interestingly enough, Jeremy was saying something about this stuck in my head. This comment has been like going on. How he talked to a monk who said that said discard artifice when talking about Wu Wei. And I think Wu Wei is has super good applications in Christianity. We can change it to this. I think it has super good applications in Christianity and in the broader, in a broader sphere. As part of my understanding of meta-modern Christianity kind of stuff is that it's about preserving the culture that you're in. Now I understand why a monk would say on an individual basis, like, okay, if it's not clear to you right now, like, don't go focus on trying to integrate it all. First, focus on what you have in front of you, the thing that you already know to be true, and don't worry about it. But I wouldn't say it's complete artifice. I think it is useful. It's a useful principle, and it does take some work. But I'm not going to put my eggs in this basket before I know how to integrate it into my greater understanding of how things work. I might just be, though, a young guy who is full of himself and is really naive, and maybe I just need to learn and grow up. But who knows? Jeremy is awesome. Jeremy is awesome. I agree. I'd love to talk to him about this more, but sometimes I feel like I don't know. I feel like it might get dismissed a little bit. I'd have to learn how to bring it up in a way that really plays out this do all the weird hand things, plays out this conversation. Yeah, Clint had a lot to say here, though. Okay. And what's going on over here? Oh, Grim Grizz is live. Oh no. Okay, we'll keep going. We'll keep going. Can you beat Fallout New Vegas as a Marxist? Okay.
It is inevitable as the rising of the sun.
This isn't a video that's been not super long in the making, but the idea has been around for a while. I've been wanting to make this video for a good bit, and I just never was sure. I started it at one point, and then I was like, this could be really dark. And I'd already done nihilism in the past. Do I want to keep doing this? Do I want to spend a lot of time in this? And decided, you know what, this might be a good one to do. And I liked it. It turned out really well, in my opinion. I really worried about whether or not people would connect with it, especially Marxists, because I'm not a Marxist. I'm kind of the opposite in certain ways. Not like a capitalist, but like, you know, I find tradition to be somewhat useful. Maybe not the opposite, but like I'm a centrist in a certain sense. And so taking the time to learn about this was a good opportunity. And it sounds like people connected with it enough to say like, hey, I'm a Marxist. I see what you wrote, and I am glad you took the time to do this. I might disagree with you on some stuff, but it turned out well. So I am really happy with that. I'm trying to find a good spot that might be I kind of like, we get to dialectic, and I think dialectic is pretty important for understanding all this. So we can,
oh yes, raised in that tradition. And the teaching stuck. I was taught it was my responsibility to bring the...
Oh, by the way, all this, like, having voice lines over the chapter markers is from Warlocracy. I mentioned them earlier in the stream in, like, the first, like, 30 minutes. So, if you saw them earlier, that's it. Warlocracy is an amazing YouTube channel. Fantastic stuff. That's his idea. I'm sure he got it from somewhere else, and my goal is to become more like that channel in style. His style is immaculate, and I want to get better at that.
Torch of knowledge to the waste.
One of the most confusing aspects of Marxist philosophy is the concept of dialectic. In a way, it requires that you understand a nearly unrelated concept of dialectic in Hegelian philosophy. The Hegelian dialectic is a way of understanding how we process philosophical concepts like free will and determinism. The two, in a sense, contradict one another, but in the dialogue between the two, we better understand the world. On one side, you have thesis, on the other, you have antithesis. And in the dialogue, we find ourselves somewhere new, not in one camp or the other. This is the synthesis. It is entirely new and brings us just a bit closer to what really is. Marx and Engels, inspired by this concept, developed a new understanding of the dialectic. Where Hegel was much more focused on theory, Marx, a materialist, was much less interested in the philosophical implications, but wanted to show how similar concepts play out practically. In Marx's dialectic, the world is made up of numerous power struggles. Within each of these struggles is a new way to understand the world. For example, there's a struggle between the common worker and the capitalist owner. Or to take another perspective, we can see the struggle between the colonist and the colonized. Marx uses this tool to illustrate the world as seen through the frame of Marxism. All relationships, personal and political, can be framed this way. As with the Hegelian dialectic, Marx also saw a resolution to the dialectic. When looking at the world through the conflict between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, Marx did think that the proletariat would ultimately succeed in their revolution. Despite this, he did not think that the society post-revolution would be a proletariat one, or even a bourgeois one. He knew that it would be something entirely new, combining and improving aspects of both. Then, after some time, the dust would settle, and a new dynamic would form, and another power struggle would, without a doubt, take the center stage once more. Humanity, dividing, clashing, and reforming endlessly. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis. Well, this is certainly an incomplete explanation from a complete novice. I think this should do for the time being.
We shall see how brave you are when nailed to the walls of Hoover Dam, your body facing west so you may watch your world die.
In the next few days...
So intense, so intense. What are some behind the scenes stuff? I really wanted to get this video out because I wanted to get it out before this project was over. Like, this is one of the last videos that I was going to make for this project, so I wanted to get it like out and going. And I'm glad I did. It took a lot of time, and at the last second, I stayed up all night trying to get the render to work, and it almost failed. I ended up having to render every section of the video separately and then rendering it all together, and it finally worked. I had all those audio bugs that you saw in like the Stoicism video. I didn't have any here, and I've watched this video so many times in one night I stayed up all night and I kept watching the video over and over and over again until I finally figured out how to do it right, and it worked out great. Some weird stuff too, like when this first premiered, I had a lot of people who hopped in the premiere to watch, and I got some great conversations with people. I got a lot of dislikes. It's just random. Like, this is the most disliked video I had on a premiere. It was bizarre, and I was really worried. I was freaking out, and I was freaking out because I was worried that I had made something that you know, strawmanned Marxism to a point that people would get angry with me. And I was really worried about this because I'm like, this is the whole point I made this video, is to try to connect to people and try to represent people well. And I know I've done it really poorly in the past. And so I freaked out. And then slowly, after 2 days, people started watching, they started connecting. And then I got the impression like, oh, okay, people seem to really like this, even Marxists. And though they had some of their critiques, it was a really fascinating experience to see a lot of people who I wouldn't necessarily agree with on much, being able to engage and connect and talk about some of these bigger ideas. So really cool experience, not experiment, but you know, maybe it is a bit of an experiment. And yeah, I had a great time. And I'm looking forward to making more stuff, big stuff like this. I want to stick to this somehow. I want to make something cool. Maybe not in Fallout New Vegas, because I've been doing this a lot. I've beaten on that drum a little bit, but you know, it is something I really like. So maybe continuing on with it. Okay. Wow, we are on the last video. The last video is called Test Video. Feel free to ignore this one. This video is, I started this video before I moved, which was a couple months ago, and I had this kind of idea for just like a little kind of test for doing something fun with the green screen, and I did something fun with the green screen, guys. Even though it's not really a lot of it. It's not a lot of the video. So last video of the night is this green screen. Yeah, we'll do this.
Okay, testing 1 2 3. I'm messing around with my setup here, trying to see if I can get it right. So I set up a new camera. I was also making sure the sounds good. Okay, looks like we're looking good. Okay. Something that seems off back there, though. Yeah. I don't know. I didn't know what the joke was. Joke was, it looks really good. It's enough to trick someone, I think.
Maybe a good thumbnail. Whatever wants that.
Stuff doesn't mess up. The illusion's pretty good, though. That was it. Yeah, that's my bit of a joke. Yeah, I moved. That's the big news.
That's the remind man.
I just wanted to make a fun video, and it might have gotten a little out of hand, but I hope you have a good day, and yeah.
What an amazing video.
I'm so glad that I realized that no one probably could hear me because I didn't speak into the mic. So it might peak. We'll see. It's just never over. This video, or, you know, endless amounts of, you know, yeah. Oh. That's weird.
I have to see if I can get the timing right.
Oh, this is like a weird postscript kind of thing. I was editing and I realized that today's August 27th, the day that Hegel was born. So I just want to say happy birthday to Hegel. You know, you left us too soon. You were 300 years too early. You should have, you know, had some good time, you know, making some videos on the internet like the rest of us. But you know, that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Yeah, I'll keep making this video.
This is Sparta.
Get off that game and do some homework.
This is Sparta.
Get off that game and do some homework. Get off that game and do some homework.
Okay, wow. Well, that is. Let's see if we can get a good frame for this. That's good. That is the end of the stream. I've gone through all the videos, at least for a couple seconds or minutes. Talked about all of them to a certain extent. That has been a year in review. This will be my last video in, you know, of being 23 years old. Tomorrow I'm 24, so basically middle-aged, and you know, I'm going to do my best to do this more, and to have a good year ahead. I'll probably be making some more like Dark Souls commentary, kind of talking about some of this stuff and what my plans are and what I'm thinking about. Neil told me that this video made me seem like I was somewhat mentally ill, so I'm going to do my best to try to not go down that route too much of making people feel that way, but I'm gonna do my best. But I hope you all have an amazing day. I don't know who is still here or who's hanging out. I don't know if Grimgriz is watching. Probably he'll watch it later. But you know, have a good one. Peace out. I think Slack was still hanging out a little bit, but I'm gonna call it a day here, or night here, and I hope you all have a great day, and I'll talk to you all later. Have a good one. Bye. Thank gosh, yeah, I thought that would never be over. Oh, thanks, Slack. No worries. You didn't miss anything. You're okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna call it here. I'll stop streaming.